Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to another day of the PGL Arlington Major. It is, of course, MLP Dota and John X Fire joining you here today for RNG up against Talon. Jonathan, before we get into all of that, so I've got to ask you how you're doing.
Doing great, Mike. We had more great action yesterday. We've got more great action lined up today. Groups are starting to shape up. And here in Group A, it's pretty damn even. You know, outside of PSG.LGD going 3-0, so far 6-0 in terms of games, everyone else is kind of a mixed bag. Outsiders have won one series, 3 draws. RNG's the same story. Liquid's 1-2 right now, 0 losses. Fnatic's 0 wins, 3 draws. And Talon's currently 1 win, 1 draw, 2 losses. So the standings for A are very tenuous here, Mike. And as the groups start to approach that middle point, every single game counts. This one's going to be an exciting one to watch.
Yeah, we're getting into the meat of the group stages, and it's getting rather exciting seeing how close everything is in Group A. Jonathan, we do get to have a look at the teams before we do get into the draft, so let's have a look at RNG and see who's playing on their side, because, you know, I'm having a few memory issues, John, and, well, who's this guy, Jonathan? They used to call him the God of Dota, I believe. He's standing in once again, the Dota 2 part-timer himself. RNG, John, I must admit, have not been looking too bad throughout the group stages. Sure, it's been a bit, you know, up and down, but overall, definitely some improvement since the last time we saw Anna, and it seems like the practice has kicked in.
Yeah, it's certainly shaping up. Day 1 looked pretty damn good for them, even though, again, adjusting with Ana back in instead of Ghost. I would have actually been really interested to see RNG with Ghost just because, again, I think he's a really promising young kid. He did middling in the CDPC, let's face it. Mystery didn't really do well when he was there. SMG also didn't leave him there for long, so he's having a much better time in China, and it would have been great to see him bloom. But you've got Ana, you've got the Australian prodigy himself, Mike, and you must be very happy to see him there.
Oh, of course I am, John. I think everyone's happy to see Ana back, of course, and yeah, speaking of Ana, obviously you've got Thompson coming back as well, but we'll talk about that a little bit later. We do have another team to look at, Jonathan. I know you're very excited to finally have a chance to cast your favorite team, of course, Talon. Let's have a look at the players on their side and see what's going on. Obviously, the Thai Beast himself, 23 Savage. I believe Hyde, someone's standing in. It is Hyde, I believe, for the side of Talon, if I'm not wrong.
No, Zephyr.
All right,
Mikey.
Zephyr, my apologies. You know, John, the thing is with you, right, is I get so sick of you talking about Talon, I just remove them from my mind all the time. Obviously, Q was unable to attend. Q, a fantastic +4, but nevertheless, Zephyr, obviously coming out of T1, doing fantastic himself. But John, Talon, considering this is their first major, not looking too bad either.
Yeah, it's not looking as good as I think a lot of people expected. Southeast Asia in general, not placing as high as I think most of our fans would like. But, you know, it's the first 2 days of groups. It's pretty weird, drastic shakeup, especially for Talon. And of course, well, Fnatic's a very big shakeup. But on Talon, Q is such a big part of Talon that just removing him from the equation changes the dynamic. Like, you could argue Zephyr, he knows 23 Savage really well. We saw the reunion on Twitter where Savage is like, hi, and all Zephyr says is newing. But yeah, they've played with each other for years. So they understand each other really well. I believe it was Savage who invited Zephyr to stand in. And it does still take some time to gel that style together because he's not Q. He has his own playstyle. He has his own ideas. He has his own feelings towards the game while they're kind of executing in game. So maybe these last 2 days have given Talon enough time to adapt. They've had a lot of tough opponents already lined up for them. Outsiders they had to play against. Beastcoast they didn't do too well against. LGD, of course, their first opponent in the tournament. So that's quite the learning opportunity, and we've just got to see if they can adapt over these last 2 days.
It's one of those things, right? It is a thing with SCA teams. It feels like they are a little bit slow to get started at these lands, but they do tend to warm up and kind of get accustomed. And we were talking in the earlier days as well of the group stage, the fact that the meta is going to change quite a lot as the group stage and the playoffs do go on. So we'll see how Talon do adapt. Obviously, another very challenging team to go up against here, Jonathan. RNG, definitely looking very strong right now, and not to be underestimated by Talon, but let's see what they can get done here, as we should have a draft coming up very, very soon. John, before we do head into the draft, do you think there's any hero picks that'll be rather competitive between these two teams? Any particular strategies we should be looking out for?
Yeah, I think Tiny's going to be contested by both sides. We've seen RNG kind of pick that up a ton, especially on their pause 4, of course, where we've been seeing a lot. Same thing for Talon. Zephyr's been playing a lot of that Tiny. I think they might have to consider banning out here from RNG's end to ban out Mikado's Puck, which Talon has found great success on. It's on a 100% streak right now. And the typical bans up against Talon. I think almost everyone that plays Talon, first phase, they just ban KP. Right? It tends to be literally Brewmaster and either Dawnbreaker or Death Prophet bans. So I don't think any team's going to deviate from that. You do not want KP to play as Brewmaster. It's probably Talon's best hero on the offlane. His best hero on the offlane right now. So I don't think that's going to shift. I am keen to see, again, that adjustment. The Tiny, who's going to prioritize it? Is it strong enough that both teams will actually ban it out and not risk giving the other side that Tiny? Because we've seen so much Tiny over the past few days. It definitely is back in meta for support.
You say support. Here from all these teams, and we'll wait and see if either team is able to pick it up. Of course, you did mention the fact that KP is probably going to have his specialty heroes banned out straight off the bat as the draft will begin. And that's the thing as well. Like, you've got to get rid of the Brewmaster. We all know that. Like, you just can't let the man have that. Do you think it goes back to a hero pool problem here for KP, or because obviously KP, he's been around for a long time, John. I know he's got a pretty decent hero pool, but in 2022, I mean, do you think it affects Talon having those initial signature heroes banned out?
Yeah, it certainly does. There's something kind of strange. Sometimes Talon has the option for the Mars and they don't go into it. But KP is a really mean Mars player. Like that game we saw on ESL qualifiers where there was a 0% chance to win. KP's Mars kind of set that up for them. Although the first half was atrocious. He was missing spears, missing arenas. It did take him a while to get in his groove. I think there is a wider pool, but it might boil down to just what they expect from the offlane. Maybe they're not looking more in teamfight. They're just expecting sort of this solid frontliner that's more disruptive than it is teamfight control. So maybe that's where it kind of breaks down for Talon when they don't have access to those heroes. Only a couple of heroes that, again, very recently have been viable, at least in the DPC tour that we have seen. So that could be kind of factoring in there. I think other factors for RNG to consider are Savage heroes, because Savage is one of those players as well that's been diversifying the safe lane. We've seen him play safe lane Doom a ton in the end of the DPC tour last time around. We saw him play safe lane Lina. He loves his Faceless Void. He loves his Morphling. So those are some key heroes as well that Talon tends to play around. Mikado kind of shares that same mid pool that almost every mid has. Spirit Brothers, except for Storm, which is dead. The Puck, the Quap, the Kunkka is coming out. So kind of just balancing that out in mid. I think really the standout sort of strange picks are coming in from that off lane and from that safe lane for Talon, at least here.
Yeah, fair enough. I think it's rather hard as well. Like, if you are drafting against RNG, like their versatility kind of kicks in as well. And you look at the drafts that RNG has been coming up with over these past couple of days, and they are all very versatile and very, very different, which may make it very challenging to actually draft something nice here against RNG. And I think it kind of goes back to the point of you can't focus too much on what RNG is doing, but more so what you're doing during this draft phase. And I think that's going to be very important. And something we do see from newer teams when we come to these lands, John, is the fact that they maybe focus a bit too much on what the other team's doing rather than what they're doing. And I'm kind of curious to see where the Talon will go with their comfort picks over maybe trying to counter what RNG are doing. And you know, RNG, again, John, they've been very versatile. Their drafts have been very, very different throughout the games they've played. Anna has been displaying a lot of versatility in his POS 1s, as per usual, which is something I wasn't necessarily expecting, because, again, he hasn't had the most time to practice, even though he is the official Dota 2 part-timer. But, yeah, not too much time to practice, obviously watching Gordon Ramsay videos in his spare time as usual, and, you know, he's still a very versatile player, though. Again, very challenging to try and draft against this RNG side. I can't wait to see what happens, John. I really can't wait to see what happens. It's rough if you are a side like Talon, because, again, you've been versing some pretty hard teams, John, but that's Group A for you. I mean, this is a major. There's no real easy teams to go up against.
Yeah, there definitely isn't. Everyone's really looking to bring out their A game, and this should be a very competitive one. Talking about Anna's versatility, we've seen a lot of, enough Alchemist coming out from him. They've tried to experiment with that, but Talon's also been pulling the same thing, so that could be a contested pick. I don't know if it's really high priority enough for that to be a contested pick, but we might see either side targeting the Alchemist. I'm not a big fan of it for Talon. When we saw RNG play it, it kind of fell flat when we saw Anna play it, right? Like, at past a certain point, your gold advantage doesn't mean much. You're just kind of a gold sink, gifting everyone ags. And, well, I mean, again, we didn't, in that game, we didn't even see 4 gifted ags and a self ags for that 80% or that 20% spell amp and 80 damage. We didn't even see that. So it does have a timer. And again, I don't think it's high priority, but it is something that's been popping up. We do have the draft coming in on hand, so we are ready to get into that game relatively soon. And again, first phase shouldn't be too different. I expect RNG just to target KP. I expect Talon to take a very strong look at those healing supports, lane dominant supports like the Winter Wyvern, like the Dazzle that RNG has also been dipping into. And I think those are probably high priority bans in the first phase here as well.
I'd certainly agree, John. I don't know if we can bring up the draft right now so we can have a look to see what's going on. But there we go. The draft is upon us. Like you said, John, lane dominant heroes, high sustain heroes, and there's one of them right there. Of course, the Dazzle being banned out immediately by Talon. Very popular hero right now because it kind of just ticks all the boxes, right? Like, you dominate lanes with Poison Touch, it has sustain, Shallow Grave's very annoying, and overall, it just fits the meta very well. You want some healing, you want some lane domination, that's what Dazzle does. Surprise, surprise though, John, RNG, naturally, like you already mentioned, they are going to focus on that Brewmaster ban. You never want to give that over to KP. I mean, he's arguably the best brew in the world, you know, if not one of the top Brewmasters in the world, and always makes it look like it's impossible to fight against. And speaking of, every Brewmaster we've seen so far personally cast in this major, John, have been looking very, very strong. Especially once you get the Ags up, you build into the Refresher Orb after that. It just feels impossible to fight against at times.
Yeah, it's just really, really strong. And it's kind of funny, at least in Southeast Asia, you don't see too much brews. Even outside of, say, Talon, it's not a high priority ban outside of KP. But now, you know, it's been picking up popularity. You see RNG banning out the Dawnbreaker. So again, you know, one of those 3 heroes that was either that or the DP. And Talon will take the Tiny. So they are first to pick up that contested hero between both sides. Pretty open for Talon, as you mentioned before when we were discussing it, Mike. Mikado, you can play it mid. Mikado can pick it up. They could also toss it to Zephyr. You don't tend to enjoy pause 1 Tiny too often here. But as a desperation play, if the matchups just don't work out, that could still happen. I don't expect it.
Well, like you mentioned, John, I mean, Tiny was going to be a very competitive pick here, and Talon do take it. But another competitive pick, of course, RNG going right into the Razor. This hero has been getting banned out quite a lot throughout the series we have watched, but this time around it does naturally make it through, so RNG, they'll go ahead and pick that one up for themselves. What else do you want to see, John? I mean, what other competitive heroes could RNG or Talon potentially pick up here?
5 seconds remaining.
And you already have a pretty solid foundation. There's the Marcy combo for RNG if they want to pick that up. We've seen a lot of Razor Marcy. Could be one way to get that done. Again, very 50-50 in lane. Sometimes you just don't have a great lane matchup to play Disposed Static Link with. But if you do have a lane that works out in your favor, very easy for the Razor to run down. So I wouldn't mind the Marcy coming out here early for RNG if they wanted. Winter Wyvern still in the pool. And that still gives you lane domination, still gives you healing, great team fight with a curse. RNG might prioritize it here, and yay, we'll go for the Winter Wyvern.
Wow.
So just take that heal, take that sustain. It's just up against the right lineup, it's very hard to fight against that. Seeing that, though, as we mentioned as well, the puck will come out. So nothing too off the beaten path for Talon, all within what they want. And same goes for RNG. Winter Wyvern's something they've been picking up a lot. Razor's been something that's been popular this entire tournament. Not deviating too far from the norm.
Absolutely not. I was wondering whether Talon would go for the tiny Warlock combination we do see quite a bit, because it is just so powerful with the Avalanche toss into the Fatal Bonds, but not quite yet. As well as that, John, you kind of wonder whether RNG will go down the Void Spirit right now in the mid lane. Void Spirit, never mind, it is banned out, but it is one of the better heroes that you do see against the mid puck. And most heroes will prioritize that kind of hero over anything else when it comes to versing the mid puck. So Talon naturally just going to ban it out to give Makoto as good of a lane as possible. Of course, Talon for now, or rather RNG for now, are focusing on the position ones of 23 Savage. Getting rid of the TB for now. Suppose you just want to get rid of any pos ones that don't that do well against the offlane Razor, perhaps. TB not bad at that. Or even get rid of the Night Stalker. So it does feel like maybe it's going back to focusing on the KP heroes once again for RNG. And for anyone wondering why Anna is named Mold Nation, John, he's got two options when he's playing from Oz. He can play from the Australian server, or he can play from the SCA server. You can't really win, John. You know, it is a bit of a molding situation here for Anna. I can't blame him. I mean, I was playing a few games last night as well. I have nothing nice to say, Jonathan. Nothing nice to say.
Yeah, it is what it is. It is Mold Nation. Keen to see what RNG will focus on, because they have, you know, you mentioned it. They ban a Savage hero, they ban a KP hero. You have to make that choice. Are you going to allow something like the Morphling to come out, Razor into Morphling? Morphling just turns into Razor. You have a great time. Savage still likes the hero despite it being pretty bad overall. Or you can take care of that DP from KP, which is literally his one other offlane that we see him succeed on outside of the Night Stalker and Brewmaster. So RNG has that choice to make. I think if I had to choose, if I was on RNG's shoes, I'd probably take care of the Death Prophet, right? Like, it's one of KP's more successful heroes on the offlane. You could still manage the Morphling, like Morphling into Razor. Sure, it's not amazing for Razor, but you already have Winter Wyvern with Arctic Burn, and you also have a Curse, so you have some decent ways of turning that Morphling against his team, locking him down, getting some follow-up from the other supports and from the other cores, and just run from there. So we'll see what RNG will opt for. Talon just defending Mikado's heroes with the additional Ember ban as well, trying to give him as good of a lane as possible. To take care of the Spectre instead, I don't believe that's something Talon has picked up recently, though. So probably just a general ban, trying to not give Talon that late game that they'd like. Spectre being one of those heroes, of course, as you scale into the late game, just becomes a massive issue, as it does scale really, really well. But again, it's not something Talon has picked up at all in the past 2 days. So, and even in the DPC, right? I don't recall seeing the Savage Spectre in recent times.
Right. Hasn't come out much, I'll tell you that, John. I do agree with the points there. I wonder what RNG do pick up for their mid lane. For now, they'll go for the Skywrath Mage, which we do see a lot against the puck. See, we always talk about it, but the Skywrath silence is quite obnoxious. That Ancient Seal, just such a long targeted silence against the puck. What are you picking in the mid lane though against this puck hero? Or what's really good? Like you want generally high base damage, a nice attack animation. Problem is the Spirit Brothers are already gone in the Void Spirit and the Ember. I suppose we could see something like I think we saw Mid Nature's Prophet earlier from RNG. I don't think it's going to be amazing here. I think you could also bring out a mid Zeus if you really wanted to for RNG against this mid puck. Don't think it'll be too bad for Somnus, but anything in particular you're thinking here, John?
I think I'd like a Kunkka for RNG more. It ties into the Skywrath Mage really nicely. Ancient Seal X, Mystic Flare with the Torrent. Good way of kind of getting that combination off from that end as well. And Kunkka's just a hero that doesn't lose most matchups. Up against Puck, we've seen Kunkka's really dance around that. Just play with your Tidebringer. Puck has decently long cooldowns that the Tidebringer can play around. So you can kind of build up a really strong lead early on for Somnus if you want that. The Zeus ID is really good, though. Like, even though it doesn't provide you a long hold for Mystic Flare, it still does play really nicely with Ancient Seal. So you could just go Zeus, burst heroes down. They're not going to live for too long until they get a BKB up. And at that point, that's where it can simplify. But again, when you run the Zeus and the Skyrat Mage, you don't tend to give them that
10
time.
seconds
So
remaining.
could still fit in for RNG. Talon, DP we talked about does come out, so that should be our
5
KP here
seconds
on the
remaining.
off lane. And that should provide a little necessary push that Talon is lacking. I am slightly concerned that Talon don't have the follow-through to play with her puck, like, until you have Tiny, Blink. Mikado is really just charging in by himself, maybe looking for the kisses from Hyde, Snapfire, if he does get the levels up. And I like what RNG does. We've seen this combo already a couple of times here in groups, Mike. Skyrat Mage and DK, that could be the DK mid for Somnus. Lanes really well against puck because you really just don't lose. You just farm up, hit your Blink timing, Dragon Tail stun with Mystic
Radiant's
Flare,
team
with the
back.
Ancient Seal. Anyone that gets caught without BKB is going to be dead. And that might even pressure Talon to pick up a couple of Lincoln Spheres, which, it takes a while to build into that along with Spell Immunity. So
Yeah.
you have really high pacing here from RNG. Great sustain with DK Winter Wyvern. You
10
just have this
seconds
momentum building in
remaining.
early on for RNG's draft.
Yeah, I really like the DK. Like, I was trying to figure out, like, well, what's a hero that can kind of just hit away to CS against the puck, and forgot about the DK, of course. It does make it a very boring mid lane, naturally. Any mid lane with a Dragon Knight, generally very, very slow and very boring, but also very methodical, I would argue. And Somnus obviously just going to be focusing on the CS here against Makoto's puck. No problems there. I think the
10
pickup there from
seconds
RNG was really just quite nice. And should do a great job of setting some
5
tempo here,
seconds
because
remaining.
with the draft you've got for RNG already, like, you've got Razor, Dragon Knight, Skywrath, Winter Wyvern, right? So chances are you want to play quite fast. You don't want to drag out the game too much. You want to take objectives very quickly, and then you want to just start running at the side of
Team
Talon.
pick.
And I don't mind the draft they've got for this. I feel like it ticks all the boxes here. It's just a matter of what you want to pick up for a position 1 now for the side of RNG. And what does Anna really feel like playing? And one of the heroes we've seen him playing quite a lot, John, is the Jug, but that is naturally going to be banned out from Talon, because Jug does
10
pretty decently
seconds
against
remaining.
Death Prophet offlane, so just get rid of that. Obviously does very well against the POS 4 Tiny
5
as well.
seconds remaining.
Any other position 1s you'd like to see, John? Could we see a POS 1 Prophet? Maybe even go to the POS 1 PL that I think we saw one game out of Anna with. That, to be fair, he didn't win that PL game, but he does still seem to enjoy it. And, well, never mind. Against the Medusa, probably not the greatest idea.
Yeah, I was gonna say, if Talon did draft themselves into a corner again, as I think they've done in different series where they last pick, say, not an option here, but theoretically they did this before. They
10
pick, like, say,
seconds
a last pick, Faces Void for Savage, and then they just pick up, like, an Illusion
5
hero. Like the
seconds
PL
remaining.
game the Talon had to play, they had no clear. Same issue would have come out now, so the PL would have fit in nicely, but they covered their bases. They go back to that 23 Savage Medusa that we've seen Talon succeed with since Division 2. That was something they always fell back to back in Tour 2. So
Could you...
RNG still has options to play against that, though.
apologies, John. Could you just bristle back here for Anna? Like, could you pause 1 bristle? Is that... Maybe it's not the greatest idea because you have a Skadi carry on the Medusa. We'll see, RNG. No, they're going to go down the AM route. How could we forget? I mean, I always say this hero is complete trash, but against Medusa, generally speaking, pretty good. And it kind of kills 2 birds with 1 stone as well, John, because you're against the offlane DP, but KP, he can't do much. You go for the Spirit Siphon, Anna blinks away, and just doesn't care.
Yeah, that's gonna give a much more playable lane here for Ana. And looking at the lineups, I'd say it's actually relatively even. RNG has this early momentum that can get running very, very fast. They've got decent enough scaling coming out from the AM. Yeah, they are going with offlane AM though. Child is picking up the AM, and Ana's playing the Razor.
Hold
so
on
you're
a
not
minute.
getting the Medusa versus... No, you're still getting the Medusa versus Anti-Mage lane, but you're not getting the AM versus DP lane, which is really good for the AM. So I think that's actually a little bit more manageable for Savage. It definitely isn't a big threat unless you go higher levels in Counterspell and Burn and just leave your Blink alone. But you do have a Snapfire with its stun, so there is some play there for Talon.
The funny thing is, John, we have an offlane AM. Now, hear me out, Jonathan. Is this one of those games we could see Diffusal Blade AM? Is this the game? Like, it kind of makes sense against the Medusa, right? And you're playing offlane AM, which does mean you've got to do something. You can't just sit there farming the whole game.
I don't think Diffusal first is the build. You'd probably want Vanguard first. Like, you will need to be durable. There is decent enough physical damage coming out from Savage if you try to jump in. So a Vanguard helps bulk you up. There's not too much magical burst once you have your counter spell up. And maybe past that point, you can go for the Diffusal. Just burn down the Dusa. You don't really have a counterplay against that until maybe you get your Ags up. Then you can try to freeze the AM, but counterspell again just ruins that for you. So it's pretty smart for them to shift that out. And it makes it a lot spicier. You know, we were talking about that first phase looking a little bit bog standard here, Mike. Definitely not a bog standard ending for RNG here.
I love it though. I mean, it's one of those things like pos 3 AM. It's weird, but we've seen it work for multiple teams before. And again, against the Medusa, it makes sense. Hell, even against the DP and the puck, it makes a lot of sense. And it even gives you a nice way of blinking to the back lines and just cancelling off Mortimer's kisses. If the Snapfire does get a nice kisses off, you just blink, mana void, suddenly no more kisses available in the team fight. I don't mind it. I think this is a great pos 3 AM game. My only question still stands, what is Chalice going to build? And he's already got a Ring of Health queued up here on this offlane anti-mage. So maybe we see a Vanguard build up to get started.
Yeah.
But what happens after that is my question. Like, where's he going?
I like the idea of Vanguard Diffusal. I still think your Diffusal idea could work out. Beyond that, you could go Aura. You could be the Wraith Pack builder. Blink in. Wraith Pack is kind of memeish, but also really not bad up against Talon's lineup. And then just kind of maybe build your Basher from there. Ags could be pretty damn useful as well. Blink Fragments onto the Medusa could be nice.
Zephy's going to run forward. X-Nova. Not really going to mess around here. Realizes he can't do much. He'll just let the Bannerine go. They'll get 2 for 2 anyway. The bottom ones were taken by the side of RNG. So a very nice start for both sides. What lane should we start with, Jonathan? Do you want to decide which lane we're looking at?
Let's take a look at mid, I guess, as her camera is pointed there. And I can't really think too well. Mikado on the puck. Up against Somnus and DK. We start with the most boring lane, Mike.
What was your
You've seen this a million times? Yeah, but you don't get it out of the way. It's Puck versus DK. It's not very action-packed. Somnus is going to farm. Mikado's going to farm. Rune control is more important for Mikado. No one is going to die unless someone severely missteps and dives the tower. Support rotations could be nice. Maybe Zephyr gets a good early move out, but probably not going to come anytime soon with Tiny needing a lot of levels to get that done.
Right. That's the last time I give you the choice of picking the lane, John. You chose the DK lane of all things. Never again.
Yeah, just get it out. You know? Get it over with.
Never again, John. Bottom lane, Hyde and Kaka going at it right now. Of course, Savage is going to be there on the position 1 Medusa, and they'll be against the position 3 AM by Chalice. John, this lane, I imagine, should also be relatively boring. Anything in particular we need to keep an eye on here in this bot lane?
Not too much. You could maybe try to get aggressive if Papa overextends. Quincy Chalice Spring. Just use that early mana burn to rip through Savage. And it does melt his mana away. Doesn't have enough to toss out the Mystic Snake. Without the Snake, a lane control for Medusa does get pretty tough. And they are using their spells really well. Hyde just getting blasted away with a Concussive Blast. Can't really trade with a Scatter Blast because Skyrat Mage is pretty damn speedy. And does hit from a mile away, so that's going to force Talon to expend a lot of resources to stay in lane, and if you're RNG, that's all you kind of want. Slow down the Deuce as much as possible, force the buyouts on Mangos and Tangos, and just keep getting this nice passive lane going for Chalice to farm up on.
Yeah, I take it back, John. It doesn't seem like it's going to be a boring lane whatsoever, because Chalice wants to get so aggressive here on the AM along with his Skyrath, and I mean, why the hell not? You can just burn all the mana of 23 Savage, and with the amount of damage Kaka can just pump out on the Skyrath Mage, you're going to be feeling very good about it. Of course, that final lane we were just having a look at was the top lane, where you saw X-Nova and Anna against KP on the DP, and you're also going to have Zephyr there on the Tiny. I did think Anna was going to run the POS 1 AM against the Death Prophet, but I suppose the Raze is pretty good as well. Sure, oh, never mind, bot lane, Hyde was dropping rather low here on the Snapfire, but is still going to survive, but no, not for long. He turned around and went back for the fight.
Yeah, I don't think he had too many options left. Out of regen, might as well just get reset, go back in. That does give an opening to jump onto Savage here.
Yeah, it certainly does, John. Savage, he'll turn on the mana shield, but that's not going to matter because he's got no mana. Chalice able to clean up Savage, and my goodness, this bot lane already spicing up here from RNG. This AM pick, John, just so effective thus far. Meanwhile, top lane Zephyr gonna drop to Anna and X-Nova. And I was just kind of mentioning, against the Death Prophet, you don't mind playing Razor. He'll go for the Spirit Siphon, you go for the Static Link. It's a better trade for Ana.
Yeah, you kind of win out on a Razor. KP's going to have to try to run away, but Razor's equally speedy to keep up and keep his link up. So you're not going to have a good time in just getting that. And RNG already off to a great start, 0-3. 1k lead their way. Just running these lanes very effectively. For Talon, they're going to need levels. Both Zephyr and Hyde are going to need to hit like level 4 to really be effective to get those rotations onto mid. And it does feel like for Talon, their launching point will have to be Mikado. Considering how the side lanes are going, it's all in on the puck. Maybe getting an early rotation, getting an early level 6 and 7, and trying to get some action on the map for Talon's end. But RNG, their lanes are going well. They don't really have anything to worry about yet. They just hit their level timings, maybe rush that blink out on Somnus, and you start playing around with the Dragon kill. It's done. It's going to be easy to find these pickoffs.
Oh, absolutely. Absolutely, Jonathan. Already 0-3 the way of RNG. Just a brilliant start here for the Dire team. And that mid lane going very well for Somnus as well. Very even, though, between him and Makoto. As bot lane, Cookie is there, but Hyde in trouble once again as Chalice will chase him down, and Hyde is going to drop. He just can't sustain through the damage being pumped out by Kaka. And well, to be fair, John, Kaka already with 2 null talismans, so that arcane bolt damage going to hurt a lot more with all that bonus in. Well, Hyde, he's got to stick up, but it's just not making the difference here.
Nah, he's got the raindrops as well, but that will probably just melt next time he's around. And already RNG just dominating every lane every single time. They just blink up and go running.
He just came back here, John. Hyde, got to be careful not to die, but he's just copped so much damage. And this drafting from RNG was just genius, John. This AM pick, it's annihilating them here down the bot lane.
Yeah, you're getting a lot out of it. They're sent to drop low on Ana though, but he has decent enough damage here.
Siphon is there from KP, but the Arctic Burn was out from X-Nova, so he does back his way out.
Dire structures.
While all this is happening, John, Somnus has popped the Dragonfall to get started on the mid tower, but Savage now bot lane in trouble once again as he has no mana and he's gone. Chalice, so aggressive on the AM and they can't do anything about it.
They have nothing to stop it. Like, their stun puts Hyde in the firing line. If he does want to stop Chalice, they're going to have to sacrifice Hyde. And there's no play from Talon. You know, they're just going to have to try to play passive. There are no stacks built up as well. Kaka goes for the reset. There's no recovery plan for Savage. He's 2 levels behind right now. Chalice already halfway to 6. Savage just hitting level 4 himself. And if you don't manage to find a way to give this Deuce the build-up, to give it some farming space, it's going to fall flat on its face. Just no stacks, no nothing so far on the map.
No, certainly not. X-Nova takes an illusion rune for himself and is really in no danger. He's just fine to walk his way back to the Dire jungle. It's a real problem, like Chalice gonna hit level 6, Savage level 4. You get that Mana Void up, John. Chalice, he's been having no problems draining the mana of Savage, and 1 Mana Void is just going to blow him up completely. It's such a big problem already. The thing is as well, the side lanes and the other lanes here have not gone that well for Talon either. Like, Makoto's doing great in the mid lane of the puck, but that's because it's an even trading lane against the Dragon Knight. And top lane, it really hasn't been that amazing for KP. He's doing fine, but they are not able to slow down Ana, which means he should be able to get involved quite early here on the Razor during this game number 1. And well, you've got to be a little bit afraid right now if you are a Talon fan.
Yeah, it's a slow game, RNG. If they manage to maintain this pace up until the 10-minute mark, that's where it gets really scary for Talon. You know, they need to find a way to open up the map. I think it's about time they start to consider just playing with Mikado. About to hit level 7, doesn't really have anything yet. Only the ground boots and the null. But they need to try to make something happen with the green coil.
Thought they might have made the jump in on Savage, but Chalice just deciding to CS instead. And look at the net worth for John. Top 3 heroes, all on the side of RNG, just implying that every lane has gone the way of RNG, and you'd certainly agree with those statistics. The Somnus, mid lane again, to get started with that Dragon Ball. Zephyr, gonna try and help out, and they'll pop the green coil, but they miss the toss back. Somnus, he's very happy about that, and well, Zephyr, John, he was way off the mark with that toss.
Yeah, I think he didn't want to risk it. They knew there was a TB coming in, so he didn't want to overstep. But doesn't manage to get the toss back. No kill opportunity. That Stream Coil on cooldown. And that should allow Somnus to just keep shoving in that mid. Only half duration in Dragon form, but That should get some decent chip damage. They even have Cockroach in here.
Why the hell not? Kaka already having a great game himself in the Skyrim, but he's going to back his way out. Meanwhile, Makoto now, chase down, Dragon Dog going to connect, and he already committed the orb. Unable to jaunt away, he is going to drop. Somnus, able to secure the kill into the mid-puck, and well, the Dragon Form is going to wear off, but maybe a bit more chip damage to come onto that mid-tier 1 tower in the meantime. And speaking of meantime, John, in the meantime, high down the bot lane, in trouble once again as the Sapphire is going to drop the Chalice. That's the third kill for Chalice here on this position 3 AM. Meanwhile, top lane, Anna is being lost back by Zephyr, but an immediate TP out. Can they stop him? Not quite. Quick thinking from Anna, knowing there was no way to cancel. Oh boy. 0-7 now, the way of RNG.
Yeah, it's a really strong showing out from RNG. Just playing every single lane great, understanding what they want to do with this wrap. They've hit their early momentum. We talked about that 10-minute timing count, still not finding much. So they've got to try to get Savage going. He is farming up in the triangle, fairly secure, has some stacks built up now. And at least Talon will find that top tier 1. RNG already shoving in bot, but not the quickest push coming out from Chalice. It's going to take a while to equalize the map. They are kind of set to start playing aggressive though. Smoke out from RNG already.
They want Savage again, John. They are not leaving this man alone. They've done their homework. They know Savage. He'll just disappear off the map for the next 20 minutes and just farm. But now Savage doesn't realize he's getting ganked up and he's gone. Even Anna cutting him off in the mid lane, forcing him back into the triangle. It's the perfect setup by RNG. And now that mid-tier 1 tower is gone. In the meantime, at least they find Chalice down the bot lane, but John, considering that you're getting the mid-tier 1 tower, you've got to be so happy as RNG, because now they have full access to the Radiant jungle. That's going to make life even more challenging for this Medusa.
And just look at their wards. They have really good vision down on bot jungle. They have a forward ward in the triangle. They just know every single spot where this Medusa will want to farm up. Savage is set for a very tough game. He's queuing up a Midas. He knows how far behind he is. He needs the EXP. He needs some source of stable gold. And that just cuts off his aggression. If you're not going for the usual faster Manta Dragonlance build up, it's going to be a lot longer. And Chalice is just keeping track of it.
Oh, I don't know what Chalice is doing. Look at this. So he's Savage, all his mana's gone. You've got Mana Void up if you want to pop it. Hyde, he's in a cookie, but I think Savage is dead. He's gone. Chalice, going for more now as Hyde. He's going to try to run, but there's no juke away from Chalice that I think is Somnus. He'll take the kill with the Breathe Fire. I know I've said it multiple times this game, but this last pick AM, this position 3 AM, just so smart from RNG. It has made life impossible for Talon. Makoto now, out of mana, is going to back towards the base, but it just feels like everyone's out of mana constantly on Talon.
Yeah, they just have no play. Once Chalice shows up with the Vanguard, you have no magical burst, you have no physical burst, you have no way of pinning him down. They catch Zephyr out here down as well.
Yeah, but they do. Zephyr, he's going to try to fight back, but there's nothing he can do. RNG, they are just smothering Talon here, punishing the greed of the draft. Zephyr is just going to drop to Somnus once again, and now that bottom tier 1 tower not going to be long for this world. 1 to 12, 6k advantage to RNG. John, I'm going to ask, how did Talon come back into this game? Because so far, it's just been a very one-sided affair.
It's off the back of Mikado. If he somehow manages to make plays, if he manages to get pickoffs with the coil toss back, they can kind of try to stall out from there, but it doesn't feel like they're going to be able to. Look at Chalice.
He's right, and he has no fear in the world to say him. Thinking him right into the Radiant Triangle, knowing that he can't die. If you want to commit Green Claw, he can, but he's going to bang up. He's not the easiest target to get, and it's very frustrating to have to try and deal with this anti-mage Zephyr. Not seeing Somnus yet, we'll find out the hard way. Somnus was there, we invis, and he's going to drop. It's going to be a long time still he has a big dagger up on this tiny. The way this is going on. 12.5 seconds into the game, it's nowhere near it. It's now Hyde. Going to be chased down. Right Talon Mana, and he's going to drop. No way out. 1 to 4 games. They go for 4 now. Make it 15. Savage. He's going to try to run his way back towards the fountain, but the aim still he can't put the shield on. Eventually gets it for Chalice. He's back in. The mana void though not proving to be enough, as he was pretty much full mana by the time he did pop it. And with that RNG, 1 to 14, 7k advantage, and not slowing down whatsoever.
This is exactly what they need to do. They know how Talon plays. They like to play a little bit of a slower game, especially when they pick up that Dusa. Savage at least has the Midas, but it's a long road left yet for him to catch up. And as long as RNG keeps that vision game up, keeps playing forward here, they don't have massive cooldowns to wait for him. It's really just Dragon Tail stun plus anything else. You don't even need the Mystic Flare on top. You've got enough damage on hand. Just play it where you want. They will go for a smoke play out on RNG once more. If they find Savage again, just kind of tough to come back.
Well, at least he's got a line, John, I guess. Because he's getting on in Zephyr. Meanwhile, top lane, you've got Zephyr. Speaking of the devil, it's tiny, not going to make it out. Zephyr will die once again, and RNG, they're reading them like a book, John. They are just reading the movement of Talon as if it was all written already. The Somnus now back towards the ball lane, wants to set up onto Makoto. Arca already there with the silence. Look at this! You just don't expect this kind of aggression. RNG going for a bit more now is hiding, they're trying to TP out, and they've got no way to cancel. At least get the Snapfire out of there. But 1 to 16 now. And again, they just have no space on the map.
No. They're just everywhere all at once here. They might find Ana.
Be a great target if they can find it. Ana is going to go for a run. It's going to be a nice curse out. The Avalanche was still there as Ana. Still trying to get away. KP dropped on himself, but gets the kill for his team. And will barely make it out with his life intact. Talon, they need a few more of those, John. In that mid lane, they've got Talon locked down. Silence is there. The AM dropping rather low, but the blink is going to be up just in the nick of time. Chalice, he will survive another day.
Yeah, I guess we are reaching that reality of maybe a certain scoreline coming out, Mike. Talon will have to stop at 3, but I don't think that's going to be too tough for RNG to keep down, and RNG should easily find that additional 6 kills we'll need for the magic number. We'll see. Talon has 2 kills, pretty important kills to find. Killing Ana kind of helps give them some space up top. I think considering the heroes they've been sacrificing recently on Talon, as long as it's Zephyr and Hyde that are dying, you have some room to recover. Not wide room, mind you.
Well, he's going to be there, Hyde, and help him get away. They're leaving him right to Savage, though. Chalice again, just with this Vanguard up, has no fear. It's a tank AM for now. Back to the base, Talon goes. Top lane, more TPs coming in. Zephyr may get caught, but instead they want to try and chase down KP. In fact, they might just find both of them. Both of them have been scouted out. Here's KP. He's going to be able to run his way out. Zephyr, I just make this forward, but no curse there. X-Nova, not playing around. We'll take down Zephyr once again. And it's well worth the curse. You're putting so much delay on this blink dagger timing of Zephyr. And it's so important for him to have that up because you are relying on the green coil into the blink toss away. But it's never going to be there at this rate.
Yeah, just not coming out. And I think for Talon, even though that's stalling out the Tiny's blink timing, he would still rather have that.
Not Savage. Oh my goodness. Somnus and Karma. I mean, they annihilated John. Level 1 Mystic Flare just removed all his mana. You don't even need Chalice anymore.
No. They have no protection. You only have Midas to do, so you don't really have stats. Just a bit of a sitting duck right now. And again, it needs so much more time to catch up. 8k lead for RNG. Almost feels unplayable for Talon. Almost out of candy right now. It's just push as best as he can. Work on his blink and try to stall the game as much as possible. Which again, RNG is not allowing them to do too much. Now, as long as you prevent them from going for the tier 2s, you're fairly happy. X-Nova still keeping track of KP here.
X-Nova, all you see is you have the KP. He's just going to drop. It's so fast-paced from RNG. Just so damn fast-paced. The worst part is they're still all top of their worth. Like, they're moving around the map constantly. They're not sitting in the lane and hitting creeps, but they're still finding their worth somehow. 9k advantage off the back of RNG. Talon, again, they are still on their side of the map, but their side of the map has become incredibly small at this point. There's just nowhere to farm. Look at RNG, they're just holding the Radiant jungle hostage right now. Chalice He's a pulse 3 AM John, but he may as well be a pulse 1 AM. He's just farming Radiant jungle.
Just getting everything he wants. Gonna go on to man next. Give me more burn. More jump coming out. Mikado gonna have shot down here. Oh,
Chalice right on target. They've done their homework, RNG, I'll tell you, John. They have really done their homework. Mid lane, Anna in trouble. Rather, Hyde's in trouble. Anna, he is the trouble. Savage. Gonna force him back a little. There's still going to be enough to break the gap. You talked about that particular scoreline, John. We are very close to that scoreline, but I'm starting to think we might need a reverse 3-2 at this stage.
Yeah, could come out in town, haven't been aggressive at all in a very long time. I don't think they're going to find an opening, considering how durable RNG is and how shrunk the map is. So, I guess, try to shoot for 12 more kills on RNG's end. I mean, 2 kills could be nice, but Talon getting that 1 kill, looking like a 0% chance right now. 96% chance for RNG to win this one. Yes, smooth going for RNG. Talon, well, maybe have to just adjust for the next game. It's not over. They're still trying to stall, but I don't see the angle unless it stalls out for like 40 minutes, maybe 30 minutes. For Savage gets a lot of farm, Mikado hits his level spikes, level 25 on Hawk with Blink. Green's gonna feel good, but that's a lot of golden time here, Mike.
It's a hell of a gold time, John. He's nowhere near the stage where he can really fight here in this Dusa. 10k advance to RNG. They just control the whole map. Makoto, he's going to be in the mid lane of Solvers, but the Axial is immediately out in the Mystic Flare. Makoto survived now, the curse is out. Whole group down, onto Savage they go. They want the Dusa. He's already out of mana, he's just gone. Oh boy, it's not even close. Onto Hyde, that'll be another. Maybe he's trying his best to get something to cold and brace out. Solvers is still alive. They cannot get that kill. 4 down. RNG dropped nothing. X-Nova with the perfect curse onto 3 heroes. And well, that'll be a mid-2 tower. If you're Talon on, I realize you already said they probably start thinking about the next game, but at this point, they might start thinking about GG calls because this is not even close. SSL, Avalanche Toss, they at least find Solvers. It's a lot of gold going away from Tiny. Problem is, it's not the Tiny you need the gold right now.
Yeah, it's not here you want to hand that gold to, and we also lose the magical scoreline as well.
Mid lane. The wide, but find another. 4 to 24 now, so they double their kill score here on the side of Talon. Happy days for them. And Talon, they will not let anything quite yet. They're going to play this one out the best of their ability. Again, they're not out of this game yet. There is still a chance. They just need a hell of a lot of time.
Yeah, a lot of time. Talon's a team that does play on edge like this.
Trouble is coiled up, is going to start moving. Callus, he does move in as well. Stone Gaze is going to climb up. Callus quickly right in. They get Chad. He just got the crap onto Savage. They get the Medusa now. The curse is out. Oh, they found Hyde. On the snap player, he's going to drop. They want a little bit more. They want the set Tiny. They want revenge on the side of RNG, but they won't have it. Or will they? Callus still chasing. Tefa, he's not out of the woods yet. In fact, he runs right back into the arms of Chalice. Bye-bye, Tefa. He knows he's gone. I agree with this too. Chalice has literally won RNG in this game. Single-handedly.
Pretty much. Yeah, just kept running down on that safe lane, not getting Hyde or Savage. Play with tier 2 tower falls mid, and they just have the angle to high ground. Mikado going forward, though. No one to back them up, just trying to stall the inevitable. For Talon, I don't know. There's no new development. It's still the same story. We'll need to try to stall out as much as possible. A little bit more play with the double they have, but you're going to need EKKs on a lot of cores. You're going to want some 4 staff, safe from missed flares. You're going to need Savage farm like a madman, and none of that is looking pretty. They're all Still really behind. Still a 14k lead for RNG. At the least, core-wise, it's a 4k for every core. So it's a one item on every core. It's not like it's all piled on. And Nat can give a little bit more for Talon. It's a stretch there, Mike. It's tough.
It's a real stretch, John. Hide.
Radiant
Get caught out here by cutscenes. In comes X-Nova as well. They might sit on the KP instead. Never mind. They'll take line. No problem. Hide gone. Into the tree line they go PP. He's going to be okay to TP out. 529 though now. 15k advantage the way of RNG. And even with 3 heroes from RNG moving up towards top lane, they don't save really too far out of their base, but they do at least make their way back into the Radiant jungle, and that is going to buy a bit of time here for Savage. He's just so far behind right now. Even with the minus up, he's still got 4k behind Anna. He's just had no space. Literally none.
Yep. Map's just empty. Talon we have much control to insert all on map when getting all the plays out, planting all the boards, and keeping everything shoved out. They haven't made any play for Roshan that could secure the high ground here on RNG's end. Charles again just always on to hunt Savage.
Yeah. It's his job. Just follow Savage. Annoyed the crap out of Lusa. Link forward. It's a very aggressive link. Talon he gets punished here. Toto is going to make the jump. He's a tank boy on the AM. They'll break oil. They have the damage. Another jump. He's going to be right in front of them. He might just make it. Oh my goodness. Just TP out. Nothing else necessary.
Yeah. He's just extra durable. Max out counter spell. Magic doesn't do enough. Vanguard to block physical. They don't have that much physical on hand that brings through that. And it's not the target to go for. They drop everything they have on combo. Now Chalice is ready to go again.
Avalanche will hold for that front row. 5 to 30. More tips coming out here. X-Nova this time handing Robo Talus. On the bright side, John, they still have not approached high ground RNG's end of things, so... What's that approach?
Roshan at least. You know, there's Roshan and then go high ground. So that's all they really need to achieve that. Defense for Talon is pretty dicey. Dream Coil's nice with Stone Gaze, but they don't have follow for any of that. Mantis Style's kind of ready to go on Savage, but looks like he might actually opt for the Silver Edge first to have something to play with instead. Don't know if Mantis is good enough anyway. So let's see. Map is completely shrunk. No outer towers left for Talon. They're trying to find farm outside their high ground while they can. Clearing out the Ancients on the dire side. It's 5 to 30. It's it's gonna be just Talon gonna try to exploit small mistakes any show itself to solve because RNG just plays the perfect game.
They really have Chalice now. They have the heavens held up, making life even more challenging for Savage. Here we go again. KP may get spotted by X-Nova. Somnus is there, forcing out the KP, and KP is going to be fine to back off. He all set up. He's going to go run on this tiny. The arm burst there. X-Nova not going to play around with this ban. Just lock him down and take him out. And again, go the way of Naka, perhaps. And it will be. Naka will take this one. Another kill for the side of RNG. And still just no escape for Talon. This game number 1. Not quite yet.
Yeah, they're getting some build up. Hado has at least one defensive item to break off the Ancient Seal with the Yules. The Blink Dragon Seal is going to be an issue. It does allow a little bit more play on that Hawk. And Savage again just holding on to goal, trying to make a decision between Scotty, Manta, and his Silver Edge. Let's see what he opts for. But yeah, 17k lead for RNG, 5-3-1. They have everything. AC going to be up on now. Stop, Savage, and
very tough times, John. Very tough times. Still, they haven't high ground yet on RNG, so there's that positive. You know, it's... I'm trying to look the bright side. John, KP's gone. It's not very bright though. Kodo. Into the tree line, he goes past Zeph. He's going to jump into the big avalanche. Metal find Cast. They get something trouble. They are lose to this is Zephyr. Aster behind gets it. But he's gone. He's certainly gone. They'll have a little bit of fun before he dies. High ground perhaps is coming.
Caught. Okay.
Alice. Takes it down. Next over. Hold down up. Anna, setting up. No patience, but how to get out of this? It's not going to be easy. In fact, it's going to be nearly impossible. He does go down. On the 3,000 they go. Talon, I'm not sure if they want to try and hold against these racks going down, but maybe they see some light at the end of the tunnel with their draft. I personally don't. Into the mid 3 they go.
Yeah, it's distorted, right? Anything can happen, although the probabilities of that are very low. Mid-rack just gonna fall with no defense. They need Mikado around to play. Just gonna try and farm where they can. It looks like they're just gonna get Mega now. Against Megas, you at least have a Medusa, but they buy back.
Go to plus 0% right now, on the top ranks they go. They're going to try one to clear. He's there to take down the Tiny, no problem. Savage going to try and fight back. Anna, he's got the corner brace protected. He's taking no damage right now. The coil is in the lockdown. Can you actually take the AM down? Not quite yet. He's the one to drop. In goes Anna, right in the middle. Savage, he's out of mana once again. He's gone. GG, they have seen enough on the side of Talon. They will get taken down for game 1 by RNG. But I'd hate to be anti-hype, but if it was even close. Is it a draft issue?
Felt like a lot of it could have been boiling down to draft. They had some options to fix that, right? They could have gone for an early lane swap on Talon. Tried to have Savage play against Razor, and maybe have that deep play against AM. That could have been a little bit manageable. Savage might be able to get a little bit farming space, but they chose to stay in those lanes, and Chalice just kept running them down. Everything else just kind of flopped. The only lane that went decently was Mikado, but as you said earlier on there, Mike, is just a farm lane on mid. So that was always going to be a bit even, and they just couldn't build off of that anyway. So great draft out from RNG, reading that elastic. Well, kind of baiting Talon into it. They're going to have to adjust for game 2, try to take outside the box there, but RNG looking great to just maybe squeeze this one through.
Yeah, before we do throw the break, just say one more time, Chalice, a brilliant performance on that offlane anti-mage, literally just carrying RNG this game. With that, we are going to get off to a break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game Tuesday between RNG and of course Talon. See you then.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going to head into Game 2 draft here between Talon and, of course, the side of RNG. Jonathan, Game 1, it was a rough affair for Talon. I mean, there's no other way to put it. RNG completely dominated the game number 1. Obviously, very smart drafting, as we mentioned many times throughout that Game 1 with that last pick, position 3 AM for Chalice. And props to the man, John. In my eyes, he single-handedly just carried that game for RNG. I've got to ask you straight off the bat. Game number 2, what do you need to see differently from Talon to try and tie out this series? And is there anything in particular you'd like to see from RNG changed up, or do you think they just stick with the same kind of game plan?
I think RNG has the right game plan. If you give Savage a rough lane and give Mikado an even lane, there's no one that they can really throw the snowball on. Especially, I mean, KP had a decent enough lane as well, but he was up against Razor. Like you pointed out, you can't really dominate that lane with Spirit Siphon when you're just getting static linked anyway. So I think RNG understands what Talon tries to do with the draft, or even letting KP pick up his Death Prophet, whereas other teams banned out. And they should just be able to manage it from there. For Talon, they've got to adjust in the draft. Like they can't afford to kind of go into that. I think a big part of that equation that made it tough for them to draft for Savage was also that Skyrat Mage pickup by Kaka. Like they couldn't go for the Morphling. It's just never a good Morphling game when you have to deal with a Skyrat Mage. So they only really had the Dusa left to go into. And I think those are what they have to watch out for. The adaptability of Chalice to play something like the offlane AM, and just secret picks like the Skyrat Mage, which has been popping up more and more with that DK combination. So you need to be able to be flexible in the draft, and Talon can be, but they're not as flexible as other teams. So that is something that's going to get exploited pretty hard, especially because they have Zephyr instead of Q, right? Because Zephyr's standing in, filling in the slot, and he's doing fine enough, but to adjust your draft with a Pawns 4 you've only played with really for 2-3 days now, it isn't the easiest thing to do for the entire team. And I think very recently, all he's been playing is really tiny.
Well, you've got a lot of insight into Talon naturally being part of the organization, John. I want to ask you, what do you think the mindset of Talon is right now? Like, because we went to Savage, we know how well he plays as Medusa. It's one of his most comfortable carries to play. They end up losing in such a dominant fashion to RNG. Do you think that affects the mindset of Talon? Do you think they're a bit demoralized after that kind of series, or do you think they've reset effectively and they'll be able to come back and come in with a fresh mind for game number 2?
I think they understand what went wrong, and they're going to be able to reset off the back of it. Like they know it was just a tough Medusa lane to deal with. They didn't expect that aim to come out, and we'll see if that adjustments do come out, as we already have the draft on hand here, Mike, for game number 2. Already seeing the Brewmaster ban. Again, RNG, I don't expect too much changing there. Probably the Dawnbreaker or the Death Prophet, but they managed the DP well enough. Wouldn't be surprised by a Dawnbreaker ban. Talon can't quite first pick the Tiny, so they actually have to choose whether or not they want to ban that away, because that is something that RNG has been playing, and again, very flex to run it on the 4 on the mid. So RNG could potentially just take that to start off this game instead of the Razor and build off from there and have an even stronger, aggressive fort to play with.
Yeah, well, we'll see what happens here. Of course, the bans are coming out. Surprise, surprise, RNG, of course. Again, respect
10
banning the
seconds
Brewmaster here for
remaining.
KP. Talon this time around will go for the Viper first ban.
5 seconds
RNG.
remaining.
See what else they want to get rid of here against Talon. And I do wonder what kind of draft Talon goes into this game number 2. RNG, what kind of game plan they have for themselves for this game number 2. Obviously, maybe looking towards some different carries. The Medusa, while we have seen much success with it for Savage, it seems like RNG already kind of prepared for it. And you can tell just based off the drafts and how they ended, RNG definitely doing their homework on Talon before this series did begin. Very well aware of the specialty picks here of the Radiant team.
Radiant team ban.
And they'll get rid of the puck this time around. So, I mean, Makoto here did have a decent game to start off with. Obviously, it didn't transition well. But Puck's such a dominant hero right now in the current meta. So much scaling, just so powerful during all stages of the game. And they will just go ahead and get rid of it here, just not willing to give it back the way of Talon.
Remaining.
It might just be the fact that they don't want to go back into Skywrath Mage here against the
5
Puck.
seconds
Maybe
remaining.
Kaka just wanting to play something a little bit different here. And I'll see what Talon do pick up, or
Dire
rather ban
team
out for their second ban. It looks like they are going to get rid of the Razor. So just not happy with the Ana Razor they had to go up against last game around. And well, again, last game they did first pick Razor. It has been a very popular hero this current meta as well. So just nobody wanting to really play against it if they can avoid it. And
10
RNG,
seconds remaining.
first pick is in their court once again.
5 seconds.
I wonder where they go.
Team pick.
Face the light.
Oh, all right. They go for the Dawnbreaker. Still a very strong hero. Still that flexibility on hand, throwing it off lane, safe lane, and support. So fairly open for RNG to kind of choose a lane for it. Gives you a lot of team fight, decent sustain, good damage.
10 seconds remaining.
Gives a lot. And Talon also love to pick that hero up. They still have the option
5
for the Tiny of
seconds
Zephyr.
remaining.
That could be one way to handle the Dawnbreaker early on. At the very least, in terms of stopping the
Radiant
Starbreaker,
team
you
pick.
could go for the mixed pickup early on Talon, which Zephyr loves to play as well. Go with the Winter Wyvern first, so they get to pick up their own the sustain here, the team fight, the lane domination on Talon's end. That should give Savage a much better lane in comparison to the Snapfire. Like, it's very rare that the Winter Wyvern's not able to trade to
10
at least
seconds
force a little
remaining.
bit of space out for the safe lane. So this should provide a much stronger foundation
5
for Talon to
seconds
build off
remaining.
of.
Right. Let's see where else they go with this. I mean, it's a decent start here with the Winter Wyvern. Go right into the Tiny once again for Zephyr. Now, you kind of mentioned last game around, John Zephyr obviously having a pretty rough time
Dire
on that
team
position
back.
for Tiny. Mind you, of course, he did just kind of stand in for the team, so it is kind of expected that there might be maybe some communication issues, maybe some gelling issues going on here for Talon. Let's see if they can rectify that here with this pos for Tiny for the second game. RNG, on the other hand, straight into the Zeus. Another very popular
10
pick to be
seconds
made just based off
remaining.
how flexible it is right now and how ironically mobile Zeus
5
is at the moment
seconds
with Heavenly
remaining.
Jump. So they'll go ahead and pick that up for themselves. And, you know, like I said, John, very flexible pick here from RNG. Throw it into the mid lane, throw it into the support roles. It just doesn't matter. It's just such a powerful hero right
Radiant
now.
Team ban.
Yeah, and you have a really good
Team
global
back.
strat right now from RNG as long as you get one good initiator, Thunder God's Rat, and then just Solar Guardian on top of the hero, it's gonna die. You really have great ganking potential now from RNG. Talon, I'm surprised they go back for the Tiny. I did mention it as a possibility, but I feel like up against the Dawnbreaker, and now
10
with the Zeus,
seconds
you would have been
remaining.
better off with
Radiant
Nyx,
team
which
back.
Zephyr does play to a high level. So not going to have that easy way of just locking down the Zeus. Spike Carapace to deal with him, a Manenburn Vendetta to hunt him down, Spike Carapace to deal with the Dawnbreaker, every single one for spells. You're not going to have that simple solution on hand now, unless Talon picks that
10
Tiny
seconds
for
remaining.
Mikato. Tiny versus Zeus lane. We've
5
seen that a
seconds
couple of
remaining.
times. It's not as frequent, but it is playable for the Tiny. It's not a complete shutout, but it is also not the easiest lane because of how annoying Zeus is with a Heavenly Jump. So you're not going to get too many opportunities to kill him off as well unless he somehow mispositions for the Avalanche Toss. So still open for Talon. I think ideally right now I'm seeing for Talon, ideally you just give Mikato the Tiny here, assume the mid Zeus, pick up the Nyx. Because that really covers a lot of your bases for Talon's and to deal with the Dawnbreaker, to deal with Zeus. It is a little bit slower in lane, which is cause of concern. But the Tiny is also in some lane pairings, it's also not the most aggressive that you can be. And we saw that in the last game for Zephyr. And the Knicks should be able to still fill in that gap with KP's hero.
See where else they go, John. More bans to come out. The Shaman even being removed here by Talon. Well, it's not a hero we've seen very often throughout the major so far, but maybe just have an idea to themselves here, Talon, as to what they're picking up. 1 minute reserve time left to keep these bans going for Talon as well. Just spending a lot of time making sure they do not get trapped in this draft, as they do also get rid of the Dazzle once again. And RNG, very focused on the core lineup of Talon. I mean, naturally, you've already got 2 supports here for the Radiant side, so no need to ban out any more supports. TA, Void both being removed. Fairly standard stuff. 1 more to go.
10 seconds
Maybe you just continue
remaining.
focusing on those position 1s. Just make Savage's life
5 seconds
as hard as
remaining.
humanly possible. And it did feel like that was the game plan going into that game 1 as well. Like you mentioned it quite a bit throughout the game, but it felt like Chalice was just tunnel visioned on Savage the whole game, and so was the rest of RNG. And maybe that's the point. They're paying respect to Savage. They know how fast this man can farm. They just want to make sure he does not have a game throughout this series. Just continue focusing him down.
Yeah, just give him a tough time. I think right now the best choice for Talon's to get one of those weirder Savage heroes on hand. His safe lane Doom is something that pops out to great success, at least in Southeast Asia. Lina safe lane, he's played Slark at least once,
Radiant
and Slark
team
is like
ban.
completely dead, but he still managed to make it work. So that could be the one way. Just go kind of left field on your safe lane pickup, kind of use it as a flex, and make RNG think twice about what they want. Although this time around, Talon does have last pick overall, so they're not really pressured to kind of get that out. And you see another
Radiant
Savage here
team
banned
pick.
out, Monkey King taken away, Clockwork taken away from Talon, which is a really
Dire
good way
team
for RNG to kind of play with that Solar Guardian, so you don't have that option. And Talon will take the Lina, so it could be Savage Lina. It's right now looking more like the Mikoto Lina, but again, there's still that flex to run Mikoto Tiny, Savage Lina, Zephyr on something like the Nyx, which still feels really good. And this
10
can cause
seconds
RNG to kind of
remaining.
reconsider everything now. Maybe they expected
5
something else on the
seconds
mid. Maybe they're
remaining.
not quite
Dire
sure. Maybe they
team
straight up
pick.
Lina mid. They adjust for it, and turns out it's going to be on safe lane.
Absolutely. The Raw never give up. They will go into the Zeus, so we do know the Dawnbreaker or Zeus should be a core now. The Ogre Magi, also a hero that's been popping its head recently, and it's just a decent hero, right? It offers you a
10
stun,
seconds
nice
remaining.
domination throughout the laning stage, and obviously the Bloodlust later on, also very
5
effective.
seconds remaining.
For a hero like Dawnbreaker, handing over that Bloodlust is always going to feel quite amazing as well. John, do you predict a core Dawnbreaker hero or a core Zeus? Because I'm leaning more towards the core Dawnbreaker for RNG, but what do you think?
I'd lean towards core Zeus, honestly. Dawnbreaker as a support needs less items than the Zeus. The Zeus support still feels like you're going to want your Aether Lens, you're going to want way more than
Radiant team
you can
pick.
find in slower games there. They will go with the Lion, though, so it's probably just core both. Both Dawnbreaker and Zeus on the core position. Lion with Burst, they've got a lot of damage flying out now. Thunder God's Wrath into Finger probably just gets you a fast pick-off. You have a lot of good smoke potential. We are still
10
lacking a
seconds
good hero to
remaining.
follow up on for the Solar Guardian. Until Lion Blink, you don't
5
really have
seconds
anyone.
remaining.
So I think for RNG, you just need one other big frontliner that just jumps in, and you can really just play this game from, I'd say, minute 7. You can run around once you have a couple level 6s there.
It certainly feels that way. Already a very strong start to the draft here for RNG. Talon going to be very careful not to get outpaced by the draft of RNG because it is very aggressive. Talon, 4th pick for themselves now. They've really got to watch the pacing of their own draft here as they might just go for the KP hero up next. And they will go for the Pangali. Not something we see KP on so often, but we have seen it enough times. And Pango just, it's
no,
a pretty
I think
good
that's
offlane.
Mikado. That's Mikado.
Oh.
That's more than likely Mikado Pango. And they're last picking the KP hero, running the Savage Lina.
10 seconds
Zephyr
remaining.
Tiny along with a Hyde Winter Wyvern. Like, we have seen
Radiant
Pangolier
team
mid
back.
as a solution to Zeus. Mind you, also not to great success, because I think it was Boom we were watching with
Dire
Yopaj
team
Pango that
back.
didn't quite do well, trying to chase down the Zeus. So we'll see if Mikado has better luck. I don't think that's the best answer to the Zeus, but you do have a little bit more play with Tiny and Winter Wyvern and Lina. So it's not like you're all alone initiating. You still have team fight that can come out from KP.
10 seconds remaining.
What options does he have here? I'd say a Mars could work
5
pretty well for
seconds
KP here. Just giving you that additional hold, help the Pango have a consistent area to bounce on them, and just look for a wall near the arena to go off of. Could be one way of just relieving some of that pressure that the Pango has to have in order to just get multiple heroes down. That profit's still there, but I don't think it plays into what Talon might want to do here.
Radiant
It is a little
team
bit
back.
easier for that profit game, though, so it's not too bad. I am worried if Talon allows something like a Spectre to come in because you just Haunt, you Solar Guardian, you Thunder God's Wrath, that global strat, well, you're just going to get run down every single time that cooldown's off.
Oh, absolutely. And you still have heroes as well as
10
the
seconds
Nature's
remaining.
Prophet that you could pick up here for RNG if they want to go down that route as well. Mind you,
5
that might have to be a POS 1 Prophet if they did go down that route, but it would give you even more global presence here for RNG.
Team pick.
Ultimately as well, heroes still available like the Lycan could be very good for RNG. Hell, even if they want to take Medusa for themselves, it could be very potent against what Talon have. But personally, John, I really wouldn't mind seeing the Lycan pop up here for RNG if they really just wanted to snowball out of control. But again,
Radiant
you still
team
have the
pick.
Prophet, you still have the Deucer. They're going to go for the Bristleback instead. So it's all about tempo here for RNG. This is a draft that's not going to slow down. After the laning stage, say 15 minutes into the game, you get a couple items on this Bristle, maybe a Vanguard into an Aghanim Scepter. They're just going to run at you every single time.
10
And Talon,
seconds remaining.
I don't think their draft is too bad against the Bristle, John, but they certainly
5
don't have the
seconds
greatest
remaining.
answers.
I don't think it's actually that bad. Lina naturally builds into a Silver Edge third item, so you will have a break mechanic to deal with him. You've got enough magic damage on Lina plus Avalanche Toss and Tiny down the line to burst him down early on, so you have some solutions. I am keen to see what they will do in the laning phase to slow that down, because there's not many answers left to slow the Bristleback. DP is suboptimal, it feels like, although that will force the Bristle to consider something like an early Hood of Defiance just to deal with Spirit Siphon, but again, not particularly concerning as long as you turn your back. And they will go for the
Oh.
Sniper.
Hello?
I have not seen this out from Talon. Savage, Sniper,
Oh.
Mikado, Lina, and they will stick with a KP Pango. All right, so, you know what? I like this, because you don't have backline jump. We talked about mobility from RNG. Line Blink is their mobility, Mike. And that means
Okay.
Savage is going to be very safe in the backline until Kaka gets a Blink.
John, my only problem with that, right, is you've got a Dawnbreaker. Chalice is playing that Dawnbreaker. Assuming you can close the gap, right? Like, assuming Anna breaks the gap on Savage, or even anyone else, X-Nova, Kaka gets in there with the Blink Earth Spike, you're going to have Chalice Solar Guardian in straight away, and with the global presence of the Zeus, with Nimbus and Thunder God's Wrath, I don't know if Savage is going to be able to survive. I realize it's not the greatest backline jump, but well, I don't know about this, John. POS 1 Sniper, it's going to be interesting. I feel like I'm lacking faith in it because, like you mentioned, we don't get to see Savage playing it very often. So I don't know what to expect here from Talon. But, well, John, I'll ask you the hard question before we do get into game number 2. Do you like the draft from Talon, or do you think RNG has a superior draft going into this second game?
I think it's relatively even. Both sides have a really good way of playing. Talon has decent mid-game timing now to play with. You don't need as much farm in comparison to last time. Sniper's probably your heaviest farming hero, and it's a pretty good solution to Bristleback. The point still stands. Maybe level 7 minutes is a scary time. You don't tend to take 2-minute levels and take aim. You're not going to have that massive range to just walk away or step away from the Impale, the Earth Spike, and that can be pretty scary as the Solar Guardian follow-up is there, but if you do manage to get the levels up, like, this is a Sniper and Lina who can stand a mile back. So catching out these two long-range cores is going to be tough until the Blink is up. And I think that's the concern. If Talon do manage to adapt and get their distancing just right to cut off that stun Solar Guardian play, you can kind of run this well. You've got pretty good long-range damage spells coming out with the Laguna and the Assassinate even. And it just gives him a few more options to deal with that Bristleback. So I think the pressure's on RNG to repeat what they did in Game 1. Because if they don't manage to run down these lanes, I think Talon has a pretty good chance of going for the outscale here.
I certainly agree with you on that, John. We'll see how this game number 2 does go. Of course, Talon backs against the wall now. RNG 1 game ahead in this best of 2 series. Talon would love to force a draw here, but naturally RNG would love the 2-0 victory. And based off the way they played that game 1, they certainly are in a prime position to try and take this second game. But let's not judge too quickly. We'll see what happens. So there might be a fight to break out over those bounty runes prior to that 1 minute mark coming in. Problem is you are up against the Bristleback level 1, so chances are you don't really want to force a fight, but it seems like KP and Zeph are going to be able to zone Ana away from that top bounty, and it should still end up... Oh, it's actually going to be a 3-for-1. Okay, so RNG, they find 3 bounties anyway. Talon not in position to try and secure a second one, so already a net worth lead to go the way of RNG early on. A nice little cheeky start here for RNG. And while we're here, John, we'll start with the bottom lane. You're going to have 23 Savage and Hyde along, or rather against, Chalice on that Dawnbreaker and Kaka on the Lion. John, this is a very dangerous lane for Talon. Like, you get caught out once by an Earth Spike into the Starbreaker, you are just going to die as 23 Savage. There's just no surviving it.
Yeah, the one thing is that opening is usually in the first 3 levels. Once you do at least have the value point and take aim, it's not as bad for the sniper to just stand back. You can just plink away at Chalice if he does step a bit closer, and Hyde does have more play on that Winter Wyvern. Again, he just pops Arctic Burn, trades really nicely with Kaka, giving the space out to Savage. He's going to be the one copying the Earth Spikes here. So as long as it's not Savage receiving that, then setting up for the Hammer along with the Starbreaker is a little bit tougher, and Savage should be able to farm a lot better in comparison to game 1 at least.
Of course, the other side lane, John, up at top lane, and on X-Nova, going to be against Zephyr and KP once again. Zephyr, we already mentioned this, but had a pretty tough time in game number 1. See if you can kind of rectify that going into game 2 on the same hero, being the Tiny. KP, he'll switch it up with the Pos 3 Tango as Ana. And X-Nova, going to take a fair bit of damage here, but going to be just fine to walk away. Very important against the Bristleback as well, to just get as much damage in as early as possible. Once you get those initial points in the Bristleback, you're not going to get that much damage off. And well, bot lane, Savage is down. That combo we talked about, John, Earth Spike, Hex, into Starbreaker, and Celestial Hammer, you aren't going to survive right now if you are the sniper.
Yeah, you really just have to put your body here as Hyde, be the one to cop the spells, give Savage the farm. If you do manage to focus him down, the lane becomes infinitesimally harder. You're going to need, again, levels and take aim there. At the least, top lane's also equally challenging for Ana.
Certainly is. Avalanche is there, but the stick charges are going to make sure Ana does survive. It's now Zephyr. Oh, he went too far for it. Ana, very nice bait with the stick charges. Is able to survive through it. Will even salve up thanks to X-Nova. So he's going to be just fine to stick around in the lane. And to be frank, John, he's almost got enough gold now for the Ring of Health anyway. So chances are he doesn't need to go back to the base for the reset. With that Talon, I think top lane, they've kind of almost missed their timing here to try and deal the damage to Ana that they needed to.
Yeah, you just gotta temper back the aggression, know when to really fully commit. The issue is they're both really tanky on RNG. Even trading with X-Nova can be pretty painful. So you have a lot of play there for RNG, and this is the point where that tiny support does need to soak a lot more EXP. You know, you don't have the value point in toss. You're gonna need to sap away from what KP wants to get, and Ana walks over. It doesn't quite buy out the Ring of Health though, but it's gonna be fine to walk away.
I like the way that Zephyr's just blocking the secret shop, just threatening Ana with an Avalanche combination, but doesn't have the toss-up right now, so really can't even hope to kill Ana at the moment. With that Ring of Health is there. How's the mid lane been going? You've had Somnus and Makoto going at it, and for now, it's a very even affair once again between these two as top lane. Bit of a chase here onto KP. A nice Avalanche, though, from Zephyr. And the Swashbuckle will be enough to take down the Ogre. That'll be the first kill coming up for Talon much earlier on than, say, game 1.
Yeah, it's not the biggest kill, but certainly something KP needs. Gonna have the full urn flying out next, so you can maybe start to look for more kills, build up the charges, start running from there. RNG, again, though, their lanes are set up to be a lot faster. They are starting to find it. Mid lane, as you mentioned, still even, but I do feel like this is much more of a Zeus-favored lane. Their spam ability is just a lot better than the Lina.
Savage, Makoto, they're going at it, but Savage, the one taking too much damage here down at bot as Chalice, eventually is forced to back away. Meanwhile, mid lane, more rotations coming in now onto Somnus, but Savage actually chasing Chalice as his action all across the map. Nobody actually going to end up dying, though. with that, again, the aggression really kicking up from RNG already. Savage CSing very well right now on the sniper, but it's been a very dangerous time for the poor man. He is still finding the farm though, which is certainly good news for Talon. Mid lane though, Makoto has been caught out and is going to drop Kaka. Very smart rotation of the Lion. He will not even die. He stick charges mid-toss and he makes it out.
Yeah, just knowing the limits of his movement here on the line, just preventing Talon from finding any trades back. Getting slowed down here from Mikado is pretty bad news. Again, this lane tends to favor the Zeus by a slight amount, at least in harassment back. Simply because Art Lightning is super annoying, and you're more mobile with Heavenly Jump in comparison to Lina. So Mikado can't really leverage his right clicks, walk forward, and try to harass. With that Fiery Soul, Zeus can always just kind of hop away. So, a bit of a slower start. RNG getting off on the right foot once more. Starting to get the early timings they want, especially on Ana. The Vanguard's not too far off. KP's trying to get aggressive with Zephyr, though.
He's trying. Not really too much they can do, even against the Ogre right now. Xnova will just kind of tank through it. Bot lane, Hyde, may just get jumped. Earth Spike is there. Chalice in with the Starbreaker, and that's going to be more than enough. Savage trying to get some sort of a trade, but gets nothing. He's only level 4 right now on the sniper, and look at this Chalice just running him down. No fear in the world. Savage, he's trapped up by the creep wave. He'll try to run the other way, but Chalice, he'll keep chasing him down. Luckily, there was no Starbreaker available, but the TPs are coming in. Meanwhile, Kaka, he does go down to Savage, as now they've gone a bit too far. Chalice, he's gonna drop. Hyde with the rotation to make the kills work. 3 to 4 now. And Talon, they are putting a fight back up here against RNG for game number 2. It's Makoto, mid lane, will be chased down by the Zeus, but Xnova, he's going to intervene and help out Somnus. Makoto eventually should just drop and does. It's Kaka, even rotates over on the line, and that'll be another. Zephyr, trying to help his mid laner out, but it's not going to be enough as Somnus will continue chasing, but Zephyr, still alive for now. Surely not for long, as Xnova is there with the Fire Blast very soon, but the toss-up, Zephyr still trying. The Ignite, though, going to connect with the Earth Spike. It's off the mark, but the Thunder God's Wrath, it'll get the job done. So they do at least get Xnova for their trouble. But finding Makoto on the Lina, that's the big deal. They do find it.
And they're building up quite nicely now on Somnus. Mikado does have a little bit more EXP to play with, and is going into that BKB, so jumping him like that gonna be a lot tougher until you get that blink up on Kaka, but it does feel like he has been having a pretty good time on the Lion, at least in getting action out for his team. 4-6, much more even in this game, as Talon are holding out quite nicely. They are giving Ana quite some space here, though. Again, Vanguard already up in the bristle, straight to the Ags. Next, Ana's just going to be looking to run around, and they're just not pressuring him as much as RNG's pressuring Savage. Smoke out now from RNG, looking to head down bot and plump up.
Absolutely. Kaka, he'll front line. Somnus will be right behind the line as they'll get some wards down. High ground in that Radiant jungle, and Makoto again going to get caught out. Perfect warding here from Kaka. Just reading the movement once again from the mid lane of Talon. Zephyr, he does get a quick D-ward out, but the damage is already done. Makoto, he had such a great laning start with the CS, but it's really fallen behind quite a bit thanks to all these kills coming out.
KP.
In a bit of trouble. Xnova trying to force out the Rolling Thunder, but never mind that. KP not even going to have a chance to do so, as Xnova was there with the stun out. Another kill to go the way of RNG.
And you're building up on RNG 4-8. And you're going to hit those early timings on your Zeus here as well, going for the Kaya. And once that's up and running, going to be really easy to burst some of these heroes down, especially since the BKBs are still a ways off for a lot of them. So you've got that big window now for RNG to play that aggressive game that we saw from game 1. And Talon, it's going to be stall once more. Just need to try to keep stalling. They'll catch Chalice.
Nice rotation from Zephyr. KB going to be around as well, and Talon, realizing how important Chalice was in game number 1, will really ensure that he can not have a game on this Dawnbreaker. Just feeding more kills back the way of 23 Savage.
Yeah, I like this change from Talon. They're emphasizing helping out Savage more, enabling their sniper to hit that early pace. KP's been getting a lot more active in comparison to his DP last time around. The one thing with Talon though is that they can't really use these kills to force a push. They have decent right click, but you're not going to be expecting your sniper and your lanes to really focus on that. Haka.
Top lane again. Winter's Curse is there though. Hyde trying to turn this one around. Chalice going to delete his teammate as Makoto can keep going. And now Zephyr. What an avalanche toss combination. Chalice, he will keep running though, but the chase is on. Chalice, he's going to be okay to survive through it. But they do find Kaka on the Lion. A very nice curse out from Hyde, and so important for Hyde to continue landing these big curses throughout these engagements as now X-Nova dropping rather low on the Ogre, but he's going to be okay to survive through it.
Dire's middle tower is
Yeah,
under
they're starting to get some pretty big stacks out for both Ana and Chalice to start clearing out. Important for both these heroes to find those early pickups. BKB for Chalice can be key in taking some of these fights, especially since the counterplay right now from Talon is just that curse on the Silver Guardian when they do try to set up the line. And that is enough to kind of throw it off. You also really need that Ags on Ana still, as we mentioned. Once you have the nasal goo going everywhere, the bonus damage from Warpath always being up is going to be an issue. As long as Ana can walk up to a target, these heroes are fairly squishy on the side of Talon. So you've always got a good response. And RNG, just go for the smoke again.
Radiant are scanning.
Why the hell not? RNG
Dire are scanning.
really just trying to match or just increase the pace here against Talon. Into the triangle they go, but this time around Savage won't be around. Instead, they'll loop behind Makoto and Hyde and see if they can catch off this Wyvern into the Lina. In fact, it's a big wrap around Makoto and Hyde. They don't realize it. Thunder God's Wrath is there. That'll give all the vision they need. And the Wyvern already gone here for Hyde as Makoto. He's going to try to find a way out, but there's no way out. Kaka will hand over the finger. RNG finding their 10th kill of the game. 1k advantage now the Dire's way, and
Radiant's
again a very
bottom
nice
tower is under
wraparound,
attack.
making life as difficult as possible for
Radiant
Makoto.
structures are fortified.
It's a big to find the Lina. You slow down that BKB that he really needs to stand up front and just not care about the Lion, not care about the Zeus.
There's a wraparound here bot lane, John. KP gonna be around, but Starbreaker does stop the Rolling Thunder. Here it comes. Assassinate will be there to follow up, but Chalice is still alive. Salves up. KP gonna try and take him out with the swashbuckle, but it's not gonna be enough. The salve does save the day as KP. He'll keep running towards the north. Somnus,
Dire's middle tower
no
is
way
under
to stun
attack.
here, so KP is gonna be just fine to back his way out. And in the meantime, Makoto trying to get that pressure onto the mid-tier 1 tower. Does do quite a bit of damage here to RNG's mid-tier 1. And so nobody ends up dying down at that bot lane so far. Happy days for both teams. But you've got to admit, John, Talon doing a decent job this game number 2. Kind of forcing RNG across the map, but not allowing them to get the kills they want.
Yeah, they're not getting too much for the movement coming out. You're pretty happy with how the network's distributed right now for Talon, considering you're 4 kills behind. You're not too far behind on network at all. Like, Ana's still number 1, but only by a slight margin. You're also getting that build up on Somnus, but Makoto's also not that far behind in comparison to the Zeus. The BKB timing should still line up. You're going to have a much faster blink here for Zephyr as well in comparison to game 1. And you're going to have that Spirit Vessel for KP sooner rather than later to kind of stop that Bristleback from feeling too tanky from the Solar Guardian heal. So some answers are presenting themselves. RNG still feels like they just have way more uptime in this aggression. When Fingers back up and Tundra God's Wrath is there, you can just smoke out, get a stun, and kill. You can always just play with that tempo for RNG. And Talon will have to understand that tempo a little bit more. They've just been caught off guard by the smokes a couple too many times. Although they are lining up top, but without Zephyr's blink, gap closing right now is pretty tough.
Yeah, they are making, again, life as hard as possible here for Chalice, and it does go back to the meta a little bit. See, POS 3 right now is one of the most important roles in the game, if not the most important, as Zephyr is going to move in with the Tumbler's Toy, but he's going to get an avalanche off, and that'll be enough. Maybe just trying to force rotations from RNG, but no TPs do come in. RNG not flinching as KP now. He's going to show up. They'll see Chalice, but Chalice also sees him, and that's going to be enough to force him back into the tree line. As now Solar Guardian onto Savage. They've got the sniper locked down, and Kaka setting up another great fight here for RNG. Hyde going to try and survive with the cold embrace. He is going to be fine for now. They'll try to punish Chalice for his insolence, and maybe they find him with the Laguna and the Rolling Thunder. It's going to be enough. Thing is, it's a great trade for RNG, finding that position 1 sniper, and now Anna, he can really start to pull ahead of this POS 1.
Yeah, he's building up. Ags only 400 gold away. And so that's up and running. You have to find some way of stopping Anna. No Silver Edge in sight yet for Mikado, and he's still saving up for that BKB. You're also probably going to want the Diffusal on KP after the Blink, and likelihood is he might just go Blink Yields. I think a little bit of mana burn will make Anna's life a lot tougher. That could be an angle he takes down the line here as well. 7-11, 3k lead popping out for RNG off the back of those kills. Savage needs his own BKB. Like, he's going for Dragonlance first, and they might find Kaka.
Yeah, they should have him here. Savage, he'll take the kill with the Assassinate. Got to pick up there onto Kaka as Anna gives the wall plate over to his support. A T1 top tower now to be focused down by KP, but we are 15 minutes into the game, so it is going to be quite a late side lane T1 to take. And RNG, they do actually have a chance to come defend this if they really want to. But it seems like they're more than happy with the timing of the T1 going down, and they might just let this one go. Maybe focus on the mid lane T1 tower of the side of Talon. Chalice is already there with X-Nova. Applying the pressure, but Makoto will be around to try and defend this, and looks like it might just be enough to force RNG back. At least they are moving up to defend the top tier 1 now against KP. And so Talon, they don't really get much out of this. Just forcing rotations once again from RNG, but RNG, they don't really seem to mind. Anna's still farming, and the Ags is up and completed. There's KP. Maybe they'll go for a bit of a chase, but nah, they won't get nothing. Just back up to the top tier 1 they go.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Really curious about what our odds are looking like here, and it is heavily flavoring RNG Talon, considering that game 1 and considering the performance in the tournament overall. Probably very right in those odds. Just not the easiest time here for Talon and Savage.
Yeah, he's been watched, John. Anna's going to make his way over. Somnus, he'll stun him up for a moment. Savage, not going to make it out. Realizes it as well as he will just drop. Anna, he'll take the kill. RNG, they've just found so many pickoffs around this area. Just able to always sneak their way in as they'll hide. Shows up for a moment, and Kaka, no hesitation, just jumps right in. It's KP. He might try to find a trade onto this line, but can't get it. There's just no damage. Onto the mid-tier 1 tower RNG goes. And really just no way of stopping them. Nothing they can do right now, I don't think, Talon.
Yeah, just give it away. Talon cut their losses, tried to play elsewhere, keep getting that build up. You do have the BKB and Mikado, so there's a little bit more play. A little bit strange of Hyde to just stand there. He literally froze in place for like a second without moving, so gave that opportunity up to RNG. Gets punished without the Winter Wyvern, no curse, no play. Talon, there's a couple of weird things going on here, Mike. Hyde is going for Ags on his support Winter Wyvern. Like, it is a valuable Winter Wyvern Ags game, but I feel like you could get away with a couple of, intermediary items. Maybe a Blink, Glimmer Cape to save from the magic damage, at the very least, to mitigate some of that Zeus output. Force Staff to reposition your sniper if he's caught off guard. But they prioritize the Yags. I mean, if Hyde manages to find that in good timing, that could be one way to just make that Bristleback feel a lot softer. It's still a pause 5 trying to farm an Ags here, though.
Yeah. It certainly does feel valuable, like you mentioned, against the Bristle and even the Dawnbreaker. And it could even be just perhaps about the extra vision you get with that Arctic Burn throughout these engagements. It might just be about that, because consider, John, you are fighting against the Zeus, who just gets all the vision with that Thunder God's Wrath. So maybe they want to kind of match that with Hyde, but it is certainly an interesting item choice here from the Wyvern, that's for sure. RNG will have to be careful now. Talon smoked up as 4, but RNG, they are grouped up, ready to go, and Chalice, he just got his BKB. This is perfect timing for RNG to force a fight. They will throw in at least the Ogre, but the Solar Guardian is going to fly through. Still Makoto has his own BKB and will try to force a fight now onto Chalice, who does pop his own BKB. Back in onto Zephyr. Will continue chasing down the Tiny, but won't find nothing. RNG losing one Ogre for now. They will not be able to get any form of revenge onto Talon. And that should be good enough for Talon for now. Just happy with the kill they get. But RNG, they are not. They'll smoke up as 3. Anna will follow. If they can find a pick off up at the top lane, and Zephyr, he is around the corner. He might break the smoke, but it may cost his own life as the smoke is broken on Chalice now and Somnus. He pops the ulti, gets the vision, and they'll take the kill. Successful trade here for RNG once again.
They catch out Zephyr, bigger kill in the Tiny compared to the Ogre Magi. They don't manage to find any other stragglers. And Zephyr's sacrifice does allow Talon to back off, but still building up for RNG once more. 9-14, 2K lead still standing. Not as wide as it was in game 1. Ana still having a pretty free game on his bristleback. The Talon aren't completely shut out yet. Savage for the Militrim should be able to farm. He is working onto his shard into the BKB. He's got some protection when he does get jumped once those items are up. Looks like he will opt for BKB first. That should cut off a lot of the angles for RNG in jumping. He's got to react pretty quick to the Blink Hex and on pockets on top. That still shouldn't be an issue for RNG.
Must admit, John, I've never seen that weapon on Bristleback. The whole fish thing he's holding right now. That's a new one, at least for me. I like it though. What's it called?
It's a nice one.
The Bog Stomper Fish Club. Very nice.
Yeah. Very, very nice. Very, very embarrassing to die to the Bristleback being slapped around by a fish. A very, very suitable item for Ana. Enjoying himself there. But it's never fun if you're in the receiving end. That is Talon that's experienced right now, KP.
Yeah, gonna get stunned up here. Chalice again, and the finger. Kaka, 4 finger stacks now already on that line. 20 minutes into the game as they even found Hyde on the Winter Wyvern. He does have Curse up if he wants to commit and try to run, but instead he'll go for the Cold Embrace, and they will secure another kill here for RNG. It's 2 go down top lane. Again, at least Makoto and Savage, they are trying to farm their way up, and they are doing a decent job of it, but like you just mentioned, John, Ana, he's still just out-farming them quite a bit on this Bristleback, and well, sadly for Talon, they still don't have a way of breaking the Bristle.
We'll have one soon. Silver Edge being farmed up by Mikado already has a Shadow Blade at the least. So once that break mechanic's up, it should be much easier to handle that Bristleback for sure. Gonna take more time, but not too much time. So some solutions are presenting themselves. RNG, I mean, they could start to platoon. This Zeus is, you know, up against BKBs. It's not going to feel great. And Talon will go for their first big group up for the smoke here.
They will. Talon. They'll move in. And smoke up. Can they find Hyde? He'll get some wards down. X-Nova will be spotted. So Zephyr makes the jump in onto the Ogre. That'll be the pos 5 gone here for RNG. Not the greatest kill in the world, but maybe they can rotate into Roshan still. Zephyr has been caught out. A curse is there, but it only catches one. Chalice still fine, but now the toss back. Zephyr setting up another kill. We'll find a second as Ana. Spirit Vessel is there. He'll BKB up and does find Zephyr. Meanwhile, towards the south, Kaka tried to move in, but could not get Savage as he drops as well. Talon successfully able to fight back now against RNG, but the fight's not over yet. Ana, he'll show up once again. He might just find Hyder here on the Wyvern, but Arctic Burn is out, and that's going to be enough to get him out of there. So a successful team fight the way of Talon this game around. And RNG, back to the drawing board for them.
Yeah, I mean, there is that one thing Talon can do about Ana. In the middle of these fights, you could still ignore the Bristol. At least until the point where he gets an Abyssal, you don't really need to concern yourself too much. If you can kite him around, and you do have enough to kite here from Talon's end, so they prioritize the other target first, they back off. Ana can't really keep chase, and a hit and run does go Talon's way. Still a 2k lead for RNG though, not the biggest loss in the world, as Ana is still up there, although his lead is only about 1k now on that Bristle, working towards his Blink and the Assault Cuirass. That's going to be the point where it's going to be pretty hard to ignore him. And he's starting to take the charge here.
And he is, but they've got a Silver Edge up. Still, it won't matter. KP already gone as now Zephyr going for a toss back, but the Solar Guardian is going to be there to help out still Kaka. Does at least drop, and now the curse is out onto Chalice. They've locked in 3 of them, but do they have the follow-up? Chalice, he's going to barely survive as Talon. They will back their way out, but keep in mind Makoto, he does have Silver Edge up now, so maybe they can force it onto Ana. Miss Ana is going to back off, and they will not find the opening they were looking for. So a successful team fight this time around for RNG. And hell, they might even force Roshan here with the Bristle. But never mind Ana, he turns around, goes the other way.
Yep. It's still a little bit risky to go into the Roshan. I mean, Winter's Curse is down. Good. If it was up, it would be a bit tough. That would have been an opening, but probably not feeling too safe without the line to help them set up for that fight. Talon is getting that build up. Yeah, with that Silver Edge up in Mikado, this is the moment where you can get a lot more aggressive, and Savage is a lot more protected with that BKB. So this is where things can kind of kick into gear. You're not completely worried about Somnus trying to burst everyone down now. On the Zeus, his output just stops for several seconds. That's more than enough time to try to get a handle on that hero. But RNG, despite that little bit of back and forth, they still have that 4K lead. Widening it back up, blink up on Ana. So you can't just ignore him. He will jump on top of you. You've got to be able to jump him first. And we'll see whether or not Mikado finds the angles with his Silver Edge.
We'll see. There's going to be a smoke up here from Talon. Savage, he will not be smoked, but he'll be right behind the team. Well, that blink from Ana is certainly going to be very effective in being able to jump the backline right onto Savage. Zephyr barely missing out on Karka, but they'll find Ana instead. But look at the blink in. Hyde already being targeted here. The Arctic Burn's going to allow him to get away for now. Talon roaming around. Solar Guardian will be there, but the Rolling Thunder stunning him up immediately as Ana. And Karka does go down, but Makoto, he's in such big trouble. He will drop on the Lina as Ana just rushes him. Chalice still chasing Hyde on that Wyvern, is not going to be able to get him. It will end up being a 2-for-2 trade, but it is still in the favor of RNG as now Somnus going to be attacked by Savage, but I'm not sure about this one, Savage. He'll go for a TP out with the BKB, and he's going to make it. He just wanted to try for a very quick kill onto the Zeus beforehand, but now RNG, seeing the TP out by Savage, will go right into the Roshan, and it doesn't appear to be any way of stopping this from happening.
Goes a bit too fast. Zephyr does have Blink, but they need to move quickly, and just not going to be quick enough. Ana with 2 lives, much bigger issue to deal with. That split up fight just constant. Mikado needed to be on point with a break. It wasn't there.
Certainly not. Zephyr now. It'll be okay to blink out on the Tiny. 15 to 21. 6K advantage the way of RNG. Talon certainly putting up a much better fight this game too. You see that Dota Plus score, John, not looking too healthy the way of Talon. 79% the way of RNG. They do find Hyde down at that bot lane as well. Karka, just an absolute menace on his signature Lion. And John, 6 finger kills now. So 240 bonus damage on those fingers. Very nice.
Lots of HP coming out as well with the Talon. Lots more durable on that hero. Only having the 4-staff really for stats. More than enough. RNG, 7K lead. Just need to clear out some of those tier 2s, and then they can pressure high ground. The high ground hold of Talon is decent. They've got Curse, they've got a sniper to stall out the game somewhat, but they do have really good jump. Like with the Ags from Somnus, just Nimbus on the supports, just have Kaka go in first as well, and Solar Guardian top, and you clean up very fast. I think that's the issue for Talon, especially if they lose Hyde. If Hyde dies, your counterplay is gone. You really need that Curse to help get control, especially through the BKBs. And Hyde has no way of being defensive. Again, no Blink, no Glimmer Cape, no 4-staff. He's just dead caught out.
Here we go. Top lane, KP has been caught out, and that's going to be another kill to go the way of RNG as Chalice now able to afford the full basher up and does pick it up immediately. Even more kind of utility here for the Dawnbreaker. Oh, Solar Guardian is out. Zephyr is caught. Karka once again, setting up another great fight. Well, Tiny just not long for this world as RNG just not slowing down, just rushing the side of Talon. They will lose X-Nova thanks to Makoto. With that, RNG, they might just slow down for a moment. Not wanting to go too far into that Lina. Or back off.
Yep, just no need to rush. Aegis still standing for about 2 minutes 40. You've got Ana with his own basher ready to go. Upgrade for the Abyssal, only 700 gold away. And once that's up, with a Blink, again, you can't just ignore the Bristle back. So we'll have to see if Hyde's investment on his Ags is going to pay off, as he does have gold for it.
Karka's trying to solo this Lina, and he's going to do it too. Oh, Karka! I mean, he had the Nimbus from Somnus, but that's a real concern if you're this Lina, John. Like, Makoto, he gets stunned up, and he's just dead.
Yeah, it's again, you have BKBs, but you have to anticipate the line, and you still have really good jump from RNG to preempt the BKB use. Tal needs good vision. They do have decent wards, but so does RNG to play offensive. And RNG's just been leveraging that information game, even all the way back in game 1. They're always on point with where they want to play, where they know the enemy will want to play, and just punish them constantly.
Just incredible play from the support line. I mean, it's something you come to expect from Kaka on this hero, but it's every time. It's now Zephyr gonna make the jump in. X-Nova already gone, but Zephyr, he's in big trouble now. Solar Guardian will fly through. Anna, meanwhile, has found Savage. Bash is there. There will be a curse out to try and protect the sniper, but it's not gonna be enough. This Blink Dagger on Anna really paying off now, as there's 4 heroes down for Talon. It just happened so quick.
Yeah, and now you can clean up an RNG. Go for the additional tier 2s, threaten onto the high ground. Aegis not the most time left. You have managed to just build up your lead once more, shut down Talon. Savage, he's got some farm, it's just not enough farm. Needing that Hurricane Pike now, understanding that he will just be jumped. The shard not enough to keep him safe. And still a ways off from getting that, even just a Force Staff from that equation. Respawns are fairly short at least for Talon, so they're going to be around for the defense. You really need Hyde here. And again, he does have the Ags, so maybe they can slow it down somewhat with that Arctic Burn when he does come back up.
3 tower, John just can't survive. Anna hitting for about 500 damage right now with these right clicks. Not very fun to have to watch your base fall to this bristleback like this, but Talon, without the sniper, have no way of defending. But have to watch it go down. RNG, they will spare them a second Rax for now. Just back off and get back to the drawing board. Get a reset and maybe come back a bit later on, but there's a 16k advantage as bot lane. KP, he'll get the Rolling Thunder, and he will be able to survive for the meantime. The Somnus getting tipped here by Anna. Not exactly sure what happened there, but it won't matter too much.
Yeah, and I mean, you managed to force out the roll. It's not the longest cooldown in the world, but you're also stopping KP from just holding a lane and trying to build his own farm up. 1728, 17k lead for RNG. They only have 1 outer tower left to worry about from Talon. They're 1 racks up. Talon haven't made any inways towards tier 2s. It's another slow game. Again, better circumstances than game 1, but it doesn't feel all too much better. I mean, they need to find a way of playing with what they have, because they have enough to get those kills, but they're not really able to find the big ones. They're finding support kills here and there. They haven't been able to touch this bristleback. Anna's still 604.
That he is, John. That he is. He's just got no fear in the world either. Like, he'll just blink right into that sniper or even Makoto on the Lina. Again, the Blink Dagger really paying off here for this bristleback this game, and he always knows he's got the backup. Chalice will always be there with the Solar Guardian in case he needs it. And hell, now Chalice has got an overwhelming blink himself, so it just gets worse and worse for the backline of Talon, being the sniper and the Lina. They are still farming, and yeah, they've got some great high ground defense as 5, but it's still going to be rough, and we might find out very soon how that high ground will go, as RNG are slowly setting up for the bot lane. They won't commit yet, but Makoto, oh, he's going to get jumped on. Kaka, he just has no mercy. Right in. Earthspike was there. Zephyr gonna try and punish, but the Aeon Disc is out. Kaka will not die. KP's gonna roll back towards Anna, but that's not where you want to go right now. Anna stuns him up. The physical damage is just way too high. This KP's still running. Anna, he won't tie Fountain. That's something new.
Yeah, plays it safe, plays it smart, opts clear out the racks, and
First is there, but Kaka is still safe. Nothing coming out here from Anna. Kaka, was that
E-Blade.
E-Blade was out from Somnus, and now the double stun. Away onto Makoto. He'll try to fight back on the Lina. It might be getting close to that time where the Fountain Dive start coming, John. They're moving pretty darn close here on RNG. Makoto getting jumped by Chalice, but no, Ethereal Blade will save the day for Makoto now, as Kaka is going to back his way out, but he has his own Ghost Scepter now. 2 racks is up here for RNG, 3 down for Talon. That was a full team wipe, that last engagement. And to make matters worse, John, there's a double damage rune sitting at that bottom rune spot. So RNG, they could really just come back at any time.
They've got the full AC ready to go here on Ana. Once the courier comes in, so even more durability coming out from that bristle. It feels like they need a Linkens on at least one. Like, legitimately, just to block the Hex and just get your BKB off when Kaka jumps, because that's been the one play that RNG's been playing off the back of, and they haven't itemized against it on Talon. Roshan is up, going to be taken from RNG very quickly here. Roshan number 2 with 3 shards. Big shards to hand over onto Ana, but they'll give it to Kaka instead, so he's got even the spell immunity on the mana drain split.
And why not? Why not? Kaka's just been incredible. And look at Ana onto Hyde, finds the Wyvern. Still, maybe they can find their revenge this time around. The Laguna is there. That'll be the first life. A good start here for Talon, at least finding that Aegis. It's KP. Roll around onto X-Nova, but we'll back off as now. Earthspike Kaka once again onto Savage. Ana just gonna rush him down. This sniper just trying to get away, but Ana, he won't let it happen. He just goes right after Makoto afterwards, and Zephyr will toss him up, but the GG's called. Talon, no buybacks available. RNG just proving to be the better team here today, John. First game around, I gave props to Chalice. This second game, John, you gotta mention Kaka. This man's lying. It's always just so incredible.
Yeah, you really put that game on his back there. They played perfectly with just that. We mentioned it from the draft. They had no other way of playing with that Solar Guardian threat and the global threat with Zeus. But Kaka delivered the goods. He was all they needed. As when he got the blink up, Talon just didn't have enough vision coming out to protect against that. Didn't have Linkens to protect. They needed a lot to stop that random play. And RNG, again, read them like a book. Talon going to have to look elsewhere to try and climb up. But RNG looking pretty cemented now to maybe even gun for that top 4 here in the groups.
Oh, that they certainly are, John. RNG just looking fantastic after this series. And props to Talon for trying, John, but RNG just proving to be way too powerful. And, well, again, you can really tell they did their homework going into this series, just completely annihilating Talon in this best of 2. Still, John, we are going to have another series coming up. I believe we have Boom vs. Na'Vi coming up on the C stream, so that should be a pretty hype series for us to be involved in. So we are going to head off to a very short break and get prepared for that second series of the day. For now, it is MLP Dota and John X Fire. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with our second series very, very soon.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are into our second series of the afternoon here between Na'Vi and, of course, Boom Esports. And it is MLP Dota and John X Fine once again. Jonathan, second series of the day, sir. Obviously, I'm sure you're feeling fantastic because we have a very hyped series here between Na'Vi and Boom. Before all that, though, how are you doing, sir? I've got to ask.
I'm doing great, Mike. I'm looking forward to see how both of these teams play out. Na'Vi standing a little bit better here in Group B for now, in that top 4 to go into the upper bracket. Boom, kind of in the middle of dropping out, kind of tied up with Beastcoast Boom themselves in the EG right now. So, gonna need to really find that win to start climbing up here. And we'll have to see if Boom manages to get that done. Again, the majors have been a lot more even, and you can see Boom players right now as well, with their beautiful poses, of course.
Of course.
Kev just looks like he's about to laugh for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah. Might I add, by the way, John, the CEO of Boom Esports, Gary, did message me earlier this morning, and I'm sure you know what he had to say, but Gary, he had a tough time in Stockholm, right? He flew all the way to Sweden. His team did not make it to the main stage. He didn't get to see them. He's kind of thinking right now maybe they're on the path to the same kind of issue here where he's going to fly over to Arlington and maybe they don't make it to the main stage. So scary times right now for Boom. You already talked about Na'Vi being kind of ahead of them in the group stages right now. And so for Boom, very important to get those points up. But before we go further into that, let's have a look at the lovely faces of our enemies here for Boom. Of course, Na'Vi, Natus Vincere, the lovely faces here. Of course, V-Tune, the POS1 here doing a fantastic job as of late. John, Na'Vi, you mentioned it. They're ahead right now in terms of groups against Boom Esports. Maybe feeling a little bit confident considering the standing of Boom right now. What are you thinking about this team? Like, how strong is Na'Vi really in the current meta? Do you think they have a great chance against Boom, or do you expect it to be an even matchup?
I figure it's even, maybe even slightly ahead for Na'Vi. Overall, Southeast Asia's just not been, well, we've not been doing too good, Mikey. I think there's some... I'm not sure what's up. I think Boom has the best shot out of all of the Southeast Asian teams, and because they've stuck together, they are not having stand-ins. They've had a lot more prep time. They had like 2 days ahead of arriving. They not quite the same as Stockholm. So in theory, they should be the better ones, better prepared among the C teams. But I don't know. I think overall, it feels like we might have fallen behind, and I actually say Na'Vi is going to be looking a little bit better. The odds are favoring Boom. But I think Na'Vi surprised us enough times that I would go against those odds here.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's the SCA fans coming in here with those betting odds, which is, it's fair enough. You got to support your teams if you want to see them win. Boom, like you said, John, it does feel like, at least in terms of meta, it felt like from the previous series we've watched, they do seem to be maybe a little bit behind in terms of meta right now. We know this team is the kind of team that starts off slow, though, to be fair. So day number 3, you got to start racking up points. Na'Vi, sort of in the same boat, to be fair. I mean, you mentioned it. Currently tied in second, but still kind of considering the middle of the pack here for Natus Vincere. So certainly wanting to establish themselves in the upper bracket going into the playoffs. And day three, obviously very, very important for pretty much every team in the group stage, but more so for Boom Esports right now that, again, just really needs the points going into this best of two series. Talk to me about hero matchups, though, Jonathan. Like, we know the standard heroes right now in the meta. We know the Tiny's popular, the Puck, the Vipers, the Razors, everything else. Is there anything in particular between these two teams, though, that you feel like these hero pickups during the draft phase might be a little bit more competitive?
I think Boom's going to have to watch out for Na'Vi going for the Dazzle, going for the Winter Wyvern, going for the Chen, or the Io. Like, all of these solo heroes just enable them to do a lot with VTune. And I think that's the big thing to kind of take care of, as we've seen Solo be really successful in just keeping his team alive with any of those. So that's something I think Boom will have to adjust to and kind of try to ban out or counteract if possible. Lays as well in the offlane has been really scary. I think every now and again we do see the Lycan coming out as well. And
Right.
I think that's something Boom, again, has to adapt to. So we'll see if that's something they can put a handle on for Boom. They still have their standard fallbacks, right? I think Boom, again, they've been going with their comfort, as we've seen all for Southeast Asian team do, except Fnatic, because, well, it's mainly TSM there. But
Yeah.
I think, again, they've been going for like stuff like Yopaj Pango, which hasn't been doing too hot, unfortunately. And of course, their typical combinations. The FBZ Mars is still an option. Jackie been playing a lot more of that Ursa, as we saw him pick up yesterday, which again struggled. I think they forced that Ursa pick twice in a row last time we watched him, and he went Battle Fury twice. So yeah, Boom needs to adapt a little bit more. I think Navi's much more in line with what the tournament's been playing, and Boom's just been taking a page from the past just a bit more. We're not seeing those adjustments just yet.
It certainly has felt like they're going more back into comfort picks here for Boom Esports. And like you mentioned, I mean, in the current meta, it's very much about lane domination, very much about sustain, and we just haven't seen much of that from this team. Like you mentioned, though, on the other side of things, Na'Vi, there's been a lot of that. A hell of a lot of sustain with the picks coming out, and we are about to see some picks as well because the draft is underway here between Boom Esports and Na'Vi. So let's go ahead and throw over to that and see exactly what these teams are looking to pick up here, because it's going to be very, very important for this series. More so for me, and I think the question on your mind is, how is Boom going to draft this? Because again, they have been going more back to comfort, but the comfort hasn't been proving to work either. So it's not so much enough to go back to your comfort picks. You are going to have to kind of adapt to the meta a bit more, I think. And of course, again, it is day free. So by this point, you don't really have any excuses, right? Like, the research should be there. You should have done your homework. Against Na'Vi, again, this is a great team, so it's not going to be an easy matchup.
Yeah, I don't think there's any easy matchups at all when it comes down to the majors. All of these teams are tried and tested, top of their regions, and we are seeing that reflected with a lot of draws across most groups. I think Group B has a few more wins in comparison. It's still really close across the board. Boom just kind of, okay, they take care of Puck and Viper, which are meta picks, as you mentioned, but you leave the Solo Chen, the IO, and V-Tune can take the Gyrocopter. There's a lot of ways for Na'Vi to just get what they want, regardless of losing those two big heroes. Boom starts with a Winter Wyvern themselves, so that should be our Schem hero already on the 5. A little bit of that sustained meta and lane domination coming out for them. But Na'Vi can still just go with IO for solo or the Chen for solo. First phase picks on either of ones aren't really too bad. They don't show too much of your draft. The IO maybe reveals a little bit more. But if you do pick the IO, you can just go straight into Gyro as well. They will opt instead for the Marcy pickup along with Razor. So just going back to Marcy Razor once more here on Na'Vi's end. I have to say, Razor into Winter Wyvern, not the comfiest. You have a good damage source now for the Winter's Curse to feed off of. Cold Embrace it's a double-edged sword with Cold Embrace. You will give the Razor much more damage. At the same time, he's not killing you off. So you might have some ways to dodge out as well if you have a saving support on hand. And boom, they go into the CK. So could be our Jackie hero on hand early on, but there is some flex. I'm trying to recall. FBZ offlane CK was something they used to do on old Boom, so that could slide out. That was also the time when CK offlane did go Ags, so it's quite some time back now.
10 seconds.
It certainly
remaining.
is, John, and I don't think they'll go down the path of
5
FBZ
seconds
offlane
remaining.
CK this time around. But like you said, it is flexible. He certainly knows what he's doing if he does have to play that hero. One point as well, FBZ generally the playmaker of Boom Esports. Like you like giving him heroes like the Mars because he can set a tempo for your team and just play make and initiate every single time. It's something we haven't
Radiant
necessarily been
team
seeing from
back.
Boom either throughout the major, right? Like he hasn't been going back to that signature Mars very often. We have seen it a couple times, but we have seen different heroes coming out. You saw the offlane Alk before. There was the offlane DP. It's been a little bit different. And again, whether it works
10
or not, well,
seconds
we're about to
remaining.
find out. And Na'Vi, of course, going right back to the Marcy Razor. We've
5
mentioned this
seconds
multiple
remaining.
times as well. This duo of the offlane, very, very potent. The static link
team
into the
back.
dispose, not very fun to have to play against. And of course, the bonus movement speed you hand over to Razor with that rebound is also quite obnoxious, considering the hero loves that added movement speed during that static link. Let's see what Boom Esports and Na'Vi want to do after this
Radiant
next
team
ban stage,
back.
of course. You'll see Na'Vi, they do go ahead and respect ban out the Ember for Japoi. Fair enough. Even though I always say you never bet against the Ember, John, of Yopaj, it did end up losing yesterday in the series we were casting. So, seems like teams have also figured out that as well.
10
Yeah, I
seconds
mean,
remaining.
Yopaj also played really aggressive after a while. He had a really strong
5
start, and then he
seconds
just started
remaining.
jumping way too deep. So again, they kind of have to reel it in just a bit on Boom. I like that Na'Vi also respect banned Rubik of Tim's. He's been playing that a little bit more often as well, and just kind of preventing them from having eventually a save in the form of a shard. That shard lift back on teammates is pretty damn good. So you don't have that kind of play, and of course Tim's can make the hero look nice. You steal the dispose from Marcy. We've seen that before with Rubik. That is a really fun interaction to watch with how far Rubik can throw someone back.
It absolutely is, John. It's always a real pleasure. Sadly, we are not going to be able to see that. And Natus Vincere, one more ban to go before we can see the drafts continue, luckily for us.
10
What else do you want to see
seconds
banned
remaining.
here? Like, are they just going to focus on Yopaj here in the mid lane?
5
Perhaps.
seconds remaining.
I always find it really interesting as well that against a team like Boom, we're so used to seeing Mars being first phase ban, and most teams have just completely ignored it. They're almost inviting him to pick up Mars throughout all these games we've been watching, and well, most of them he has not gone back to
Dire
that.
team pick.
I wonder if he'll think about it this game around. For now, though, Na'Vi, third pickup for them. Maybe just a POS 5 or maybe a POS 4 to come out, depending on where this Marcy's going. And depending on where the Razor is going to be situated. I'd say that the Razor is going to have a decent enough time against the Chaos Knight
10
if it does go
seconds
POS 3.
remaining.
But Na'Vi,
5
what are they
seconds
thinking, John?
remaining.
Any particular supports you'd like to see coming out?
You could still go for Chen or Io. In fact, you could probably just go Io Gyrocopter. It's a pretty good game for it. Great clear for the illusions with a flat cannon. Just great your ability to counteract what the CK will want to do in physically bursting someone down. So that can help in just preserving your core here if you want to go that route. They will go for the snap instead. So we're not getting that sustained play from Na'Vi this time. We're getting a lot more aggression coming out. They don't really have something to tie in with the Snapfire yet, but they have room to just run the Razor safe, run the Marcy 5, Snapfire 4, and
10
get something
seconds remaining.
that can set up for the kisses on the offlane here for Lace.
Oh, absolutely.
5 seconds
For now,
remaining.
Boom, third pick for themselves. POS 4 to come out perhaps for Tim's. You might go into that POS 4 Monkey King this game for Boom Esports, considering you do want a way of cancelling off those kisses here on the side of Natus Vincere. So you want something that can kind of get into the backlines and make that cancel happen. A Monkey King, not such a bad POS 4 to have here for Tim's. We've seen it play many times. Also, the Clockwork still available as well if Boom want to go down that route. Not such a bad hero either in the current meta and the current game we're watching. Boom. They'll go into the Mars. So going straight into the FBZ hero, right into the classic Marana of Tim's. He makes the appearance, the snipers here, John. We'll see how he does perform with Boom Esports. Not messing around, going back to one of their favorite styles of draft.
Yeah. So you've just got the arrow set up in the spear. You've got the follow-up. You've got great team fight. However, I like Na'Vi responding straight up with a Bat Rider. you can easily just grab someone away and not worry about it. Like, there's no save from Boom. You could try to maybe Winter Screws down, drag back with a CK. The Batrider, there's nothing to dispel off the lasso, so overall you should still be fairly happy here with Na'Vi, and that's got enough flexibility that no one can play it, or Lace can play it in the offlane still. Open enough in what you want to do in terms of tossing that Batrider around. It does lack teamfight control, like it is only single target right now for Na'Vi, but that might be more than enough, especially if you catch the CK before he pops Phantasm with a Batrider. You can just lasso him up, kiss us on top, and you can just clear everyone else afterwards with pretty much no issues.
Certainly seems like a very good Batrider game, that's for sure. One more ban to go here for Na'Vi. Focusing again on the mid lane of Boom Esports. They are only lacking that mid lane right now. Any particular picks you'd like to see here, John? Obviously, a little bit challenging. It should be a mid bat rider anyway, so you kind of assume it should be the mid bat here against the Opage mid that is yet to come. What's there to pick up?
Radiant team pick.
There goes the Void
I find
Spirit.
it funny Na'Vi ban out the Void Spirit from Batrider versus Void Spirit's just not a lane. Like, every single time we see it, it actually really isn't a lane for Void Spirit at all. So
Yeah.
I'm surprised Na'Vi actually consider that as a ban. Maybe, again, they're looking for Lace to play the Batrider off instead.
10 seconds
And that would
remaining.
signal it, because you still take care of the Void Spirit. So we'll see if
5
Boom
seconds remaining.
thinks the same way. Maybe pick something that might not be favorable against Bat. And I think Na'Vi is just going to be able to adjust. Since they have last pick overall, they can kind of decide what No One and Lace will play, swapping around a bit if they want to. Yopaj Heroes here. It's a bit of a toughie to call. I don't think the Pango looks that great here. With Batrider on hand, mid lane matchup is the worst. It's also not the best. You can at least swash your way.
You could go something like Lena, right? Like mid Lena into the Batrider is not too bad. You know, it gives you a good way of, just trying to win out the lane or at least even out.
Could be one way to go. Does provide him with some burst. Plays nicely enough in the arena. Could be that could be what they go for. Yopaj here. It is a little bit more farm heavy, I think, when you consider that you have CK on your one, which is not the most farm heavy, but it does need a couple of items to get going, even after the armlet. Can make it tough, and they'll go Storm Spirit. Well, I mean,
Okay.
on one hand, this is a pretty good Storm game because there's no real hold for it. Dispose is there. You've got to get really lucky on top of the Storm to catch him out. Lasso is there. Again, Storm
10
might have enough
seconds
reaction time to
remaining.
just zip away, depending. So it is a pretty good Storm
5
game.
seconds
Mid lane
remaining.
matchup, not the worst, not the best against Batrider. Batrider still has some play there, but Storm can hit his level 3 pretty nicely. Go for a double Remnant Overload. Double Overload with Remnant and Pull, so you have some play on hand. This here is kind of dead, though, isn't it,
Right.
Mike? Like, after the null changes, it's just tapered off very hard, and I think
it
that's the
was-
issue for the Storm.
I think it was OG running it the other day, and I can't quite remember if it won. I think it ended up losing. To be fair, Storm has not been a very alive hero in the current meta after those null talismans, that's for sure.
Yeah, I mean, his issue is compared to the other Spirit Brothers. Like, we were seeing Void Spirit with an early Witchblade for damage output, Ember with Orb of Corrosion, Phase Boots, right? They don't need much to kill someone off. For a Storm, losing the nulls means you have nothing. There's nothing that instantly fixes your early issues. It's back to the Kaya buildup, which is nice, not amazing. You could maybe go Yules as well. It takes a lot longer to just hit that point, and Na'Vi goes into the Monkey King here. Should be our V-Tune hero on hand. Will be the mid Batrider for No One. So, Batrider versus Storm lane. And again, it's not something you see too often. It is something the Storm can play in decently enough, but I would still slightly favor the Batrider overall. Once he hits level 4, that's going to be a bit of a scary point. But once Storm has Zip, if Yopaj can hit that a little bit faster, you are a little bit safe. The Batrider is not going to be able to just jump you and take you out. And the one thing with the Storm is it does allow Tims to play towards the mid. So you can get the pullback, vacuum in, and then arrow onto Batrider and try to get that kill from there.
Tell me, John, you know the question I'm going to ask. I mean, I like both drafts. I think both drafts look relatively even here between these two teams. I have a question mark on the Storm, I'll be honest, but it doesn't too badly into the Monkey King Pos 1. Nice way of breaking down the tree line. But you tell me, John, in terms of these two drafts, Navis versus Boom Esports, game number 1, who do you think came out with the superior draft?
Yeah, it's hard to say in terms of superior. I think both drafts are, again, they complement themselves really well, and it's just going to be down to who comes out with the stronger lanes, because the team fight from both sides are decent. Maybe Boom has a little bit more AoE hold, but you don't really want to fight in the Wukongs either. You've got a great way of just sapping away the damage with the CK with Lace on the Razor. It makes it relatively easy as well to spot the real CK if you catch him off before the Phantasm goes off. So you've got a steady way of chasing him down as well. If I really had to choose, I would probably lean
Prepare for battle.
very slightly towards Na'Vi, simply because I'm not sure what Yopaj does to speed up his game, and you can already see he is queuing up that old power treads into the Kaya Sanj, it looks like. So back to that build up, it just feels a little bit slow in comparison to the Nulls. And again, compared to the other Spirit Brothers, that is certainly a slower tempo in comparison.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like they just have to be very aggressive on the side of Boom this game, but Na'Vi certainly have the answers for that aggression themselves. I mean, it seems like their own draft is set to be extremely aggressive, especially once you get out of that laning stage. And speaking of aggression, Boom, they are there with the 5-man smoke out. The position in that dire jungle, but nobody going to be around from Na'Vi. They hang around in the dire triangle instead.
30
Doesn't
seconds
seem like
to
they're
battle.
interested in the level 1 team fight, though. As I say that, in they walk. No one. Is he going to go back into that dire jungle? It seems like he just may. Sticky Maypalm not going to find anyone, so FBZ might be able to set up onto Solo. Snapfire's out, so is no one. That'll allow a very nice spear into the arrow, and First Blood should be going the way of Boom Esports. As Tims will take it on the Mirana. A very nice start already.
Get the kill they want. They might be able to sneak away an extra rune as well, and they will. Jackie managed to grab one. Tims will grab the other, so a 3-for-1 start already for Boom with that first blood. Feeling good about the game already, but Na'Vi, again, they just need a couple of levels. Their lanes do look strong. We are looking down bot here, Mike. Sweden strong on Marcy with Lace on the Razor. That classic Marcy Razor lane that Na'Vi has been leaning into quite often now. Up against Jackie on his CK and Scam on the Winter Wyvern. This is a lane that plays fast for both sides. You do have some aggression that comes up. I'd say Na'Vi at level 2 feels great, but level 2 as well, level 3 more for Boom can be nice. And you always have to watch the Winter Wyvern. When that Arctic Burn is up, your HP just goes down to half no matter what.
It's certainly a very aggressive lane from both sides. It's now Sweden Strong going to make a bit of a jump in, but a bit of harassment to come out. Nothing too special. Doesn't have the dispose to really go for Jackie's life yet. That top lane as well, of course, Tims and FBZ going to be against Solo and VTune. Another very aggressive lane from both sides. Just depends on whether FBZ can land that spear into the arrow. Obviously goes the other way around as well for VTune and Solo. You can get a nice Jingu Mastery proc or a Boundless Strike into the cookie. It's going to be a hell of a lot of damage to be pumped out. So, could be kills going all across the map. Might be a hard one to keep up with this game around, John.
Yeah, and I expect both sides
Solo.
to really look for that early aggression. Nice arrow.
Tims. Very nice arrow out from Tims. Solo, he'll go for a run, and well, Tims has not hit level 2 yet, so doesn't have the leap charges. He was one creep away, but he's also one right click away from killing off Solo here. Won't have enough to keep up. Had he had level 2, he probably would have had that, but now bot lane Jackie. He's the one in danger. Lace, he drops rather low on that Razor. Scam will force them back. Make sure Jackie does remain safe, but again, John, these side lanes, they are set to be very aggressive between these two teams.
You just can't underestimate that rebound dispose with a static link. It's a lot of damage early on. Jackie just doesn't naturally enjoy matching up against a Razor, and static link is just going to get a lot of value out from you. Although,
Lace,
just turn stuns out.
just all about trying to dominate the lane. Dispose is there. Scam, he'll comp it. Lace, thinking about going for the static link, but decides better of it. Doesn't want to risk Jackie getting too much damage out onto Sweden Strong. This meta, I mean, it's just so important to win out these lanes. And speaking of winning lanes, Yopaj is 21-4 in CS. Where the hell did this come from?
Yeah, he's managed to dance
How?
around no one quite nicely. I'm not entirely sure. I mean, he's got the early wand. Maybe he's just been able to play with that added regen, shove out the wave every time, not give no one an angle in, and just kind of farm his small camp as well. Been very efficient with that, as he's the one really shoving out the lane. I mean, Batrider doesn't really shove out the lane well. He needs to right-click every single one of them, in comparison to Storm just dropping that set for him. So a good start for Yopaj, but no one's... He's behind in CS, but not too far behind in EXP. He's still going to meet the level 5, maybe a bit behind in the 6, and as long as Yopaj gets 6 ahead of that Batrider, Storm's not in danger there.
It must be that small camp that Yopaj has been hitting, my god. Like, pulling ahead this much on the CS board is kind of ridiculous. Still, 1-0. Again, so much aggression in the side lanes mostly. And while we do have a chance from that aggression, John, I mean, going back to the mid lane for a moment, no one maybe not having as dominant of a start as you would have expected on the Batrider, right? Like, you kind of expect no one to just be able to run Yopaj down at, say, level 2, but that hasn't happened, and it seems like Yopaj is just CSing way too well as no one. Be following him up, but just going for the water runes for now. You are around that timing as well, where you might see Tim starting to rotate slowly into the mid lane to try and snipe this Batrider. Be very careful here as no one, but instead, it might be Solo that gets ganked up if he's not too careful. Tim's having a look around, setting up for an arrow, but not going to bother going for one as it is on cooldown anyway. There is going to be a bit of a quiet period here between these two teams for now. Again, it feels like it's a very tense game already. Mid lane, Yopaj in a bit of danger. Sweden strong, should be able to dispose, but no, he's out of mana. Yopaj is going to try and turn this one, but does go down. In comes Skembo. He should find one, but no one's going to turn this one again for a double kill, it seems like a Skem. He'll try to fight back. No one's still going, however, and does secure the double. Nice turnaround attempt there from Yopaj, but he wasn't expecting the rotation from Sweden strong, and is going to eventually drop here to the Batrider.
It's very important for no one. He hits his level 6 earlier than Storm now, so he's got the threat of lasso for just a little bit longer. Yopaj shouldn't be too far behind with the creep wave though. And it's going to hit his own 6 in a timely manner, but evens out.
Spear, not there yet. He's not giving the angle to FBZ. Spear will eventually come out, but there was just no tree line to go for. You saw Tim's just waiting for the spear into the arrow, but again, props to V-Tune. He just runs straight north, does not give the angle away.
Man, he is finding quite a lot of farm on that monkey already. Managing to build up here.
There you go, FBZ. Gonna be somewhat careful because V-Tune gonna primal spring in, trying to get that slow on FBZ, but unable to secure enough damage to take the kill. Meanwhile, down a bot lane, Jackie, he's gonna find himself in a spot of danger to Lace, but they're not gonna go for the dive. They don't need to. They'll just steal away enough damage here from Jackie to make his life a little bit harder down at this bot lane, and but Jackie has surprisingly been left alone here against the offlane of Na'Vi. And now the jump will be there. Sweden strong. Won't be able to find Dispose. Meanwhile, top lane, Yopaj, Haste Rune is up. He's going to find Solo on the Snapfire. Vortex is there. And that should be a kill to go the way of Yopaj. In fact, he even finds himself a nice cheeky double stack. So, you know, get even more CS going on this Storm. Why not?
Just build up into that running start that you want. Trotting around with a level 6, and that is giving no one room down mid to just farm onto the travels, but they managed to spot something like V-Tune here. That could be big.
Could be. Yopaj, does he want to zip through the tree line? Doesn't seem like he's got a sense that V-Tune is there, or maybe he does. Maybe just waiting for that slight bit of vision. Pressure that T1 top tower a little bit, but eventually will back off, and no one was making his way over just in case they were going to commit for that, but eventually he'll back off as well. Funny thing is, though, Tim's being very annoying here for no one, John. He's just taking all the large creeps away from that jungler's bot lane. Jackie, bit of an aggressive jump in, but Yopaj, he'll be there to back him up from the top lane down towards the bot lane. Sweden Strong and Lace probably both going to drop. Yopaj should have no problem securing a double kill. It's one of those games, John. It might turn into the Yopaj show if they're not careful.
He's building up really well, and this is one issue with Navi's draft. They don't have the hold for the Storm. This is why it's such a great Storm game. You're relying on no one to just go in with a lasso, and that's going to be depending on his blink timing, depending if they can find a flank to just catch Yopaj off guard and just not allow him to zip away, and whether or not they can follow through from the lasso to get enough damage off. They have to watch out, because, yeah, Storm isn't the best, although...
Rose is there, lasso available, but no one. Not feeling confident to go for it. Will hold out. He did have Skem around to try and protect. Yopaj still going to find a double damage no matter what. FBZ and Tim's really making sure that Power Rune does remain protected. Yeah, lasso just never coming out.
I was a bit surprised. It looked like a good angle up. Could try to drag back onto the tower. Issue of damage, I believe, in that sense, because they didn't have the napalm stacks built up. Not going to be able to burn through him early on, and you don't have that much damage on your Marcio. Though Skem, they find a nice kill in the Winter Wyvern.
A nice easy one, sweet and strong. Just the dispose into the static link is a bit too much for the Wyvern to take here as Lace. Trying to apply a bit of pressure here onto Jackie as well, but he's going to be just fine to back his way into the tree line. And meanwhile, top lane, Tims and Yopaj scouting around trying to find V-Tune, and they did force him away from the dire jungle. So far, again, Boom doing a very good job of denying V-Tune this area of the map. And even no one, again, he tried to come in earlier and Firefly the camps, but there was no large creeps because Tim's just been arrowing every single one.
It's a lot of gold to cut away from that Batrider. This travel's timing, it's still not bad, but it's not as fast as it could have been for no one. That's just going to hurt his presence here. Boom, already shoving in that top tier one here, Mike. Managing to open up the map a little bit more, cutting off further camps for V-Tune to kind of farm in, all the while buying a lot of space for Jackie down bot. No one's been moving down to that CK. Like, after that movement down bot where they found the kills with Yopaj zipping in, Jackie has had a pretty free lane, and he is starting to ramp up. Armlet not too far away. Once that's up, it's going to be harder to get that burst onto him.
Primal Spring, oh, misses. So does a Scatter Blast. No slows landing on FBZ this time around. Meanwhile, mid lane, Yopaj, not going to cop the dispose. They will get the haste rune though, so no one. Thinking about going after Skem, but does not want to deal with the storm right now. In fact, Tim's even around is hitting the tier 1 tower. Look at this, Boom Esports all showing up, but oh, the arena. FBZ, he'll try, but no one. He'll have a bit of a giggle to himself about that. And so, Boom, they will not be able to stick around for this tier 1 mid, I don't think. They'll be forced to back away.
Yeah, just kind of hold back. They do force a lot of movement towards mid. Again, freeing up the side lanes for FZ and especially for Jackie to just keep this farm game up. So you really don't mind too much. Like, V-Tune getting some room up top, but the progression on the Monkey King's a lot slower than I think you'd really like. Even FZ's slightly ahead of the Monkey King right now. And once Jackie hits that armlet, he might be more than willing to show up in some of these earlier engagements here. As one issue for Na'Vi as well is that they've not been able to trade tier 1 towers. Top fell, they haven't shoved in bot. Again, they've just left that bot alone for too long, and Jackie's gotten his money's worth.
Certainly has. It's the one thing about Jackie, right? Like, he can have a tough lane, but once he disappears into that jungle, he's one of the fastest farmers in the world. Yeah, just very, very, very quick with the farm here on the CK, and see how he does keep up this game. As no action happening across the map quite yet, but no one. Looking at FBZ top lane. We'll pop the Firefly. FBZ completely alone, but doesn't actually have the spear to throw out, but no one. Doesn't have detection either. Meanwhile, mid lane, Solo, gonna get jumped here by Yopaj. The Snapfire been left alone and is gonna drop to Tims. The sweet and strong. They'll try to chase them down, but this Moonlight Shadow just ruining everything for Na'Vi. They don't have the dust.
Yeah, they need to carry that. Maybe not expecting that level 6 to be up for Tims just yet and for a Boom to play aggressive on it. Now they're clumping up mid once more.
Bot lane,
Arena
though.
is
Lace.
ready on FPZ.
He was caught out for a moment. They won't take down Lace, but look how they're forcing Na'Vi to rotate across the map here, John. No one's going to show up, and a bit of a pause out from Boom now. So we have some lag, but this gives Na'Vi a chance to try and really decide who they want to aim down here down at the bot lane. Like, you'd much rather be able to go after Jackie naturally. Thing is, if you don't catch Skem, he does have Curse up. So it feels like you've got no choice but to go for the lasso on the Wyvern.
Yeah. Does feel like you're going to have to go for it. I'm not sure if they saw the tree dance from the low ground there. Vision, it shows the particles, but again, I'm not completely sure. It looks like it should have been in Vision. Scam might have the idea that they're trying to make a play onto Jackie. But I don't think he... I know, it's a pretty awkward angle. And it does look like it should favor Na'Vi if they manage to get a good lasso. So, could line up. They are going to sacrifice their mid no matter what, though, as the mid is set to fall. It's only Sweden Strong and Lace really coming out, or Sweden Strong and Solo coming in. Not enough to really stop that.
What's a PC hang, John? That's a
The
new one.
PC's hanging. Yeah,
Hanging?
It's hanging.
Goodness
Yeah.
me.
It's frozen.
Oh, I
We
see.
say hang in
Right.
the Philippines. I don't know if that's inappropriate English. I wouldn't know.
No,
I don't
that-
speak English. I barely speak Filipino either.
I was about to say, what do you speak, John? So, I mean, it's the first time I've heard PC hang before. So there you go. I'm learning every day, Jonathan, about the beautiful Filipino culture.
I honestly thought that was something everyone said. You know, oh, my PC just hanged.
No,
PC froze. Really?
who says that?
Maybe not in, I don't know, maybe not down south. You guys living wrong anyway. All that living upside down, blood rush into your head, Mikey.
Yeah,
Drop
It's hard.
bears,
it's not easy.
redbacks, stonefish.
Stonefish. The
How
hell's
do you
a
not know about
stonefish?
stonefish?
Well, what's a
It's-
stonefish, John?
It's on your coastline. It's camouflage like a rocky seabed, and it's highly venomous. Well,
Right.
not venomous. It's poisonous. Well, what's the difference in venom and poison again? I forget. It's one of those two, and if you step on it with its spines, it's pretty deadly. Fun.
Okay.
That's why I fear Australian beaches, because you don't know what's under there that'll kill you. I don't know how anyone in Australia can swim with a clear conscience, you know, without being terrified.
You just kind of accept the fact that if you're gonna die, you're gonna die, John. I mean, this country wants to kill you anyway. So what are you gonna do, right? I stepped on a sea urchin once. That wasn't very fun. Got stung by a jellyfish as well. Wasn't very fun either, Jonathan. Let me tell you, the whole urine trick does not work. Just for anyone out there, do not put urine on your jellyfish things. It does nothing except make people laugh at
wait.
you. Yeah.
People do that in jellyfish things. I know they do that for stepping on sea urchins.
No.
Like the spine.
Wait, that's what the urine's for? For the sea
Yeah,
urchin?
it's on like where the sea urchin spine enters you, and that's where you drop some pee to try to neutralize it.
Right.
Whatever it's in that sea urchin. I didn't know
Very
you
good.
did that for jellyfish. You did it for jellyfish. Okay, so I'm not sure. Maybe because you did it for jellyfish, that's why people laughed at you,
I'm
Mike.
not saying I did it, John. Right? I have standards. I'm not saying I did it. I'm just saying it doesn't work. Don't ask me how I know that. I just know it doesn't work, John. Anyway,
Yeah,
moving
plead
on
the
from
fifth
this.
here, Mike. Plead the fifth.
Moving on from this terrible conversation. The thing is with this, the game state right now, Skem and Jackie, if they might get caught out, but the thing is, Boom is still going to secure the mid-tier 1 tower for this. So either way, it feels like Boom wins this little exchange here with Na'Vi, unless they find a way to stop this mid-tier 1 tower being forced in. But it seems like it's inevitable that it just goes down now, and that's going to open up the jungle fully to the side of Boom. And Na'Vi, they might struggle to find anywhere to farm at this rate, because you've got such an aggressive draft here from Boom. They're just going to run you down through that jungle. There's no need for them to slow down.
They don't need to kick it down a notch, even for Jackie. Armlet's more than enough for the CK to kind of feel comfy, although you'll likely want Echo Saber or BKB first, and after that, it's much better. Do have the go-ahead. Jackie has reconnected. He has unhanged his PC. Now, that is not what we say, but I'll stick with my guns. Unhanged his PC.
I believe it's unhung, Jonathan. Oh, mid lane.
Unhung.
I don't know, John. We don't say it. Mid-tier 1 tower is going to drop, and it seems like bot lane nothing works out apart from Skem going down. So, not too big of a deal. You get the Pos 5 Wyvern. You really had no choice in the matter. Na'Vi had to aim that one down, but they lose the mid-tier 1 tower. And I think that's still a bigger deal here for Boom Esports, as they will walk away with a 4K net worth advantage. And Na'Vi backs against the wall a little bit here, John. Again, their jungles are going to be opened up and be a little bit risky now for Na'Vi. They are going to smoke.
Going for the smoke plays. I mean, they've got the kisses ready, so they could try to connect onto one here.
B. Going to find a target, but they will try to focus down the bot tier 1. It's a matter of whether Boom want to try and defend this.
Radiant's bottom tower.
You don't have lasso up, so they might feel confident to move in. And in fact, they found Sweden Strong with the vision of Skem. They'll move in. Sweden Strong gonna try and fight back with the sidekick, but it's not gonna be enough. Yopaj able to secure the kill for now. As Na'Vi, they are still trying for the bottom tier 1 tower, but boom, they are bringing their whole team over to force the fight now. 4v5, as FBZ trying to move in for a nice arena. Is not going to be able to find one against Na'Vi, but they do force them back successfully. They do also protect that tier 1 tower, and now FBZ, he does have the blink incoming. So suddenly you've got that big initiation from Boom Esports.
That's big for Boom. They can play off the back of it. It's much more reliable for them to go with that. They don't need to have Yopaj put his life at risk zipping in, although there's not much really that catches him out. Just having 2 options in hand is going to be a lot better for Boom now. Na'Vi, it's one of those games where you look at this off-lane Razor and you start to wonder about the value. Like, Lace did have a decent time in lane, but when you're behind as a Razor like this and you're just trying to get into your BKB, maybe saving up for your refresh as well, it doesn't feel like you really contribute. There's just no playmaking as Boom will go for that smoke play with a blink.
He's a big target. FBZ right in. No problem. Into the arrow of Tim's. It's a standard combination from Boom Esports, and they'll find a very valuable target here on the side of Na'Vi. 5k net worth advantage now, and I'll tell you what, John, this is more like the Boom we're used to seeing.
Yep, they're hitting their stride, playing with these early timings, getting the aggression out, shutting the enemy team from really trying to get that build up, while all the time, while doing that and buying space for Jackie as well. So they're enabling everyone while shutting down Na'Vi. Na'Vi with their lineup, and they're trying to build into a BKB for no one. That could be one launching point. It does feel like you'd want a blink up on no one as well. Maybe once you have that blink BKB on the Batrider, you can start to look for those single target plays.
Skem gonna show up here with the Moonlight Shadow. Sentries are down, so they will see Skem in just a moment. No one. Go for that lasso onto that Wyvern first. There's no one gonna move in, but FBZ gonna zone him out, and now the curse. He's there, only connecting on 2, and the Mortimer's Kisses are gonna force them back. In fact, B-Tune, a great boundless strike out, at least finding the Wyvern, but FBZ also gonna be chased down here on the Mars. Nice arrow landing onto Sweden Strong as Yopaj gonna zip right through the tier 1 tower. Sweden Strong, though, is still barely gonna survive. Nobody dropping from Na'Vi. They will be just fine to leave after taking that bottom tier 1 tower. And they should be happy with that.
Yeah, they finally get to pick off not the biggest kill. They might find stragglers.
Tim's, one more leap charge available, but FBZ will make the jump in with the arena. In fact, Yopaj will follow up. It's a big arena round. They'll find the Razor. They'll find Solo on the Snapfire, and that should be enough. They don't have enough mana on the Storm to keep going, but a great turnaround here from FBZ. You never underestimate that Mars.
Yeah, gets the angle in. They managed to successfully cut the tree of V-Tune as well, so he couldn't get any counterplay early on. Just kind of stuck in the corner there in the timeout zone. And Boom get the better end of it. Like, yeah, they dropped Scam earlier, but now they find Blaze, they find a Snap, and that's much bigger. You're killing off the core, you're getting the bonus of the support, you only lose your POTS 5 Wyvern, you don't really care about that on Boom. All the while, Jackie, again, is just on the opposite side of the map. He's just farming, no one's going to punish him. I think that's where Na'Vi should be collapsing onto. Just run down Jackie somehow. He's all by himself. Although now Boom are starting to trend toward that area, and they will smoke up top now.
They will. No downtime here for Boom. They just want to keep running at the side of Na'Vi. Solo is around to break the smoke, so he should be the victim here, unless they see Lace instead. FBZ, he's rushing forward. Has he got the vision? They left the Pupil's Gift on the ground as well, and the Spear's gonna land onto the Razor, into the arrow. They'll have another kill for themselves. And they lost the neutral item. I believe that was the Pupil's Gift of Na'Vi on the deck, and I believe Kims is holding it now for himself.
Ooh, never a good feeling. I guess losing neutral, the gift isn't the worst to lose. So it's not as bad as, say, losing a Psychic Headband down the line or a Philosopher's Stone. Could have been much worse. Still, losing Lace is still pretty bad. And it just goes back to what we were saying about that Razor, right? Like, I had a little thought where if the Razor is behind here, Mike, it just doesn't contribute. Like, even with the BKB up, I'm not sure if that's enough, because you're still not durable up against the CK, up against the Storm who's going to be on top of you. the right-click damage of the CK still going to be there, especially you don't find the right one if the Phantasm gets popped first. So I'm still keen to see what Na'Vi wants to do, because no one's going to inch towards that BKB. Again, your launching point should be the Batrider here for Na'Vi. Speaking of that BKB, though, Yopaj gets his ahead. So he might be more than willing to just make all those risky plays, and that will really force Na'Vi to just rely on the Batrider to stop him.
Absolutely. Boom Esports 11-5 now, 8k advantage. Very powerful position for them to be in. Na'Vi, not out of this game yet, but certainly have a long way to go as Yopaj top lane lays. He's going to be caught out. Oh, just before the TP ends. Barely enough mana to get to the Razor as FBZ. He'll be around to finish the job off. Lays still alive. Curse is there. No one trying to move in to help out. Is going to get cursed up and brought into Jackie, but no one. He's going to BKB up into the lasso onto FBZ's Mars. They should have a doubles. FBZ will be left to die, but here comes Jackie now protecting Yopaj on the Storm as they've at least found Sweet and Strong. Back in on no one. Without a BKB, he's a sitting duck. And still the team fight will go the way of Boom Esports as Na'Vi. They had a moment of brilliance there, Jonathan, but not brilliant enough.
I'm surprised they commit that hard. I feel like once you saw Liz just ready to fall, you had no clear exit plan for no one. It was kind of all in, just try to find what you can and accept your fate. It still doesn't end up being that great of a trade. I mean, it is a net benefit to Na'Vi. They do gain more gold on the heroes that matter, especially the Batrider, more than they lose. Boom just builds up your lead. 9k up, 14-7 now. And Jackie has his BKB up and running with the Armlet. Disassembly play on the Echo Saber. They're hunting for more.
Yeah, they've got the Snapfire. That should be another hit for the side of Boomer's solo. He's going to tank the gank here from Boomer at least. He does buy a bit more time, but not enough in the end. Be the 15th kill here for Boom Esports, and it seems like they want to slowly start chipping away at the mid-tier 2. And now they are going to back their way out once again. Go after Roshan instead. A much more valuable target here for Boom.
Into the pit, Jackie's got the damage with a Phantasm being popped. And Na'Vi, they still have no play for the pit. You might need to have V-Tune on top of that, but your Monkey King's just severely underfarmed at the moment. Still no blink on no one, only having the BKB picked up. Boom's just gonna get it for free. Na'Vi have no angle in, and now you have to contend with 2 lives on Jackie. This CK has not died one time. I don't know if you have enough to kill him off twice.
Certainly doesn't feel like it, John. Certainly does not feel like it. There is going to be a big smoke up though, Na'Vi. Maybe trying to get something out of this. Very hard to fight into that Aegis though, especially when you're 10k behind.
Stupendous.
Leading strong, being watched in the mid lane. They will not make the jump yet.
Tower is under attack.
Boom, they are still focusing the top tier 2 tower anyway. And now another smoke out from Boom. As for, they'll leave Jackie behind. Let him keep farming up, and the pings are coming out towards the south because they have found Lace on that Razor. He's underneath the Radiant Vision, so the zip in from Yopaj. Going to be easy to set up as the Arrow and Spear are going to follow up. It's back and forth here from Boom Esports, just really throwing Lace around on that Razor. And another kill to go the way of the Radiant. Just no slowing these guys down.
Yeah, just on the run here, Boom. Always find it satisfying when you manage to connect Spear push backwards into Arrow. FZ just getting that lined up. And Boom are starting to feel themselves. Na'Vi just forced to sit back, forced to try and farm up. Maybe get that BKB on V-Tune. Having the double BKB on 2 cores or 3 cores with Razor BKB can be nice. I just don't know if it's enough. Again, the issue for Na'Vi is that they have no clear angle to take these fights. Their team fight, it just doesn't feel like it's there. We see sometimes a great kiss out from Solo along with the Boundless coming out from V-Tune, but those opportunities are far and few between.
And now the blink up as well on Jackie, so he's got another way of just kind of closing the gap here on the CKs. Boom Esports not done yet. Another smoke. Top lane they go. No one. He was hanging around on that Batrider and still is. Not TPing out yet. Yopaj, though, moving towards the north as they might find Solo instead. But Tim, he's going to have a look on that tree line and may have seen no one, but no. They lost the vision. In fact, never mind, they did. Yopaj, he knows the Bats is somewhere. No one. Not going to go for a TP. eventually will do so now and is going to be just fine. Does time it correctly with the BKB.
And doesn't really manage to get too much done. Had to use the lasso. Pretty long cooldown to commit. And now Boom just TP botting her. Still looking to play.
They are moving fast, John. Not allowing Na'Vi the time to think about where Boom are going. Hunting down V-Tune, but he is going to pounce out at the right time with the tree dance. Thing is, the bottom tier 1 tower is going to be very easily taken out by Jackie now, and they might even force a fight at the tier 2 bot. I mean, why the hell not? You know you're the stronger team by far at the moment with a 12k advantage. There's just no way Na'Vi can force a fight and stop them from doing this. Not with the Aegis up on Jackie.
They've got to just kind of give it out here on V and try to get what farm they can. It's no one finding forward farm right now along with Lace. Blink next on the menu here for no one. That should give them the angle, but still a ways to go. Scam has his own blink up, so easier for them to get the good curse off.
No one. Oh, FPC. He's in. A great arena down with the spear, and the Vortex is going to be the follow-up by Yopaj into Sweden Strong. They might even have the Marcy, but no. Barely surviving. Instead, they'll go on to Lace, but V-Tune is going to save the day for now. They'll lock down Lace on that Razor. Force the glyph out from the tier 3 tower, and that's going to be enough, at least for now, but boom. They're right back in. They've still got a minute and 15 on that Aegis timing as Jackie. He'll make a step in onto Solo. FBZ's there to back him up. A double stun out. Solo in big trouble. They already found Sweden Strong. Lace at least is going to find that Aegis. He gets something for his team. But boom, they may not care, John. That Rider's still down for another 10. He does have buyback, but he's not committing it.
Smoked up. You need to find a really good angle to get a good kisses out with the Wukongs, but
A misblink there from Sweden Strong, not finding the real blink he wanted, just out of range for the dispose. And with that, Na'Vi, they'll at least protect the mid racks, but they do lose that mid tier 3 tower. That's going to be about enough for Boom. They are not going to overextend this time around. They do back off. They maintain that 16k net worth lead. And chances are, John, they're probably just going to wait for the next Roshan. Meanwhile, Na'Vi, they've got to make something happen. So they're going to smoke up as 4, see if they can find themselves a straggler on the way out of that dire base. And they are going to hang around that dire jungle, but nobody's going to be there from Boom. They've all headed down south.
probably not going to find anything. At least they can retake control of their top jungle. Kind of get some farm going here for V-Tune. Try to get the gold necessary for no one's blink. He will buy it out. So you've got the Batrider blink, but that will mean no Batrider buyback. See if Na'Vi can play with that fresh pickup. They've got to find something. Boom. Moonlight Shadow up. Not quite going into the top jungle, but they do find another haste rune for Yopaj. Great rune control from start to finish here for Boom. Yopaj is making great use of it every single time in the storm. Na'Vi, they've got that blink here, Mike, on no one. They really need to find that blink target and just get a pick off and kind of rinse and repeat.
It's been very hard with the initiation of Na'Vi. They just haven't had a good opportunity. And props to Boom for not allowing that opportunity over. Boom, hanging around. Oh, that arrow. It's going to get a tiny bit of vision onto Na'Vi. Pings around, but no one will make the jump in by himself, but he hasn't found a target. He's going to back out of there and will do so, but they lose Sweet and Strong immediately as the arena is down. V-Tune has been caught out and is forced to BKB up. Meanwhile, on the left side, Solo is going to drop us now, but Razor. Lace is going to drop to boot. 4 down for the side of Boom. Into the mid-racks they go. And GD's called Na'Vi. There's no coming back for this game number 1. They'll go for a reset, have a chat, and come back in game 2's draft. Figure out what went wrong.
Yeah, I think starting off that Razor just didn't give them enough. Like, they flex it well, they run it off lane with Lace, they go back into the Razor Marcy lane, right? And they expect great things to come out. Boom, just go ahead and pick up the CK with a Winter Wyvern. Great protection there to cut off that aggression. And I did like what Na'Vi did with the Batrider. And Boom was just very confident as well to go into the storm anyway. So I think they've got to get a better understanding of what they want to do, especially in that mid, because no one didn't win the lane. That was the surprising part. They didn't block off that small camp as well. And he wasn't able to really pressure Storm. Feels like Batrider in that lane again, level 3, level 4, feels like a really good point. But you saw Yopaj's skill build. He did go 2-0-2. He didn't even bother looking for the double overload play with the pullback. He just went for the remnants, cleared out the wave every time, shoved it all the way back. And Batrider doesn't clear out waves that quick. He doesn't want to use Firefly for that. He wants to use Firefly to clear the wave and get a kill. And Yopaj just never went up to the lane. He just played it safe, backed off, farm. And the Storm, even though, again, nulls aren't in meta, Yopaj went Soul Ring, bought a million clarities, and just played aggressive anywhere.
Absolutely. With that, John, we're going to head off to a break and see how Na'Vi are going to come back for this Game 2 draft. But before then, we'll see you all again very soon.
Regeneration.
Dire's middle barracks are under radiant victory.
Okay, so 9 minutes break and 2 minutes and a half for the commercials. If you need better, I'm agree. Sure.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are in for our second game of this best of two series here between Na'Vi and, of course, Boom Esports, and it is MLP, Dota, and Onyx Fire. Jonathan, game one, very decisive victory here for Boom. I think we can both agree the draft was definitely in their favor in the end, as they just got all their comfort picks and just love to... They just ran the strategy they love to run, just hyper-aggressive, lane-dominant. It was all Boom can do and all Boom wanted. Na'Vi, John, though, going into this Game 2 draft, what would you like to see them do differently, I should ask, to try and pull off this Game 2 victory?
I think they've got to break away from the Razor Marcy. That's something Boom played against a lot in the DPC, and they know how to work against it. They're not scared of seeing the Marcy Razor first phase. It's something they can handle. I think Na'Vi's got to break something special out. They could go back for the solo IO along with a V-True and Gyrocopter. That could be one way. I was expecting one of those pickups. They did go differently there, going for the solo Snapfire instead. And I feel like they look best on Na'Vi when they match that aggression. They have some sustain to give them the edge in these prolonged fights. So going back to something like that could be one way to get that done. See Na'Vi again, they're forced to ban out the Winter Wyvern themselves while also taking your Death Prophet. Boom, clearing out the Puck and the Dawnbreaker, but leaving those options once more for solo. The IO, the Chen, I feel like you mentioned it last time we saw it from Na'Vi, right? Like they tend to go back into IO Gyro when things go south.
But they do. See if they do want to go down that route, John. For now, Na'Vi, they will go back into the Marcy and Boom Esports. They'll go ahead and pick themselves up a Tiny, as well as a snap pick into the Viper. So, Viper's a hero we have not had the pleasure of watching, considering it does get banned out so often. So it seems as though Boom Esports want to go down the Viper route this game around. Na'Vi, they have the option to go back for the Razor. Marcy Razor, it's still a very potent lane, regardless of what happened that last game. Do you think it's a smart idea for Na'Vi to go down that route?
I honestly don't think so. Because, again, Boom played against that multiple times in the CDPC. It plays the same way no matter what. So you can kind of just find a way to make that lane a lot tougher for Na'Vi, work against it, and just, prevent it from getting too aggressive early on, which we saw Boom do quite nicely in game one. So keen to see what Na'Vi decides. They are thinking harder about this, because normally you really would just snap pick the Razor here, but might be having discussions. The Marcy's still a very, very potent sort of support to play with anyway. For Boom's part, having the Viper and Tiny, and that should be a Tim's Tiny on hand, but we do see Yopaj play that a lot as well. It would be very fascinating if Boom did first phase 2 cores. I think that's pretty confident. And Na'Vi do change things up. They go with a Kotl. So I think that leans more onto solo, but they could give it to no one mid and just kind of run down. Maybe they do expect a Tiny mid. So Kotl versus Tiny. Kotl should have a pretty good time. Hang back, just illuminate out, and kind of clear out the small camp as well. Outfarm Tiny, hit your travels timing, and run around. So
5 seconds
that
remaining.
could be what they go for in Na'Vi. But again, both sides are flex enough that they could just run Kotl support. You could just run Tiny support as well for Boom.
Radiant
Certainly could.
team ban.
We'll find out very soon how all this is going to go as the ban stage will continue once again. Very curious to see what the game plan is for Na'Vi. I mean, you already talked about going back to the Gyro IO.
Dire
Certainly
team
could do
ban.
so. I mean, the Kotl could just be the mid Kotl coming up for no one, which I believe we did see the other day when they were running IO Gyro. So, well, there you go. Might be just kind of leading up to that already. I wonder if Boom kind of predict that might come out here for Natus Vincere and maybe have something ready for them for that kind of
10
draft.
seconds remaining.
Well, we'll see very, very soon. It's the Batrider also getting removed from
5
Na'Vi.
seconds remaining.
Don't want to have to see that coming out from the mid lane of Boom.
Radiant team ban.
Meanwhile, Boom, I mean, again, that last game around, they did get their comfort picks. That was just a standard Boom Esports draft. Where do you think they go from here? Like, is there another style of draft that you'd like to see from Boom? Any other particular picks you think would be very strong here for the Dire End, John?
Rubik, just go Rubik, steal Dispose from Marcy, have a great time with Balance, steal Chakra, steal Illuminate. You get to have a great time here. It's not the flashiest Rubik
10
game, but
seconds
it's a pretty
remaining.
fun one. So I wouldn't mind the Tim's Rubik again. It's something Boom has picked up
5
more than a
seconds
couple of times
remaining.
now in the major. Could still fit in quite nicely here. You've got a lot of room for a lot of Yopaj heroes. I mean, they ban out the Kunkka and the Batrider and faces Void on Na'Vi, but Ember's in the pool. Void Spirit's in the pool. Mid Snapfire is a possibility, although against mid Kotl, it's not the best. Those heroes can still work out. Boom has a lot of options here for Yopaj, and again, as you said, lots of comfort still left on the board.
Absolutely. Final ban out to come here before Boom can get underway with their next style of picks. Of course, the same for Na'Vi is Boom very focused on the position ones here, getting rid of the Jug and the Lifestealer, and there's the IO ban as well. So they're not going to allow the Gyrocopter to come out with the IO. And if you don't go IO Gyro, then there's just no point choosing Gyrocopter. I mean, it's just not really a carry without that IO. And here we go, Jonathan. The Ember Spirit is going to come out for Boom. Once again, going back to the comfort for Japoi, who had a very good game number 1 and probably is setting himself up for a very good game number 2. And against the Keeper of the Light, it is a very strong pick because you do have that Flame Guard. You can just kind of run the Kotl down during the laning stages if it is going to be the mid Kotl. You don't worry so much about just getting instantly bursted down with his Solar Bind Illuminate combination.
Yeah, it's very playable for the Ember. I'm keen to see if Na'Vi adjusts. They go with the NP first up. We have seen some mid NP. I believe we've also seen no one do that previously, although I can't recall how far it's been, but certainly some flex on hand. Kotl still sounds like a bit of a better lane, although NP isn't too bad there. His right clicks are pretty good. Doesn't care too much for the Flame Guard, as there's no magic damage to block from the NP, so he just right clicks away anyway. The Treants might not be as effective. You can still farm your small camp just fine if they do decide to flex that on Na'Vi, so decent enough answer. I believe Boom pick up the Ember to also deny it away from Na'Vi, because that could have been, again, a support Keeper of the Light. Then you get the Ember Kotl combination, which is always annoying. So Boom just covering all their bases and giving Japoi his favorite hero here as well. I would still love to see the Tim's Rubik though, Mike. I still want to see it with Marcy, just because, you see someone pick Marcy, you're like, I'll just be the better Marcy. Watch me lift this guy way over here. And yeah, it's just hilarious, balanced.
Yeah. I mean, look, I'd love to see it too, John. Let's see if Tim's wants to go down that route with the Rubik. It does look very funny. Like, it really does make him like a psychic type Pokemon, doesn't it? Just the telekinesis and the dispose. And I think someone back in the day when we did mention that in a previous series back in CDPC, John, someone corrected me and said it's a fighting type hero, which is I don't play Pokemon, Jonathan. I'm a 31-year-old. I don't have time for that crap.
You should. I mean, if it's from our generation, Mikey. What do you mean? You know?
Yeah, but I was there during the start, John. These days,
Yeah.
all these damn
Yeah, but you had
stupid
fighting
types
type
of-
in
Seconds
red.
remaining.
You had fighting type in red, blue, and yellow. It was
Five
there.
like
there was
two
a fighting
Pokemon.
gym.
There was like two of
Hitmonchan and
them.
Hitmonlee. And Machop, Machamp. Where you at,
All right,
Mikey?
all right.
What are you doing?
Get outta
And
here.
what's
Get outta
Boom
here.
doing? They go tied. So what's our FBZ hero? Probably a Skem tied. Not gonna lie, I think FBZ is still gonna play the Viper. But if Boom want to emulate a certain team and see that used to run that Pons 5 Viper in the ESL qualifiers and did not
Yeah.
do well with it, they could do that. I wouldn't want Boom to do it, but you know they could.
That they could, Jonathan. I mean, FBZ, still a very good Tide Hunter as well, right? Like, if you're not going to go for the Mars, they used to always go back for the Tide, and I couldn't help but notice, I believe someone in Twitch chat called this out as well. They said, if it's not going to be Mars, I want to see FBZ Tide coming out, and, well, wish is granted. There you go. Still, Navi's end of things, Jonathan. What are they picking up? Like, do they need a POS 1 here? Should this be an off-lane Prophet, mid-Coddle, and just a POS 1 to come?
It's open enough.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm trying to think, like, there is some flex, although I don't believe Core
5
Dazzle is
seconds
a
remaining.
thing. It's just really dead since it changes to the Juju. So likely NP Coddle cores. I think you'd want something else offlane. Like the NP still works out well, but it does feel like you lack team fight. I don't see anything on the 1 here for Navi to fix that up. To help you with control. So you can just go Nature's Prophet safe lane. Lane with Dazzle, it's still pretty good. Dazzle 5, Marcy 4, something on the offlane to give you some fight with Lace. And just run from there. If it is an NP, NP safe lane as well, Tide Hunter offlane doesn't really deal with that too well. I mean, you can clear out the treants, but you can't clear out the NP himself. And you can just run down the Tide with Poison Touch on the Dazzle. So you don't really mind that too much on Navi's end.
Absolutely. Final ban to come here. Boom. Focused on the offlane. It seems Navi, of course, focused on the position 1s for Jackie. Nice to see the TA ban is there, so no Tide TA to come out. None of that. Navi denying that the ultimate combination away, John. It just covers everything. Does everything. Literally everything. Except win TI. But, you know, who needs that?
It doesn't cook me
Navi.
food.
True.
I'd like some food.
Very, very true. Are you hungry, John? Is that why you're saying that?
I do have some... This is going to sound repulsive. I've got some leftover fried rice and dim sum in the ref that I ordered for lunch. So it's there.
Navi, they're going to go down the Doom route. Oh, the caster died, Jonathan. Very, very good to see. Boom Esports. Final pickup for them. The Doom should be the offlane Doom, right? So, or maybe even POS 1 Doom potentially. I mean, it is still flexible, but it does look like it should be the POS 1 Prophet coming out for Navi. I suppose you can kind of run it either way. What are you thinking for this carry for Boom Esports? Anything in particular you'd like to see Jackie pick up here?
It's fairly open. Like, he could actually just play a Razor safe lane if he wanted to. And it ties in pretty nicely with what you have on hand. Just another sort of durable frontliner that can just run down. If it is the off-lane Doom, you just win that lane for the most part with a Razor. So you could do that. What else is there? You don't really want to Terrorblade into Doom. It's just mildly annoying to get doomed in a fight. It's probably not that. Ursa kind of fits in. It could be fine, although you do have good kiting potential on Navi, especially once Dazzle has shards up. You can just kind of trap the Ursa up for quite some time. So I would say it's not the easiest Ursa game for Boom. You've got the Solar Bind to slow you down. You can get tossed around with Marcy. And I do think that Razor is pretty good. Razor is probably the nicer one for Boom Esports to ride with, but you have a lot of options. Like, you might not even necessarily care about any of this from Navi, as more than likely Lace will want to doom up the Ember. That's their best hold for Yopaj. Just doom him up, prevent him from zipping across the map, zipping all around these fights, and they will go with a Monkey King. So again, not minding too much. Ties in nicely with the Tide Hunter. You've got great lanes. I'm still curious what FBZ will take. It should be the Tide, but they're kind of leaving it open. And yeah, Scam Viper. All right, we're replicating T1 just a bit when they did ESL, and again, you know, I recall that game. and I remember Whitemon dying behind a tier 1 for some reason, and then immediately feeding off another kill.
Oh, don't remind me of that, John. That was so depressing to watch. Don't remind me of that crap.
It was more funny for me because I just couldn't understand. I was trying to imagine what was happening in Whitemon's mindset, and I
Well,
found it funny.
I think you know what was happening in White One's mindset, Jonathan. You had a very particular opinion about that, and
10
you know
seconds
we won't go into it too much. Might have had something to do with Zephyr, maybe not. Still,
5 seconds
Boom
remaining.
Esports versus Na'Vi. Game number 2, John. Let's get serious. Which draft do you think superior going into this game to? Do you believe in Na'Vi for this second game, or do you think Boom Esports got this one 2-0?
I think Boom has a really good lineup here. I mean, you've got great combinations with just Ravage and Wukong's on top. You've got Yopaj with a pretty good Ember game. Again, not scared of much until Solo gets shards and until Laze gets a blink on Doom. So beyond that, the Yopaj should be able to dance around. No one should have a better lane though. Like, this is much more playable. I don't expect Yopaj to actually get that much more CS in comparison to no one. As long as no one's small camp is up, he should be able to be ahead or at the least be equal. So your Kotl timing should be a lot faster. And for Na'Vi, their big strength is early threats from Vitrine. You can just teleport across the map, join these fights. They've got mobility, somewhat with a Marcy, with a rebound in. So they can hold single targets well, play with a Solar Bind, play with the Illuminate, lock down one, trap them up with a Sprout, and try to go from there.
Okay. Get into it very, very soon. Game number 2 here. Natus Vincere again, backs against the wall, looking to try and tie out this series. Of course, Boom Esports, considering their position in the groups right now, want every single win they can get, need all the points they can get, and well, so far in this series, doing a fantastic job to see if they can keep it up. As we do get into it. And again, John, you know how I am. I don't bet against the Japoi Ember. We all know this. But at the same time, Na'Vi bringing out something special here with the POS 1 Prophet and the POS 3 Doom to come out. So very hard to know exactly how this game goes down. Very, very different draft from Na'Vi, which is what I love to see. We might have a very early team fight to break out as well, considering the drafts here. Good luck, have funs are coming out between both teams, as wards already getting placed as well here from Na'Vi. Just getting that high ground in the mid lane of the Dire jungle. Maybe not. I suppose with the treants around, it's going to be kind of hard for anyone to sneak around. So Na'Vi, they'll stay on their side. Boom, they'll probably stay on their side and see if they do end up clashing.
Yeah. Probably just going to be patient.
30 seconds.
And
to
Na'Vi
battle.
does have decent enough level 1 if they manage to chain a couple of Illuminates as we've seen before. But I don't think Boom is going to allow that to happen. And just play patiently.
Very patient. They're just going to wait around, see if somebody does try to come in for that bottom bounty rune. You do have the Poison Touch, and it's a very nice slow to have. FBZ's going to show up. Sweden strong. Pretty confident that he can just rebound out anyway, so he's going to go ahead and try. Doesn't get the bounty, but doesn't matter. He's perfectly safe. It's going to be a 2-for-2 trade on the bounty runes for now. A very even start. And while we're here, John, we may as well start with the bottom lane. Of course, you're going to have FBZ on the Tide, along with Tim's on the Tiny. Against... Lace. Lace makes his way down on the Doom, down at the bot lane, with Solo on the Dazzle. So they actually end up running the Doom safe lane here and throwing V-Tune up at top lane.
Yeah, I think they understand that you're probably just not wanting to deal with Tide Hunter. You don't want to feed away the treants of V-Tune, so this gives him a much more playable lane. FBC is still pretty happy with the Doom lane, all things considered though. Glaze can't just walk up, try to harass FBZ. You can't really play too much with a Poison Touch, especially once FBZ hits level 2, level 3. So he should still be able to farm, but this does give V-Tune a much better time in microing those treants and building up in that lane.
Absolutely. Meanwhile, mid lane, of course, you're having a look at no one against Yopaj. We kind of talked about this during the draft phase, John, but Yopaj shouldn't have too difficult of a time here against the mid-keeper of the light. See, the Flame Guard going to be pretty valuable here, but for now, Yopaj actually going for the Sleight of Fist Searing Chains combo. So maybe looking to get a bit more aggressive against the Kotl.
Yeah, I don't mind that. You've got enough of a signal from the Kotl as to when to dodge with a Sleight of Fist, as long as there's a quick wave to play with. shouldn't be melting too hard. No one is starting to get some aggression though, understanding that Yopaj hasn't used any flame guard at all, so he's got a nice window to just be aggressive. And his small camp is open, so no one, again, should be able to farm faster, if not at the same pace as Yopaj did last game.
Oh, top lane. Scam on the Viper, starting to drop very low here to V-Tune on that Prophet. Was looking to jump in as well as mid lane. The Ember. Yopaj barely surviving. No one really starting to get the damage out here on the Keeper of the Light. There's another Illuminate. This time not going to land on the Ember. This mid lane, a kill could be coming at any moment as Yopaj. Next Slider Fist is up very soon. He might try to go for something onto no one next creep wave, but we'll have to see. Get very tense in the mid lane, it feels.
But I mean, this is on my PC.
All right. It turns out we've had a bit of a freeze going on here, so we're going to try and sort that out.
One would say it's hanged.
Well, meanwhile, bottom lane, Lace does end up going down. Obviously, nobody can see it at the moment. They can only see us, sadly, Jonathan, but it won't matter. We'll give you guys the radio commentary while we try to sort out these issues. V-Tune also ends up going down to top lane, and now they get the, they do get the, I suppose, the background view of what happens when we're casting while watching the game, Jonathan. There you go. We have very ugly faces while we're casting.
Yeah, we're just staring at the screens. We're not caring about our own faces. Great kill. It's picked up by Boom. There is a lot of aggression that can come out here as well. I mean, you're running Monkey King Viper. You will want to run down. The combination of Nature's Prophet plus Marcy isn't as aggressive. I mean, it's not like a Razor Marcy, right? Like, you're not getting much more from getting the dispose off. V-Tune doesn't have anything like a Blightstone to try and squish and make them squishier here as well. So you're really not able to leverage the Marcy aggressively as much. Now, you can harass out Scam, and we've seen Scam kind of drop low multiple times, but it's a Viper. Doesn't really care. As long as Jackie's farming there, you really don't mind.
Absolutely. But not too much is going on, ladies and gentlemen. 2 kills the way of Boom Esports. Again, trying to give you guys the radio commentary for now. 2-kill lead. Na'Vi not able to find a kill quite yet. 1k net worth lead the way of Boom Esports. And currently, pretty much every single lane is going Boom's way. The only saving grace right now for Na'Vi is the fact that the Keeper of the Light is farming very well. But you kind of come to expect that from mid-Keeper of the Light. It's kind of hard not to find farm on this hero.
And it's not like no one's pulling massively ahead in comparison to Yopaj. Again, he's equal to Yopaj. You would really rather prefer to be up ahead in the lead, but Yopaj has done a great job of managing the lane. He's dodging out a lot of the Illuminates. He's not wasting too much resources and staying in the lane. He's managed to take some time to farm his own small camp. And now he does manage to get the chains, getting a little bit of damage in no one, but not really enough to pressure him out. But he's all the way down now on HP, and he's not going to have Rune Access. He doesn't have a bottle. It's a Kotl. You don't want that in your lane, so just gonna have to cop it for a little bit there.
Well, in the meantime, Skem almost ends up going down, and Yopaj seems to want to try and kill no one, but no one does get out of range and is going to be just fine. And no kills going on yet, ladies and gentlemen. You're really missing nothing, don't you worry. Still, 5 minutes in, 2 kills once again. Yopaj has a courier go down.
Okay.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. I mean, we do have a rotation out from Tim's here on the Tiny, at the very least, as Solo. I'm going to spot that out and make sure that there's no gank attempt to come. It seems like there is currently a heavy emphasis in trying to focus down no one on the Keeper of the Light mid lane, but never mind that, because top lane, Sweet and Strong, is going to find himself in danger as Jackie almost gets the kill, but Sweet and Strong somehow gets his way out. And there we go, we're back into the game as Yopaj ends up finding Solo in that mid-river. It'll be the 3rd kill now for Boom.
Yeah, just building up, getting really aggressive. Saw Tim's drop fairly low in that movement down mid. Doesn't mind too much. 0-3 start is looking good for Boom, but it's not really translating to a huge net worth lead, mind you. Na'Vi is still keeping up very nicely, although it's mainly Laze that's keeping up head-to-head. That is a Doom in a Tide lane, the most passive lane in this game, and Laze is going for the Midas, so maybe they can build off of that Doom once it does have Blink BKB. But your NP off much slower than you'd want it to. Your Kotl should still have good timing into the travels, and that's when we have to start to see the lines connect for Na'Vi. They've got to be able to get that Dispose rebound with the Illuminate spam on top and just find some kills to snowball off the back of, because when you give the strong of a start to Boom, it's a Yopaj Ember, Mike. You've already pointed out multiple times, but when this guy has a great start, it's pretty hard to stop him.
Well, certainly is. He's having a fantastic start so far, and well, so is Jackie on that Monkey King. He's been having a very good time up at top lane. They just really aren't able to slow him down. Even with the Pros 1 Prophet, V-Tune just really struggling himself in terms of net worth because there's just been so much aggression going up at top lane. The Pos 5 Viper certainly has been doing a fantastic job here with Scam. More rotations into the mid lane here with Tim's trying to show up and find no one. They did place that deep observer ward down behind the tier 1 tower as well to try and get the vision on no one, but he's been very good at trying to avoid these gank attempts as now Solo is going to show up on the Dazzle. They really got to keep this Coddle protected. I mean, he's going to set the tempo of the game for Na'Vi. Problem is now Solo's going to get caught out. Tossed in right into the loving arms of Yopaj. He will try to heal up. Yopaj, remnants forward, not enough to get the kill. Solo barely surviving on 20 HP, but not for long. Scam is going to find him, and now no one. He's a sitting duck. Will go for a run, but Tim's is there, but misses out on the keeper. Whoopsie. Avalanche is going to connect, however. So will the chains, and Yopaj takes the keeper of the life's life mid-air, mid-toss. And that's the 5th kill of the game already for Boom.
They're doing a great job of just making this a tough game for no one. He's not able to leave his lane. He does have travels up. He can start to show up elsewhere, but that's a big courier kill. The Midas taken away from Lace for a minute and a half. That's a lot of time where you could possibly get 2 uses out from Midas. So Boom, again, just getting everything they want, everything they need. Na'Vi kind of clumping up top. We haven't seen action come out from the swords. They'll try onto Jackie, but
He's not an easy target, but they've got plenty of heroes around. Do they have a... Oh, they have the damage. Woo. That was close. Meanwhile, bottom lane, Lace does end up dropping here on the Doom. I think Jackie was like 0.2 seconds away from the TP completing, by the way, there, John. In fact, can we get a replay of that? I want to see how close he really was.
yeah, it was pretty tight, that timing. And it almost looked like he could have bailed out. That's the one issue you have, right? The Dispo's follow-through isn't great. They are getting some aggression here.
Yeah, Solo going to be targeted here by the Ember. Chains was already committed, though, so Yopaj doesn't have a way to lock him down, but he could just run him down, John. Sleight of Fist will be up in a moment. Chains out. That'll be enough. Another kill here for the Ember. 4-0 and 1 already for Yopaj.
Yeah, he's managed to build up really well. Now we can take a look back at that moment. See that TP?
See if we can actually see how long the TP was going to take. Very, very close. Oh, it's a point one.
Yikes.
That's close. Woo. Chains
Yeah.
out, though. No one has been caught here in the mid lane, but Blinding Light is going to save the day. He'll be just fine. 1-7, though. 2K advantage. Boom Esports. They smoke up. They're not done yet. They want Lace down at the bot lane.
You're really bullying this Doom. I mean, he still doesn't have his Midas coming in yet.
Chains out, Tim's. Avalanche will be there, though. A nice stun from Lace. And now the Tomb out onto the Ember. Na'Vi, they're trying to make their way over to try and help out as V-Tune is going to be there, and so will no one. There should be the first kill onto the Ember, and it will be. Na'Vi doing a great job of fighting back now as they found Tim's. They'll find Scam. That'll be 3 down for the side of Boom Esports. And Na'Vi, they punish heavily for the insolence of trying to go after Lace down a bot lane.
This kind of reminds me of that last Ember game we saw from Yopaj. He was doing well, and they get overly aggressive onto a target that's not easy to kill. I think Boom, again, it's not the biggest loss yet. It's still a good bounce back for Na'Vi. A big network here to burst down, great use of that Doom, and they get a little bit of an opening to shove in mid. As long as Yopaj respects the Doom, you should still be okay, but you can't afford to bleed out like that a couple more times. Lace actually does get his Midas in, but as well, if they manage to kill that Doom before the Midas came in, that would really stall out the Doom. Still, Boom not dissuaded from that, Mike. Smoke up with Scam and Yopaj this time.
Absolutely. Up towards the top lane they go. V-Tune, bit of a sitting duck if he does stick around. Has the Maelstrom up, just hasn't brought it out. It's not going to save him anyways. The chains don't land. It's the creep wave. FBZ, though, has Ravage and is still rushing, but Sweet and strong. What a dispose. Scam, he should go down here and will. As Na'Vi, they bring everyone up here to force the fight. They only catch the Viper as Yopaj still playing around. Will go after Sweet and strong. The shallow grave They'll buy a bit of time. They'll stun him up, hold him back as Yopaj still wants to go forward, still wants a kill, but is going to find nothing. Sweden Strong avoiding the Remnant is going to be just fine.
Just managing to force a lot of response up top, though. It's a huge commitment out from Na'Vi, giving a lot of free space out for Jackie, pushing in bot, and they find one.
They will. Sweden Strong. They'll even drop the Wukong's command, just in case. As Vichun does rotate, he might find a decent trade onto Tims. As Tims, he'll go for a run, but the urn is there. Does have the raindrops and the stick charges, though. He might actually make it. 30 HP, 20 HP, but survives on 10. Is now Vichun. Oh, he's a big target to get if Boom can find it, and it looks like they just have. Vichun still trying to run, but no way out. And Tims, I can't believe he survives it on 10 HP.
Yeah, Razor's Edge again for the side of Boom, but it pays off. They find the tower, they find the objective, they find the kill. It's Yopaj on the chase here.
Solo surely gets a TP away here and does. Yopaj gives up on that one. Instead, back down to the mid lane. I think they found the keeper. No one. Gonna be okay. No chains out this time around. It's by the T2 tower anyway, so probably would have been too deep of a dive onto the cot.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Boom. Just kind of settling back in. So is Na'Vi, just farming up on ways, going for that BKB blink on Doom. He has been given a lot of room to get that done. With a Maelstrom on Vichun as well, just gunning for that early spell new. Trying to get some ways of standing true to fights from Boom to dodge out on the Ravage of FSD, which we haven't even seen yet. He's been managing to hold on to it, and they've been still finding these engagements on Boom's favor. For Boom, for their part, very close to the Maelstrom on Yopaj, even more damage output. Great way to clear out the Nature's Prophet spam there with the Treants. So you're going to be able to stop the split push if they do try to go for that play. And Boom will smoke up with it now, once more.
They will. Ravage still is not committed, but FBZ, he's going to blink up. Sweden Strong, nice positioning from him to break the smoke. He'll try to make a run with the Unleash, and that's going to be enough. The basic Dispel on that, enough to get away from the chains of Yopaj. And again, the Ravage, it still is being held out here by FBZ, but you're waiting for that big moment here. He hasn't felt the need to throw it out quite yet.
Does have that blink on standby. Should be able to find good angles in the middle of these fights. Na'Vi go for their own smoke out. They've got the Doom here.
Skem's going to break the smoke, though. Lace would have loved to move in with that Doom onto FBZ, but not going to be able to find the opportunity quite yet. They'll maybe try to force the tier 1 top tower here, Na'Vi. Feeling Boom would be more than happy to force the fight, though, with the Ravage available. And so Na'Vi going to have to find another time to come back for this. Just not safe enough. In the meantime, smoke up, Yopaj and Tims. They'll head down towards the south. They've spotted no one on that Keeper of the Light, and no one. Senses something is wrong here. We'll stay on the low ground. See nothing yet, but Boom, they know exactly where no one is. By that tier 2 tower. No one seems to be very well aware they are hunting him down at the moment. Is he going to show? Yopaj will show up, does see no one for a moment, gets the chains off, forces the rotations. That's all he wanted.
Drag 2 more heroes down bot. They don't overcommit, they play it safe, and they keep the farm game going. Only a 1k lead for Boom, so not a massive amount. Na'Vi has been able to keep up pace with no one and Lace, and they have been really patient. Lace, again, holding on to his own Doom here as well, while FBC holds on to the Ravage. Probably not looking for that engage against these tanky heroes. The big difference really lies here with Vichun and Jackie. Jackie's just so far ahead. 2k ahead of our Nature's Prophet. The split push is not coming out yet from the NP either. He does have the shards, so you can kind of just work the lanes out with your Sprout now, but not the easiest game to get that done, for sure.
Ace. Spotted here by Skem. Ace is on here from the Viper. It's a massive kill if they can find it. Tims, Humbless Toys the wrong way around. No one is there to help out, and Lace is going to be okay to walk out of this one. A lot of damage being dealt by that Pos 5 Viper, but no backup there to really knock down Lace. He's fine to just walk away and be protected here by his team. And for Lace, the longer this game goes on, the better. He is playing Doom with Midas after all. He'd love to go into that ultra late stage of the game as Skem This time around, going to find no one. FBZ is there, again with the Ravage available, but not throwing it out quite yet. There it is now. Ravage does connect onto one only as Lace is dropping rather low, but the Illuminate heals are going to come out with the Shallow Grave. Skem in trouble, should drop here on the Viper and will do so, but boom. Do they want to keep the fight going? Sweet and strong, may just drop and does. Even Jackie showing up down the Monkey King. B looks like they'll be happy to back off for now. Just a 1-for-1 trade. Nothing else going to come out of this, but boom, they'll head back down to the mid-tier 1 tower. See if they can try to settle that down.
Yeah, you still have the Doom ready to go on Lace, though, as FBZ just had to Ravage to prevent that from being used on him. And they are still staying here on Boom's end.
They are. Solo, going to be found out this time by Jackie. Avalanche will connect, Toss will be up, and there's just no chance to be able to get the Shallow Grave off here for the Dazzle. There's Jackie now, they do spot out Lace. They don't have a way to lock him down, however. No Avalanche, no Toss, and no Gush even from FBZ available. So instead, back up towards that top tier 1 tower, somewhere where no one isn't, so they can actually get this tier 1 without having their creep wave forced back every 2 seconds.
And it's not the biggest tower to take, but does give a little bit more wiggle room for Boom to just constantly contest that triangle. Na'Vi has not had a hold there for at least a minute or two. They are forced to play elsewhere. Vichun still inching closer into that BKB, using the treants nicely now to shove in bot himself, and should be able to find a nice objective for his troubles. Greater treants are still doing a lot of work at this point in the game. Smoke out from Na'Vi. Lace, again, Doom at the ready, could find a big kill.
They could. No one. He's a nice target, but a quick blink out. They are still chasing. Sweet and Strong is there with the rebound, tumblers, and dispose. They commit the Doom immediately. FBZ surely has no way to survive this. Jackie is around to try and help, but he won't bother. Way too much being thrown out at the tide. Na'Vi, that's a very nice kill for them to pick up.
Yeah, it's exactly what they need, killing off the Tide Hunter. Right now, Boom, all their cores are kind of behind Na'Vi, except for Jackie. So it is going all in on the Monkey King, all in on Jack Boys once more. Yopaj in the middle of here. We might find solo, but he is going for the TP play.
Could be just fine. No vision around to see him in that tree line. So 7-11 now. 1k advantage the way of Boom. Very close matchup here is bottom lane, Jackie. He's a huge kill to secure. Wukong's command is out. He's going to find a way out of this team fight, but he's copping so much damage. There's just no way. Well, Jackie caught with his pants down now at bot lane. He's going to get punished heavily by Na'Vi. These are kills that Boom going to be careful not to give away, because suddenly the net worth, the advantage may just shift back the way of Na'Vi.
I'm a bit surprised Boom, after losing FBZ, didn't immediately group up, because that was Lace without Doom. You could actually make some big plays happen. You're kind of ready to go with Yopaj on hand, but they allow Na'Vi to actually dictate that pace now, and you can see Na'Vi kind of revitalized. They understand this game is still really close, 8-11, less than 1k lead for Boom, but again, all your cores in Na'Vi are doing better than Yopaj and FBZ right now. And Jackie with his lead, it's still pretty good, but it's not that wide of a lead here, Mike.
You're getting to that point where Na'Vi, they've just taken enough time to keep that farm going, where they're just starting to out-farm the side of Boom Esports, who have been running around chasing Na'Vi. Speaking of, Lace, spotted out by Skem. Tim's around with the Avalanche and the toss back into the Viper. Lace, he's going to pop that BKB and walk away. We'll be just fine to do so. No backup after the BKB is popped, so Lace will survive another day, but Boom, they will try to focus down the mid-tier 1 tower in the meantime. You do have that Ravage to play with as well, so they feel very confident here on the side of Boom. It's going to be no problem securing the mid-tier 1 tower.
That helps even out the map a little bit more, allows them to exert that control in the bot jungle. You do have good vision coming out from Na'Vi, so they've got a general idea as to where Boom's playing with that cliff where they have. Boom just going to be kind of walking around, trying to see if anyone steps into that mid. No one from Na'Vi, well, not no one player, but they are still, you know, they're fine with this on Na'Vi. They're split pushing with Vichun. They're getting the build-up they want on the NP. They're getting that investment back from Lace. He does have the blink on the Doom now. They should be able to play. Doom is off cooldown as well, but Boom will be the ones to smoke out here.
Where do they head? Up up towards top lane. FBZ is going to just deal with this creep wave coming in from VTune. Of course, VTune does have the shards up, so those greater treants going to be very annoying to try and deal with throughout this game now. And well, Boom, they do roam through the dire jungle, but they're going to find nothing. Nobody being caught out, and Na'Vi now, they counter smoke. 3 smoked on their end of things, but they're running towards the dire triangle, and no one around there either. Though pings are coming out towards the mid lane, maybe trying to snipe Jackie here on that Monkey King, and he does show up in the mid lane, so they make the jump in. There's Lace there with the stun out into the Doom. BKB was there in time, but it may not help the cause as Jackie. He's trying to man up with the Jingu Mastery. He will go down eventually, though, as Na'Vi. Off to a great start with this team fight. Still going for more now as Skem does get caught. FBZ looking for a Ravage. Won't find one yet, but they will find Solo, and they even found VTune on the Natus Prophet. They even out the team fight.
It helps balance that out. Jackie is still a bigger kill for Na'Vi to find, so overall they're still happier. But Boom takes that fight without having to expand their own big cooldowns. Ravage still ready in FBZ. For Na'Vi, they had to let go of that Doom. So there is a moment here for Boom when the respawns are up. They could just clump back up again. They've got the Ags on FBZ to help with the D push. They've got the Ravage for the incoming team fight. They've got an advantage over Na'Vi in terms of what they have on hand. And that is something that they should choose to play with, right? Like every single time you see Lace use that Doom, you know in the following fights, he's not going to really contribute too much. And he will have a little bit more in the tank. But Boom will opt to just go back to farm a little bit and get that build up they want. Start to get Jackie online. Does have the Mage Slayer up. Is going for the Scotty next. So not going for the full Blood Torrent just yet. But again, Na'Vi, they're doing a great job of keeping this game really, really even.
They certainly are, John. They certainly are here, Na'Vi. There comes a point as well, like we already kind of mentioned this, but the Doom, obviously just going to farm out of his mind as the game goes on. Even the Prophet, though, it gets to a point where it just feels like VTune has infinite scaling. You're going to get rid of those brutes eventually because you've got, 0 cooldown teleportation at level 25. And things can get very frustrating for Boom if they allow the game to go that far in. There's no one. Down a bot lane is going to be prepped to defend, but Boom are waiting for someone to show their face. Illuminate will make it obvious no one's there. BKB is forced out. No one. He could TP if he wants. But for now, he'll stick around with the BKB, and eventually he will get out just fine.
Backs off. BKB expended. Pretty nice to force that out for Boom's end, but not going to be able to find anything from it. Na'Vi just jump towards the top jungle here as well, where they do have really good control. And into the pit they go. We've got decent output with VTune and that sidekick running. Boom have to know something's up, but they don't have vision around the pit. This is going to be a freebie for Na'Vi.
Well, that it will be. Roshan to go freely the way of Na'Vi is Boom. They're focused in on that bottom tier 2 tower, but this is a much bigger win for Na'Vi. Boom, I don't know if they don't realize or they just don't think they can take the fight. I think it's more of a sense that they can't realize this one. They are going to TP into that outpost and try to contest now, but it's all too late. It's only Skem showing up, so the Aegis is going to go the way of Boom for free. And they didn't even find the bottom tier 2 tower. In fact, now Skem does get caught out. Will get taken down, though Tims is going to move in with the Avalanche, forcing out the BKBs early. And now the double chain's out, but Lace is going to move in. Yopaj does have his Lincolns broken, but the Doom did not come out. As Na'Vi, they want to back out of here. And it seems like they're going to be able to do so. They do not get held down by Boom. And Boom, they really lost out on quite a bit there. No Roshan, tier 2 tower didn't go down, and no kills.
Didn't manage to find a good angle for the Ravage from FZ, seeing those BKBs popped on. Didn't have anything to play with, although.
Just trying to break the Lincolns on Yopaj to get the Doom off. Lace can be chased down. Izzy still has the Ravage up. They'll toss the Doom back. Lace, he doesn't have a BKB to use right now, so he's a bit of a sitting duck. And eventually will drop. Yopaj able to take the kill. It will get everyone else out of there, but that's still going to be a pretty valuable pickup here for the dire end of things.
And it's a pretty high net worth hero. In fact, all the cores of Na'Vi are pretty juicy kills with how evenly they're farmed right now. And Boom can be happy enough. Na'Vi did not expend a Doom, though, that entire time, so on to respawn. Lace still has some play left here.
What are they chasing now? Well, they found VTune. He's got Scam down, but he's a bit of a sitting duck here. BKB is not up and available either. Oh, Vincere, that's a big pick off to give away to Boom. I mean, power runes are important, but not worth your life like that. Boom, they punish heavily.
Yeah, they managed to turn the scenario around. The Aegis advantage doesn't exist. Net worth is still relatively even, but that felt like Na'Vi. That was their moment to build some momentum up. Take more objectives, start to threaten tier 2s, take the outpost, secure that top jungle, and they're gonna miss out. Jackie, still farming like a madman, is keeping up quite nicely, and it does feel like right until we get the level 20 talent of Vichun up, the Monkey King at even farm is just going to do a lot more. Like Jackie has greater damage output, he's got mobility, not quite the same as the teleportation, but it is a bit sneakier, jumping around the tree line. And his Scotty is 2 parts away, so the build-up is coming true for Boom to kind of get that point. Even if you try to play split push for Na'Vi, as we pointed out, FBZ with the Ags is just a really great way of ensuring that your towers are always protected, and Yopaj has the mobility to match where Vichun wants to go. So
I love this, John. Look at this. Look what Sweet and Strong got. He got the Psychic Headband on this Marcy.
Look at that.
Here we go. This is when the disposed range becomes really fun. Aether Lens plus the Psychic Headband plus the Blink now. I can't wait to see how long range this is going to be.
Yeah, it's going to be pretty. If only we had Tim's Rubik. I would love to see the Rubik with a Psychic Headband and Aether Lens as well, with a Stolen Dispose. That is also funny. I mean, this spell just looks so dumb when it animates with this kind of range, because you don't even touch him as Marcy. It's just to get lifted. She just has psychic powers or something.
Yeah.
Or wait, is it psychic powers, or does Marcy's hand stretch out like an elastic band or something? Which one is
One
it?
Piece, John. This isn't One Piece, even though I know you don't understand the reference because you've never watched the damn anime. Shout out to all the OP fans out there. How great was 1056? Scan out. RV. Gonna go for a smoke, but they are grouped up. Good to go whenever.
Yeah,
Too safe here.
the one issue we have with Navi's draft here is like we've seen Kotal towards the later points of the game where it can fall a bit flat. Like it still has relevance, but it's super tricky in trying to maximize that presence. Like it almost feels like a Tinker without rearm, but you know, it kind of plays the same way towards late game where you're trying to hex someone, trying to get them bursted down without being picked off. So you're trying to isolate one hero going a bit far. And speaking of isolate, no one is sort of alone here.
He is. The FBZ. Gonna find Solo first. So Tim's will make the jump in, but the toss back, it's way off the mark. They won't go any further. Bit of an error there, just going for the Centaur rather than the Dazzle. Meanwhile, Jackie will be able to find the bottom tier 2 tower while all this is happening. Even picks up the Lincoln Sphere now as well, the Monkey King, so feeling much safer against the Doom. Still 12 to 15, very slight net worth lead the way of Boom Esports, but nothing to write home about. Very, very close game. It's Dota Plus thinking. 72% the way of Boom Esports according to Dota Plus.
Yeah, I sort of agree with that. I feel like Na'Vi, again, their timing just kind of tapers off a little bit. They do have Double Doom ready on Lace, so that could be what they play off the back off now. Just try to get multiple heroes locked in, clean up the team fights from there. Level 20 talents inching closer for Vichun as well, and that's the massive one for the Nature's Prophet, as Na'Vi will go for their own smoke play here.
And he is. They are Na'Vi mid lane. They have found FBZ on the tide. It's going to be a nice easy pick off. BZ way too deep in that mid lane. No help around him. Will drop. Na'Vi, they're going to group up. They want to force the fight without the Ravage available. 60 seconds without that tide. No buyback. Oh, they might find Jackie. Vichun. He should have seen him. Sprout is there. They've got the leash up as well. Jackie, he'll BKB up and has to TP away. But he's going to be alright. So Na'Vi, knowing the BKB is down now, might be able to force another team fight. You've still got 30 seconds without FBZ. They're going to try off the Opage, but he will remnant out as well. Lincoln is broken. Scam Glimmer Cape away, but this time they should be able to find him. 4 staff away now as Lace is chasing, but just can't catch.
Great dodges from both teams to prevent further losses. This is a bit of that turning point. Sheepstick out on our Keeper of the Light, so no one's going to be able to get some initial control. And maybe play off the broken Lincolns now and just start to find that single target to pick off. And that castrage on the side of Ice is pretty ridiculous in the Coddle. Can kind of cover your screen there if you're not careful.
It certainly is, John. They've even got the refresher orb up on Lace, and look at this, a smoke up and Na'Vi. They're on the high ground to break the smoke. Sweet and Strong will move in. Lace, he'll get the Doom off. It's a great start to the team fight. Lace again refreshing. Who does he Doom up next? No one quite yet, but he'll go after Skem on that Viper. Meanwhile, FBZ still being focused down, but Jackie trying to protect his V-Tune. Gonna give his own life away for the sake of the Tidehunter kill. I mean, it's something. A 2-for-1 trade this far for Na'Vi. I'm just not sure if it's worth V-Tune trading his life for the Tide.
No, definitely not. Like, they take away the Ravage in this team fight as well. I mean, the Doom was expended, but it's not the kind of trade you want, because Jackie's still going to be ahead of you. He's going to be happy that the opposing pause one's gone. Lace did refresh, so he has a Doom at the ready, but he didn't see the opportunity for the double Doom coming out here. Boom lose a little bit more, and Na'Vi does have that slight lead in their favor. But without the Nature's Prophet, it doesn't feel like you're actually able to siege by yourself. You do need a summons here.
Lincoln's broken. They'll make the jump in. Doom is out. Jackie, a massive target here for the side of Na'Vi to claim. He is dropping low and being stun locked so darn much. He doesn't even get a chance to fight back. But Tim's, a 4-man avalanche out from our Tiny. They'll go for the fight anyway, even without the Monkey King. FBZ, he's up in 4 seconds. He'll take down 2 of them. A buyback from Sweet and Strong, but now the chain's out. Lace gonna try and fight back. Hex is there onto the Ember. Can they burst down Yopaj? It seems like they just may as he does go down. Na'Vi putting up a fight now. So they'll chase down Skem for another. Skem's gonna be fine with the 4 staff away. Tim's the cop and Illuminate will try to run, but the prospect is there from Sweet and Strong. So Yule's up. But where's the Tide? EZ not popping the Ravage either. They'll lose Tim's. It's the tier 3 tower now under siege by Na'Vi. Another dispose. Look at the range on that, John. Onto the Viper. Very balanced.
Yep, you reach so far away, along with the Hex coming through from Na'Vi. They've just been playing really great. FBZ just can't Ravage. Even while his 2 supports were up, they have no damage to follow through. So they are forced to just surrender 1 set of racks. Na'Vi well and truly in the lead now, in control of this game with 1 lane constantly shoving away. And boom, they can handle super creeps with this build-up from FBZ, but they need to be cautious about going so far forward. We've seen this multiple times, but boom, again, sometimes just get a little overconfident in how far they can push the envelope, and then they get punished by that hold. You cannot afford to lose Jackie, or especially Yopaj, going off for a chase like that. Like, you might need more than just the Lincolns here. Maybe the refresh helps your cause out. You can just refresh up and try to keep playing with a ton of remnants instead to stay safe here.
Roshan will be the next big objective for either side. Boom obviously understand they can't let this one go for free. They'll try to take their outpost back. Keep in mind, V-Tune just picked up a Satanic on his side of things on the Prophet, so a bit more sustain on him as they pop the drums. They move in, Sweet and Strong. Might get taken down straight away as the Wukong's command. Gonna be very nice here from Jackie. BKBs are out from Na'Vi to try and force a fight back. Who's actually losing this one though? Skem is gonna drop it. There's your Ravage. Only connecting onto the Doom, but they will find Laces now. Yopaj onto Solo. Might be able to find the Dazzles. The toss-up is there from Tim's. Cancelling off that TP. More buybacks coming up from Na'Vi. They don't want to let this Roshan go down the way of Boom. Without Ravage up on FBZ, in fact, speaking of FBZ, he's currently being stalked by V-Tune. They had the vision, but now the sight device. Out onto Tim's, holding down the Tiny. As V-Tune, what a 4-star, into a toss back. Tim's, what a play out from the Tiny. There's Lace, gonna make a run back, and we'll do so with the BKB. That's a very cheeky 4-star toss back though from Tim's.
And that was something else. Gets the angle out, managed to get that big kill in Nature's Prophet, and boom, they reel back a little bit of that net worth. They're still behind in terms of what they're getting out of the map. Roshan is up, but they're not able to immediately commit on that pit. They don't have the protection of the Ravage on FBZ. And Na'Vi still has a lot of bite in them left with the Doom still ready to go on Lace. Just gonna have to hold back and try to get that build up, get the items they need. Yopaj, his Ags has, again, allowed him to really chase out. The refresh is gonna amplify how far he chases and how slippery he gets. You will have to be quite fast with the hexes here, and quite fast with a follow-up on the dispose to hold down that Ember. But even Jackie, full Scotty up, lots of stats to play with. Bloodtorn next.
Here we go. Tim's not going to land the initial avalanche, but they still found the Boundless onto Sweet and Strong. He'll break the Lincolns of Jackie, but that's about all he's going to get out of this. And Boom now have first dibs on Roshan. Second Roach of the game. Shards are up, of course. No one trying to stick around to slow this one down with the Illuminate spam, but he can't stick around too long as Boom. They will take over that Radiant Triangle. Eventually this Roshan should go freely the way of Boom Esports. Na'Vi just have to accept the fact they are not going to be able to take it.
Just going to have to be patient. This will give Boom the opportunity now to go for the high ground if they want to. And they will pass the shards onto FBZ as well. So you're getting a lot more now from the Anchor Smash. If they do go onto the high ground with that Anchor Smash, it doesn't take too long to melt.
They'll find solo top lane. Remnants forward here from Yopaj. Chains out. They'll find the Dazzle. The kill to go the way of Boom is now. TP's down towards the bot lane. They want to force another fight. Bijun and Lace maybe not expecting this, but they really would love to pick off that Doom once again. Mind though, they are spotted on the creep wave here, Boom, so Na'Vi, they are going to back their way out successfully. Still just a 1k net worth lead, John. This game has been pretty darn close, I've got to say.
Yeah, it's Razor's Edge again. Na'Vi is just showing us they've got a lot of fight left in them. They're doing the split rush quite nicely. A lot of this game is reliant on Lays getting a good Doom off and the Hex coming out from no one. And every single time we see some of those big fights break out, they do manage to find the initial targets. Doom just has to really be cautious about that. They've got enough Lincoln's breakers on Na'Vi to keep that threat constant. And they even have a full Aeon disc up on Lace. So he's going to be protected. He should at least be able to get off one of his Dooms, if not both Dooms off in the middle of these fights. And that might catch Boom off guard, because every single target that does get doomed up is massive. You doom up Jackie, that's a lot of damage gone. Doom up FBZ, that's a lot of control gone. You doom up Yopaj, and that's a lot of everything gone. So no matter what you do here for Lace, it's always going to work out.
Certainly feels that way. Lace really just trying to ensure he can get these double Dooms off. And, well, speaking of the devil, Lace, he's going to get spotted here by Jackie, but V-Tune is going to be around as they make the jump in on Tim's. Wukong's command is out. Lace will go immediately for a TP out. They should have no way to cancel. No Basher available on the Monkey King yet. That Lace is going to be just fine. He's just so important on this Doom. Like, you really cannot afford to lose Lace before these team fights begin. He's just way too impactful.
Yeah, you need that Doom. Like, if it's gone, it opens up so many angles for Boom, although.
Jump in, Jackie, dispose. Oh, they throw him to the low ground. Oh, they've thrown him to the low ground, and now the Boundless is there on Lace, but he's still okay. Instead, the Doom was out onto Tim's. He's still fine, though. In fact, never mind, the Doom never came out. Solo. He might just drop as FBZ jumps in for a Ravage, only connecting on the Keeper, however. V-Tune, he had the BKB in time. The only hero to go down throughout all this was the Dazzle. And that initial dispose, I'm not sure if we have a replay on that. I believe Jackie got caught out of position, and the dispose throwed him to a place where he was in position all of a sudden.
Yeah, that's a bit awkward. I think it caught him mid-tree dance as well. So just dragged him off to a very weird angle, kind of cut off the momentum from Na'Vi, and just kind of gave Boom a freebie. They did have to pot a lot from there. Yeah,
was that the dispose?
Yeah,
it was, right?
For sure. Nothing else could have done that. No, I don't think the Coddle did it. Yeah, definitely the dispose, and very awkward angle. Just turning that around for Boom and managed to get that done. Didn't get as much as they'd want, but it does lead into the tier 2s, so they'd even up the map a lot more. And they still have a lot of time on that Aegis. Minute 20, it's starting to tick down. They could look to play aggressive once more before it fades.
Again, a very close matchup, John. 5k advantage. Vichun, be very careful down at that bot lane. He does reveal himself. The Remnants forward, but can they get the chains? Not quite. Vichun's gonna be okay.
Radiant are scanning.
Na'Vi.
Wait,
Yes.
I think I was looking back at this actual stream on Lay. He was mid-spring when he got disposed, but then he ended up in his Primal Spring location.
Right.
So, but he still got stunned. So, that we learned something new, Mike. I guess. Okay. I don't know what we learned, but we learned something.
That's a feature, Jonathan. That's what we learned. A new feature in Dota 2. Primal Spring over rebound, over dispose. Apparently. There you go. Boom. Trying to hunt down the top lane. Nobody around though. Of course, they're just trying to hunt Vichun, who's constantly split pushing here on the Prophet. Not going to find what they wanted, but they'll have to start the D push now, as Na'Vi could go for a smoke of their own, but it does seem like they're rather hesitant right now. Not wanting to fight into Boom at the moment. They'll just keep split pushing for now. More hexes being built up as well, Na'Vi. John Lace has a scythe device queued up himself. So even more disable on the way here for Na'Vi. I think for Lace, he just wants his own way to break Lincoln Spheres. It must be very annoying having to rely on everyone else to do it for you. Never hurts to have more disable as well.
I think he'd really wish he had something like a Fey Grenade right now. Really easy way of just having a smoke break or having a Lincoln's break. Are still clumped up in a good area here though.
Jump in, they'll find Skem. That'll be the +5 Viper. Not too big of a deal, but a decent enough kill here for Na'Vi. Certainly going to make them feel a little bit more confident on the map, just knowing the +5 is down. So they do smoke up and try to force another fight. Boom, they'll hang around their dire jungle for now as well. See if they can try to make it to the high ground here, as they do go around the long way. Through the Roshan pit, into the top lane. Boom, doing a pretty good job of just avoiding them on the map. RV. Oh, they see Yopaj. That's a big one. Can they break the Lincolns? They have done so. They stun him up, but no, another Lincoln Sphere. Blocking it the way. The Doom never came out, so Yopaj, he can keep going. In fact, it was a Lotus Sword. Onto the Doom. Lace ends up going down. Solo goes as well. Tips out to FBZ. He got the Lotus Orb and the Lincolns, perhaps. We're going to need a replay of that one. It all happened too fast.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I felt like maybe the Lincolns came from Jackie, but it could have been either one. Just a great stacking of that protection, and that's really the only way to stop that Doom. Just get multiple Lincolns out, they make use of it well, although...
Hold that replay for a moment. Jackie in trouble. Disposes there onto Tim's. They'll make the jump in. Lace also making the jump in now as Tim somehow still alive. Jump in from Yopaj though. However, Jackie's going to drop. Lace takes care of it. Doom still up. Yopaj, he'll remnant towards the other side and should be okay, but the chase is on. He'll try for just to hide in the tree line, and now the TP up, but they see him. Oh, they see him. He was short on mana. He's going to drop. Massive turnaround from Na'Vi.
Yeah, after a really awkward fight right before, they get a couple of buybacks and they turn it around. They've got an opportunity to go onto the high ground once more, force Boom to commit for the buybacks. Roshan not quite up, so the window for that still a little bit off. They should have a good path to the high ground. Fortunately for Boom, FBZ is up, so you do have the gush to kind of slow this one down just a tad.
It's very hard to go into that AoE gush even with the Greater Treants. Vichun though, gonna get to work. Tims is there. Avalanche up with the Scythe of Vice. Immediate onto the tiny bit of Ravage. Does connect onto 4 heroes. A great blinding light though no one. Saves the day as Tims still in trouble. They'll try to aim down Vichun on the Prophet. Shallow Grave, however, gonna buy a bit of time for Vichun to try and TP out of there, but surely he goes down. Just a sitting duck. He will drop. Yopaj trying to chase for a bit more, but nobody else around. It'll be a 1-for-1 here between Na'Vi and Boom. Na'Vi forced to back off without their Nature's Prophet.
It's a pretty big pickoff they got on Tim's, getting immediate dieback. And fortunately for both sides, Roshan is a little bit of a longer timer, so no one's going to have a head start on that objective. It is kind of funny to watch this push attempt, though. Like, you see the Gush come out and you see the Illuminate heal up when the Spirit forms up. It's like nothing happens. So you do have this great D push from FBZ, but the Illuminate is superior because it also heals the creep wave while clearing out the enemy creep wave. So hey, what can you do?
What a spell, John. What a spell. You look at that the Dota plus win probability graph, John. It's been all over the place for now. It's a bit of a wild ride here. Na'Vi now 65% probability of winning. The Boom still sitting at 35%. So it's going to be all about this next Roshan, though. I can almost guarantee the team that picks up this Aegis is going to have their own win probability just skyrocket. Na'Vi already prepping, in position in that Radiant Triangle for that next Roshan play. Boom Esports hanging around their own dire jungle, ready to go. This Roshan will spawn up in 23 seconds. They've just got to try and find a way to control Lace in this next team fight. And Lace, well, he's going to be careful. They are very well aware of these Dooms flying out. And of course, that last time around, the Lotus Orb bounced back to the Doom, kind of ruined the team fight for Na'Vi. They can't afford to let that happen.
They've been stacking those Lotuses really well on Boom. So you're going to have to be really cautious in jumping that one target. Roche is back up, does have a free refresh as well. So going to be big for Lace and for FBZ on either side to pick that up. Of course, they're going to want to cover the buybacks that Boom did expend. So high priority for Boom to go in there, but they've got to find a smart way about it. Na'Vi smoked up on that high ground.
The four-man smoke, the wraparound around the Roshan pit once again. Through the dire jungle is where they'll go. Boom, in that similar position, trying to avoid Na'Vi. A lot of hesitation from both sides to run into each other, as we do have another Lotus Orb coming out here for Tim's.
Radiant are scanning.
Everything available for both sides. They're ready to go whenever. In the meantime, Vichun going to be very annoying, forcing Boom back to defend here, but Yopaj can do it on the Ember, no problem. And Boom can't really afford to leave the Roshan pit area right now, as Na'Vi might just get it started. They TP right into the pit and try to sneak it away from Boom Esports. It does have a refresher shard up, so you might have 3 Dooms available on Lace very soon. Skem is going to try to move in with the Glimmer Cape and get some vision. They'll see Lace in the Doom. He does make his way back out. Imps going to show up. Lotus Orb is there, though. They can't throw out the Doom onto the Tiny yet. Lace, he'll be fine, though, with the BKB, just to get a bit of harassment out. BKB's going to wear off, though, for Na'Vi's Doom. Doom getting something out of that small engagement they did just have. Keep in mind, in the meantime, Vichun's still split pushing the bot lane, as the Prophet being very frustrating here for Boom. They are going to try and rush the Radiant Triangle. But the high ground, Tim's. We'll see them now with the vision down. Avalanche tosses out. Lace, he doesn't have the BKB available. He'll refresh though. There's your BKB out. Another Aeon discharge as well, but Lace is forced to just try and TP as the Ravage comes in again from FBZ. That's the Doom down for 2 minutes without buyback. They do lose the bottom tier 3 tower in the meantime because Vichun takes care of it. But Roshan should go the way of Boom Esports. That'll be a refresh shard as well to go the way of FBZ, I believe.
Yeah, it's going to be huge. They're going to have potentially lots of stacked Ravages coming out from FBZ. Although he could just use it now to force a fight immediately onto the high ground with the remaining heroes from Na'Vi. Secondary life coming out for Jackie, more than willing to stand forward. And of course the cheese to kind of help you stay alive here as well for FBZ to keep up. Na'Vi still doing a good job with the split pushing though. They're still managing to force the response out from Boom every single time. They're not really able to catch out the Kotl there as well. So you are still applying so much more map pressure here on Na'Vi. Boom, they take these wins, but they're not shrinking that control down. They need to be able to pierce into the high ground. They need to be able to at least even out one lane, so it'll slow down that split push by just a tad. But you're playing against a Nature's Prophet. You know, it's 51 minutes in. This is how the games tend to go.
Yeah, he just keeps TPing back to the... Look at this. Look at Vichu. How annoying. No cooldown on teleport. He just keeps doing it. Why not? I mean, backdoor's at least going to kick in this time around, but Vichu, he could just keep doing this.
Nothing to stop him. Just TP around the lane, get the sprout, TP away, go farm, keep building up. Has a good lead now on the Nature's Prophet. The investment on him has been paying off in a really great way, as long as he's not caught. I think that's a big caveat. If the NP is caught in the middle of these fights, it's not that great. And Vichun just TPs away before Yopaj can get in.
Yeah.
And just rinse and repeat. Just keep doing this.
Oh, wait a minute. Yopaj, he's caught him out this time. Fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on you. But the BKB's there. Vichun's still fine. They needed Jackie to be around because he's the only one up with a basher. No way to cancel the TP without it. Not through the BKB. And in case anyone's watching this Dota tournament for the first time and wondering why there's a hero that can TP across the map with 0 cooldown, we don't know either. We don't know. It's just a Dota thing.
Because it's funny. This is
Yeah.
this is peak comedy right here. Vichun's just he's a. It's fun. What can you do? It's hilarious. This is why Dota's fun, because stuff like this happens.
Yeah. Stuff like this happens. Thank you for that quote, John X-Fire. Legendary Dota quote from our resident John X-Fire here. So
Wait, there's more
Navi-
than one? I'm the resident one here, so where are the other ones? God, what's wrong? Why are there multiples? You sure you want that?
Not really, John. Definitely not. Boom Esports. Still in that Radiant Triangle. Still waiting very patiently. Another creep army through the bot lane. 10k advantage, but it really means nothing when you're against the Prophet. Because Vichun, you know, he's not playing Dota right now, John. He's playing his... what is he playing, John? What is it?
He's just standing there. He's playing like StarCraft or something. You know, he's just, you know, he's Terran. He's just making sure his barracks are there and spamming out the Space Marines. That's it. This is it. His wave of Space Marines always running up, forcing a counter build. It's not fun, but yeah, they're doing a great job on Na'Vi to just keep this game within their reach. I mean, look at their high ground. Everything's still standing.
Woo! FBZ's alright. They broke the Lincolns, but Dispose was not there in time.
What do you do? It's 54 minutes in. Tier 3 still stand for Na'Vi. They're the ones with the Nature's Prophet.
In Tim's, he has found the Doom, John. Pass back into Skem. Jackie, gonna be there to follow up. Lace, how do you survive this one? Na'Vi are not coming in to help out, so Lace may just be sacrificed. He does have buyback, though. Very nice pick off there from Tim's, and boom. We'll see if they can try to force the buyback. Problem is, John, they might have to go back and defend bot lane again. But Yopaj will take care of it.
He's gonna have to. No one else can really get that done for them. At least he does clear out the creep wave fast. They are going onto the mid. Gonna be a nice tower to take, a nice set of racks to take. Only 40 seconds left on that Aegis Stone. So a tight window for Jackie, but the damage is there, more than enough to get that done.
Throwing everything onto Jackie. Just double Lincolns, Lotus Orbs, everything. I'll get the tier 3 tower. That'll be about it. They don't want to go too much further. Risking a bad team fight here against Na'Vi.
Just watching Yopaj slide a fist for like a full 5 seconds, 2 seconds, because the creep wave is pretty funny.
Yeah. It's a good laugh.
Uh,
Well, John, on the brighter side, 5 minutes till tier 5 items.
Give me my Giant's Ring on Jackie. You know what? An Ex Machina will actually break this game. Because you refresh Lincolns.
Why would you want that just? Ex Machina or what, like Doom or some crap? B-Tune? Oh, BKB out. Should be alright, unless they can get the bash off here with Jackie. And no, he's not going to get lucky. 2 shots. Wasn't enough. Sometimes Gaben blesses you and sometimes he doesn't. Not this time around for Jackie.
Yeah, Ex Machina? What do you mean? Yeah, Ex Machina just to have more Lincolns. Just to have more BKB on one hero. How many more will you have to pop a Na'Vi? You gotta pop them all.
Absolutely. What else, John? I mean, a giant ring on like Lace would be
Yeah.
nice, right? Like just a huge dude.
Oh yeah, he's probably one of the bigger models outside of Dragon Knight and Dragon Form. And the Giant Ring Doom with Giant Ring BKB, it's actually pretty funny to see it. And when he swings his cleaver with Infernal Blade, it's quite the sight, Mike.
It sure is, John. Oh goodness, it'd be a lot of fun to watch. Still, 4 minutes, you know. Every time I say it, I end up jinxing it, so I shouldn't have said it to begin with, but, you know. Surely this time around, considering we have Rat Dota going on right now, you'd think that there's going to be an opportunity. Though I say that, Na'Vi, they're about to ruin it for everyone as they are smoked up and trying to hunt down Yopaj on the Ember.
Oh.
There's your Hex out. They've got the Ember. Secured up. Taken down. Surely as he does drop it, here comes Tim's. A toss back onto the Keeper. Lace trying to refresh. Fight back, but they've got the Coddle. They do take down no one. Solo, he won't be able to TP out either. Yule Scepter is there. So boom, they do effectively punish the side of Na'Vi. Problem is VTune still split pushing.
You do what you gotta do there, Mike. He's not gonna find that melee racks, and they did force the buyback from Yopaj. You're fairly happy on Na'Vi. You don't lose anything more
Dire's
than
bottom barracks are under
your
attack.
Kotl and your Dazzle. Your Doom's still alive. Your Nature's Prophet is still running around. We're inching closer towards that 60-minute mark. So I'm hoping, you know, just do a Christmas truce right now. Wait for 60 minutes. Give us Giant's Ring. If Boom finds a Giant's Ring, trade it with Na'Vi. Gentleman's agreement. Give it to the Doom. I want to see that model. It's just, it is very funny.
It's
Or-
very, very fun to watch.
Get a Giant's Ring tied, blinking in and Ravage. That's pretty terrifying.
Uh-oh, Dispose is also terrifying, John. Jackie, he'll cop the Doom. He might just drop and does. Buyback available, but how do you get back into this team fight? Skem, also caught on the Viper.
Whoa.
Ravage is their FBZ. He's caught everyone. Yopaj jumps in. Another Ravage out. The Doom in huge trouble as Lace is going to drop. Buyback's being expended left, right, and center here by Na'Vi to try and come back into this one. Punish Boom for their insolence, but Tim's. Oh, he might just make it.
Ooh.
Jackie's back here as well, John. They've got to be very cautious now for Na'Vi. They don't have many buybacks.
Ooh.
The toss, though. Oh, the creep wave. It spawns right as they go for the toss. Boom need to back out of here. Na'Vi, they can hold high ground knowing it's a 4v5. Oh, that's so unlucky. Sometimes you just have to watch the timer.
Yeah, doesn't quite work out, but you know what does work out for us, Mike? 1 minute, one short minute away until we get what we want, some tier 5s. I don't know why you're so excited about Giant's Ring, Mike. You know, there's a little thing called the Book of the Dead.
Oh, yes.
I don't know why you weren't hyping that one up. I thought you loved
Nah,
the Chronomicon. I thought you loved reading books, Mike.
See, now you're speaking my language, Jonathan. It's about damn
Yeah.
time. Imagine just Necro book on VTune. He's having problems pushing the spot racks, John. He needs some help. Give the man some help.
No. Disgusting. I mean, that's actually fun because Yopaj gets a longer duration Slide of Fist. It's always funny to watch.
Mid lane. Oh, they've got Skem again. That'll be the Viper to drop. Skem can't make it out. We'll go down, give the gem away to Na'Vi. Mind you, we're almost 60 minutes in now, so the gem doesn't really matter too much. You know, just get another one. We go again.
Are scanning.
More Aeon discs being bought out as we are 5 seconds away now. Thought they caught FBZ on the Tidehunter. Getting caught with his pants down is going to drop, but it will buy back immediately. Is now VTune. Going to try for a TP, but Jackie, he's got the Abyssal Blade. Have they finally caught VTune on this Prophet?
Detection?
It seems like they have, but where's the detection? Chain him up, lock him down. Legit, they have no detection, but it won't matter. He shows himself now. The Shallow Grave's not going to be enough. VTune, never mind. He'll fight back with the right clicks. The Satanic, it keeps him alive. VTune, how does he survive through this? He's 4 HP again, but Tim's going to jump in with the Avalanche Toss combination. Na'Vi, they're dropping like flies now. Yopaj is in with the ultra kill. Get this man a rampage. They take down Jackie before they go down, but no one. He is going down. Yopaj picks up the rampage on the Ember. Oh,
GG,
Na'Vi, they call
no
it.
buybacks.
No buybacks
That's it.
available. They have called it. Boom
What?
Esports. What a game number 2 we witness. And John, I did jinx it. No tier 5 items. I'm sorry.
I was
so
gonna
sorry.
say it's like they called GG at 60 minutes. We were gonna have it. We were gonna have it, and we don't. But what a game. What a back and forth between Navi and Boom. A lot going on there for Boom to have to get that done. Multiple Lotus Orbs. Not multiple Lotus Orbs, but really the multiple Lincolns throwing Lace off. And just the finesse they had to pull off to run around there and do that. But the same thing went for Navi, right? Like we talked about the Kotl kind of scaling off a cliff. You really have to play quite well with a Hex, and no one did that fine. Lace was taking front line really well. The decision making coming out from Navi was on point, but Boom just, well, they had enough Lincoln Spheres to make that a tough game. So the protection did come out in the end, and push came to shove. Navi ended up dying back, and with very long response on the board, Boom had a really clear path for that. But what a long and back and forth game, a full order, Mike, ending at the R mark.
With that, John, we are going to head off to a very short break. Of course, we do have another series coming up very, very soon, so don't go anywhere. It's MLP Dota on John X Fire. We'll see you after the break.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen. Its middle barracks are under attack. Dire victory.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going into our third series, excuse me, of the night here. A pretty hype one, Jonathan. We have PSG.LGD against Sonics coming up. John, I do find it rather concerning that you find it hilarious that I'm coughing on stream. You take enjoyment in my suffering, do you?
Of course. What do you mean I wouldn't? It's funny. It's you. It's just a bag of laughs for you, Mikey. This should be a good series, though. PSG.LGD up against Sonics, undefeated so far. PSG.LGD, the big bosses that everyone expected. You know, we've been missing China in the past few majors, but they are here. And, well, LGD is taking charge once more, 4-0 in terms of series, 8-0 in terms of games. Sonics a little bit more up and down. They're going to have to rack it up. You know, they're in the running of bottom three along with Talon and Tundra Awaken. And we'll see if we can do that. Of course, we're taking a look at our fantastic boys and Sonics game faces on.
Absolutely, Jonathan. They've been performing a lot better today than they have been the previous few days, I believe. And or at least drawing out the series against OG is a decent win for them. And slowly but surely, these boys getting more used to the meta, getting more used to the major in general, and looking very forward to seeing how they do against PSG.LGD, which, I mean, there's no other way to put it, Jonathan. These guys, they're making everyone else look kind of silly, right? Like, no contest against these guys so far. PSG.LGD have just looked incredible. I believe still undefeated, if I'm not correct. Yeah, they are still undefeated. Not incorrect in saying so. Widely regarded as the best team in the world right now, and probably the best team in the world for quite a long time. John, what else can you say about these guys? I mean, it's PSG.LGD.
Yeah, I mean, out of all the teams from China as well, they're the most adaptive. They're the ones that are willing to experiment a lot more. They're very dynamic as a team. I think you can never tell what to expect out of them, but you can always expect that it's going to be great because they just know what they're doing. So Sonics, this is their toughest opponent to face in the groups. And again, this is make for breaker for them. If they don't manage to find a win, heck, if they don't manage to somehow find a draw, the bottom three is starting to form up there, Mike. So it's a dangerous times there for Sonics, and it's a dangerous opponent to kind of pin your bets on if you are a fan of the NA boys. So we'll see if they can pull it off. LGD not going to make it easy. The draft should be coming up soon as we are getting into the game. We'll have to see what is prioritized here. Wondering if either side will allow that puck. It's been really popular the past few days. LGD banning off the Viper first. So nothing too surprising, again, as you love to point out, Mike. Laying down at Hero, it's been on the up and up here in the major.
It certainly is, Jonathan. We'll see if it does make its way through. For now, LGD, they'll get rid of the Viper. Sonics, we'll see if they want to get rid of the Razor or the Puck or the other heroes we continue to see banned out here. I have a bit of a think about it. Of course, against LGD, it's kind of hard to know what to ban, considering they are a very versatile team, and it just feels like they've got endless drafts and strategies to run. So they will indeed get rid of that Puck here on the side of Sonics. LGD back into the ban onto the Timber. And one more to go before we see these opening picks between these two. Anything in particular you'd like to see coming out from either side, John, in terms of drafts?
The Puck is one of Quinn's most successful heroes in mid, and Sonics are the ones forced to ban it out because LGD could easily slide it in with first pick here. I'd say maybe we see something like the URTA. That's something that Sonics really plays quite well, although they're going to have to wait quite some time to pick it up. LGD, starting off with Dawnbreaker, does stay unbanned, as it's also a high priority here that has been coming through. And it just gives you a lot. Now I want to see LGD kind of play with tying into that Dawnbreaker, you know, have a way to just have this really great reach, stun up, Solar Guardian on top, constantly force the aggression out, and just you can easily build off the back of it quite nicely. It's just a very safe first pick here for LGD.
It certainly is very, very hard to go up against that Dawnbreaker in this current meta. Just a very potent kind of hero. Sonics, will see how they want to respond. They do have options to go back to, like the Razor, which has been extremely potent. You also have the Marcy available here for Sonics if they want to go back for that as well. For now, they'll have a think about their opening picks. I'd say Razor is a pretty stock standard first pick to go for here if you are Sonics. But obviously, you got to really decide as to where your draft's going to go with this first pickup. So quite important here for Sonics to get off to a good start. And during the group stages, this is arguably, if it's just the hardest matchup you can have. Like PSG.LGD, there's no real argument about it, so you've really got to have a think about it. Instead, they'll go down the Winter Wyvern route for now.
Yeah, safe bet, gives you good team fight, your own lane domination here as well. Decent enough healing as well. We've, again, seen a little bit of that healing meta pop back up. So your Winter Wyvern will provide that, and they will go for the Marcy on Sonic's end. So taking away that big tool that we've seen pop up, LGD into the Zeus. As again, it's just such a stable here to have. The flexibility is still there. If you want to run it elsewhere on the support, you could just run it on the mid here, of course, for nothing to say, and you wouldn't have any issues at all. So fairly open, nothing to really counteract it yet from Sonic's end. You will now need some good reach onto the back line from Sonics. You will want to run down that Zeus somehow. We've seen a lot of teams dip into the Pangolier as the answer. It can be, but I don't know. It just feels like you need more to back it up. Like the Pango alone is not quite enough to really handle the Zeus down the line, mainly because everyone else from LGD should be backing up that Zeus anyway.
Should be. More bans to come out here between these two teams before we can see the drafts continue. And LGD still yet to pick up their first loss throughout the group stages. Sonics currently sitting in, I believe, 6th place right now after that draw with OG. Tied up with OG, in fact. And Talon and Tundra Awaken. So in the danger zone of Group A right now. Certainly needing those points to move their way back up into the safer zone so they can make their way off to the playoffs. The hardest matchup they could ask for, though, to try and make that happen. But if you could somehow beat PSG.LGD, then chances are your confidence is going to shoot through the roof going through to these final series for Sonics. Just wonder where they can head with this draft and what they'll try and do to try and outsmart LGD. No other teams figured out a way yet, that's for sure. Do wonder as well if we're going to see bans coming out for heroes like the Alchemist, which LGD have been picking up quite a lot. Been very popular as of late. I suppose Sonics could go down that route. Any other heroes that you think should be removed right now before we continue this draft, John, for either side? Or
yeah, you can still kind of slide in a Dazzle if you want on LGD's end. Just have a good way to save the Zeus, have a lot of damage coming out. Shen still kind of fits in as well for LGD. You don't have the best clear on Sonics. For the Creep Army, only really the Splinter Blast right now on Winter Wyvern. Ties in nicely with healing of the Dawnbreaker. So Hand of God plus Solar Guardian on someone, they're probably not going to die. And that is going to be really annoying for Sonics to kind of have to deal with. So I'd say the supports that are left on the pool are a pretty big threat for Sonics. That's something LGD can just easily snap up themselves and have a really good aggressive time, especially something like the Chen. It's just going to be able to overwhelm and just run them down and get the push going for the team and just play with a sustain.
One more ban to go. Sonics, Ench, Bloodseeker, both being removed. 40 seconds reserve time left. PSG.LGD using barely any reserve time for their current bans. So they'll get rid of the Death Prophet now as well. Another hero that's been popping up here and there, and obviously very annoying to deal with. Just the amount of push potential you have and the tempo you can set with the Death Prophet. So Sonics,
PSG.LGD.
into their third pick, they'll go down the IO route. So even more sustained coming out. What does that mean for the draft, though? Is this a core Wyvern or a core Marcy all of a sudden?
I would lean towards a core Marcy. Marcy plus Io does sound like a fairly strong lane in terms of getting damage out. So it can work out pretty well. I mean, think about the move speed you get with rebound plus the tether speed. It's something that can play quite aggressive for Sonics. For LGD, I mean, this kind of does still enable you to go for the Chen if you wanted. You could go for the Dazzle save if you wanted to. And they could look for something specific to counteract the IO. We've seen Disruptors, we've seen Kunkas. LGD, they're a team that's really open, right? You look at their history and picks, and they have a lot of heroes they've only picked once in the past week. Majority of their heroes have only been picked once. The only repeats have really been the Razor, Chen, and Winter Wyvern. So again, Chen, Razor still kind of fit in, but you could just go completely differently for LGD, and it wouldn't surprise me here as well.
PSG.LGD's.
All right, they'll go into the older Titan. Something a little bit newer here from LGD, but a very potent hero to have nonetheless. Gonna make it very hard for anyone to survive here on the side of Sonics with all those that aura, just removing the magic and physical resist. As LGD into the Shaman as well now. Kind of confirms that it should be a core Zeus, I would argue, unless maybe a core Elder Titan comes out as well. I'd imagine it should be the mid Zeus now for PSG.LGD. Sonics, how do they want to respond? Feels like they need two cores of their own here. Again, not really revealing so much who's core on their end with these first three picks.
5 seconds remaining.
Not too much reserve time left either for them to make these decisions. They'll go into the Bristleback, and that's a decent pick considering LGD don't really necessarily have an answer towards the Bristle at the moment with their own draft.
Yeah, they don't have natural break on hand. And Bristleback with a Hood of Defiance into Eternal Shroud. It's going to have a pretty fun time here. Sustain from the IO is pretty nice. It's a strong pickup for Sonics. I think LGD should still have enough over time, though. Like the Elder Titan with Natural Order is still going to feel pretty nice against the Bristle. Zeus can just whittle away at you. Percent-based damage from his Shard, of course, is going to be nice against that Bristleback. So you've got consistent ways of just chopping away at the Bristle. Curious to see what LGD will want for their last pick. Right? They revealed a Bristle as a core matchup for Sonic's end. You can just look for a favorable matchup from there on. I think you've got the option for, say, it's going to sound really weird, but Slark can kind of work against the Bristleback, gives you a Silver Edge carrier, loves to build up stacks against the Bristle. You don't have the best hold on Sonics to stop something like a Slark. You don't have instant hexes. Dispose can be dispelled off. Curse can be nice, but
5 seconds remaining.
you'd have to kind of spot the Slark first, and that can be a bit tricky. Gives you a good angle for the back line. So fairly open for LGD. They're going to have to reveal their cards first, but I don't think they mind. Sonics, it already shows what they want, right? You're running IO Bristle. You know that's going to come true. The question then is whether or not the Marcy or Winter Wyvern is the support. A Marcy Winter Wyvern lane doesn't sound too bad, but you would kind of have to weigh which hero takes the farm priority, and they'll go with a Weaver instead. Again, another slippery hero that Sonics can't really pin down. Outside of Dispos and Winter's Curse, you're not stopping that Weaver.
You certainly don't have the lockdown for him. Sonics, I mean, they've got one more pick to try and make a way to lock down this Weaver, I suppose, and it does feel like they need someone in that mid lane here for Quinn.
5 seconds remaining.
You've still got the Spirit Brother. That's another way to do it. Dragon Tail's done quite effective. It's like the mid... Oh, in fact, it's the off-lane Dragon Knight. Quinn's going to take the mid-Winter Wyvern for himself.
Yeah, I prefer that. I mean, if you did run the Marcy core off lane and the Winter Wyvern IO supports, it just feels like you don't really get too much from Marcy investment. So you'd rather have something like the Winter Wyvern mid. Laning up against the Zeus shouldn't be too bad. It's also not particularly amazing, but you do have decent enough wave clear to match the Zeus's wave clear. And you can kind of play tag with the Arctic Burn. You can farm your small camp. So there is some play there for Quinn. But with this kind of setup for Sonics, all the initial engagements will be mainly on Leslau and Fata. Right? You're banking on this DK blink timing to set up the plays for you to get that control you want onto the Weaver and somehow find a backline if possible, catching out to Zeus and trying to go from there. And I still feel like this is going to be relatively easy for Ami to zip around. Sonics, their lineup is fairly durable, though. Like, you have Io plus Bristle, Io plus Dragonite, but a healing from Winter Wyvern as well, which isn't prioritized in the core role, but still is present. You've got Sidekick for these physical cores. It can be quite good. They will have to execute on point, because LGD's draft, not just them as a team, but their draft does feel a lot more forgiving.
Absolutely. It's going to be an interesting game one here between these two teams. It sounds like you are leaning towards the LGD draft, John, but I'll ask you officially, do you find the LGD draft superior to what Sonics has?
Yeah, I like it a lot more. Fate Beyond on that Dawnbreaker should have a good time zipping around. They can play off the back of the Weaver, jumping in, getting aggressive, and once Q has Blink, you can't just play off the back of that. You've also got the Dawnbreaker Shadow Shaman lane. It's pretty scary. Shackles out, Celestial Hammer, Starbreaker on top. You can't just melt the safe lane Bristle, especially in the first 2 levels. So that's something they're going to have to watch out for on the side of Sonics. And again, just overall, LGD's draft is just more forgiving. Even not considering how successful LGD has been, like their draft is just easier to execute.
Good luck, have funds are out by Faith Beyond, and arguably the player with the cutest smile in Dota 2. Always happy to see Faith Beyond playing as well, Jonathan. I mean, you and I, back when we first started, we used to watch eHome quite a lot and cast eHome back in a lot of the smaller Chinese tournaments, and it was always a shock to me that a bigger team hadn't picked him up back then. I believe even Xingqiu was there, rather Xingqiu was there back with Faith Beyond back at eHome, if I remember correctly.
Yeah. There were a lot of changes. I kind of lose track of where we were seeing a lot of players out. I remember Serenity being really fun to watch as well.
Ah, yes.
PYW's run. So, kind of happy to see how far the players have come. Quinn just going to deny his Obs Ward as he figures well, I mean, they've probably seen him kind of spit at nothing at this point, so just kind of getting ready for a sentry on hand, I suppose.
Sonics prepping at the bot lane. Xingqiu and Faith Beyond are around, but there's your Nazagoo out. Fada will make the jump in, so First Blood could go the way of Sonics very early on, as Xingqiu is not going to make it out. Nice start here for Sonics. Faith Beyond and Y both forced to run. They'll still be able to get themselves 3 bounty runes for their trouble at the least, so LGD do get something in return, but it is certainly a very strong start the way of Sonics.
Yeah, they recognize they've got such a great level 1 to kind of just run up, and Xingqiu's just kind of cut off from the rest of the team. They had that early Obs Ward here from Sonics to get the vision out, and we're gonna take a peek at the lanes breaking out. Mid lane, of course, Quinn up against Nothing to Say. Winter Wyvern up against Zeus. Yeah, not something you see too often. It does feel like the Zeus still has a really good time here, but the Winter Wyvern isn't too left out. You can always kind of Splinter Blast, get some harassment off, but the Zeus still has a lot more leeway. Better right clicks, better damage from the right clicks, better animation, and much more spammability in that Arc Lightning. Means that Quinn should still expect a slightly slower start here.
Absolutely. Of course, up at top lane, Armate going to be there with Y. There's Lau and Fada trying to get a little bit aggressive while they can onto Y, but so you're going to have the turnaround potential from Y as well with all the bonus damage he will get from that Astral Spirit. Just trying to get the damage out onto Y you still can. Of course, that bot lane as well. Can we have a quick look at that? Of course, Faith Beyond and Xingqiu going to be against MSS and Yua. And in the meantime, mid lane, Quinn actually dropping extremely low. Nothing to Say getting aggressive already, but is out of mana now. So Quinn going to try and fight back, but Nothing to Say will be able to back off successfully. Quinn barely surviving on that mid Wyvern.
Yeah, it's again something you have to watch out for. Next is just going to have a much better lane to play with. You will have to bounce your resources there for Quinn. Down bot, this lane can get quite spicy fast. MSS and Yuar tether up on the Bristleback. The output, the damage, the healing is pretty damn nice. Of course, you have to watch out for the Celestial Hammer and Starbreaker setup coming out from Sin-Q once he has the Hex or Shackles. It's not too hard to land that on Yuar, and he doesn't opt for the Bristleback, of course. With the Eye, you do want to get aggressive. With output, you want to clear out the wave. He opted for the level 1 Nasal Goo early on. So he's just going to have to stay a little bit less protected for a little longer. And LGD, that could be an opening once the Shackles are up and running.
Could be. Now, nothing to say. Quinn very even in the mid lane on that Wyvern vs Zeus matchup. Just 1 CS is the difference between these two, as Quinn tries to get aggressive once again with the Arctic Burn. Very important to get as much damage off as possible with that, but even more important to just land 1 hit on nothing to say while you've got that up. Nothing to say. Dropping rather low, but still very confident to move forward here onto Quinn, and of course Quinn not bothering to try and attempt for the kill. So you've always got the Heavenly Jump available there for nothing to say. Chances are he would have always been just fine. We'll take over the CS lead as bot lane. A bit of aggression there from Faith Beyond onto Yuwa. Not really going to mind too much, though. He's a Bristleback after all. He's going to turn right back around onto Faith Beyond and try to take him down before the Celestial Hammer is back up. But Sin-Q is going to move in and protect, as now Faith is going to try and help out. Yuwa and MSS forced to back off as LGD really playing on the edge down at this bot lane. And in the meantime, Arme is going to drop. Fada able to take the kill. Arme on that Weaver. You cop 1 stun, chances are you are probably going to die.
We've got Chain Stun for days out from Sonics up top with the single target control of that Dragon Tail and the Dispose, and they've already got the laning sentry. They can see when Ami does zip around and punish. Really strong start for Sonic so far. They do lose Yuar in exchange, though.
That they do. Faith Beyond able to get a solo pick off onto the Bristleback. Just the Starbreaker doing enough damage, and Sin-Q, he wasn't even there to help out. It was just Yuar getting caught. His top lane, Fada now. Still messing around with Y, but is going to be able to rebound out. Even mid lane, Quinn dropping rather low to nothing to say. MSS going to show up and heal him up as nothing to say now. In a bit of danger, but the shackle, is it going to be enough? It will be for now, but Quinn, he's on the chase and does land the hit he needed. They do find the mid Zeus. Sin-Q will be the second to drop now for LGD as Quinn really cleaning up in the mid lane. And what a great rotation from MSS.
Yeah, that was really heads up. Getting Tether off along with popping the salve on himself to provide Quinn that little bit more of HP he needed to survive that rundown. And they punish. They're punishing, nothing to say, quite nicely for getting quite ahead. And LGD are dragging behind. Sonics playing to the strengths of their drafts really well. Getting aggressive from the laning phase. I think for LGD, we expected a lot more, I believe, from Fate Beyond. Just having that threat of Shackles and the Starbreaker, it feels like we needed more to come out. They did find that 1 kill in Yuar. He's still set for good timing on the Vanguard. It's still gonna come true. And for Sonics, this is probably one of the better starts you could have hoped for. You're managing to get some room to build up stacks as well to clear out for the Bristle down the line. Gonna be a lot more gold flowing in onto him. The blink timing coming through here for Let's Lao should be pretty on point. And once you do have that control in play, just having that single target stun onto something like the Weaver makes Ami's game that tougher.
Mid lane, they've got nothing to say. Bot lane, they do a bigger kill in the mid lane as the Zeus does end up dropping. Quinn, he just throws the Winter's Curse out immediately as the Zeus was surrounded by a creep wave, and they just take him out. That's a really strong kill for Quinn.
You really have to respect the Wyvern. It's massive. Keep slowing down, nothing to say. His timings into his boots is going to be slower.
Wow, barely being saved by MSS. Very nice timing once again from the IO. MSS working overtime here to make sure these heroes do survive. You are mid lane. Y is hanging around, but it seems like he's more so there to make sure nothing to say does not get caught out again. Quinn does not have the curse available anyway, so chances are nothing to say is going to be just fine. But Quinn really doing a great job of abusing that early timing with the Wyvern, as now they might go again. Fada even showing up. Dispose is within range. Solar Guardian, though, going to be committed as Quinn needs to back off, but he cops the stun. Just on the edge of the Solar Guardian. Faith Beyond connects. And they do get some sweet revenge onto that Winter Wyvern.
And that's a huge streak going out to Fate Beyond. And I can say with the level 6, knows that he can play along with Fate Beyond's presence as well. And they start to reel things back in. LGD, important kill to have, slowing down the Winter Wyvern from the build-up into the travels. You do still have to watch for your war. Already has that full Vanguard up and does have a free lane from that movement out, but they immediately go back in. Fate Beyond is pretty low on mana, but does have the Soul Ring. You've got the Shackles at the ready for Sin-Q, and you are just going to be forced to take a step back. They're still hanging around mid as well. Fata just keeping an eye on Quinn. The rebound does allow you to gap close onto the Zeus when he does want to stay out the lane. So that gives you a pretty good way of catching nothing to stay out, and it has been punishing him quite hard throughout this lane phase.
It has. Top lane, however. Leslau. A bit of damage there from Arme, but it's going to be okay for now. Though Arme, thinking about turning back around as Y, is going to go for the stomp, and it will land. Arme, not sure if he really has the damage for this, but they could continue attempting onto Leslau. Is the armor way too high on the Dragon Knight, and naturally the Weaver. All physical damage here. Not going to be able to get the job done. He will be just fine for now as a 5-3, very slight net worth lead the way of PSG.LGD. Quinn, oh, never mind that because you are down a bot lane, again copping some damage from Faith, but it's going to be just fine. You are, though, he's been having a very rough laning stage. Even if he has gotten some decent CS going, net worth-wise, it hasn't been so healthy as mid lane. Nothing to say again, going to be focused here by Quinn and MSS, but they won't commit the curse this time, and they will not be able to secure the kill onto the Zeus.
They are cutting off his access to the small camp, so again, that capture quota isn't shaping up.
Starbreaker again, Faith Beyond has an easy setup with the Shackles. Nothing to say this time around, takes the kill with the Thunder God's Wrath. But Faith, he's doing so much work for PSG.LGD once again.
Yeah, just setting up, playing with that combination of the Shadow Shaman really well. It's just a really devastating combination that not even the Bristleback can really stand up to. It's only level 1 Bristleback here as well. So Yawar isn't as durable as he might want to be. Although again, the Vanguard kind of helps, but the magic damage is lined up from LGD. 5-4, evening out the kill board. Fate Beyond, number 1 in net worth, but Ame not too far behind. Weaver's just been allowed to hold the static lane up top. They are rushing the Lincolns on Ame, so he has a good read on the one play of Sonic's, which is really just Dragon Tail, Stun, and Dispose. And blocking off at least one will give that response hour.
This time around, with Faith Beyond coming into the Solar Guardian, they should have damage enough to go for the Dragon Knight. Celestial Hammer will be there. Leslau, no way out. Nice gank there from PSG.LGD. Grouped up as 4 now, they might apply a little bit of pressure onto that top tier 1 tower. Not the most valuable tower in the world, but it's something they can aim for if they do wish. In fact, they will stick around for a little bit.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Just shove it in a bit. You can see Sonic's kind of clumping up mid. Once more, just keeping a lot of heroes on watch. They've got the double damage rune on Quinn. He is inching towards the travels here. He's going to have the ability to really chase down quite nicely, but PSG.LGD read that well and just kind of back off. They understand many heroes are missing from the side lanes. They don't want to start bleeding out once more. There is a smoke play out from Sonic, though.
Where are they headed? Up towards the top lane. Fada and Quinn will make their way over. They'd love to catch Arme on that Weaver, but he does have backup. Beyond and Y still around, ready to help just in case. Kind of reading the smoke movement here on Sonics as they do move in. Leslau, he does land a stun. Will pop the dust as well, but Arme is able to run away as now Xin-Q is going to move in on the Shaman. A nice curse out though is going to lock down Y and Xin-Q, and they will burst down the Shaman at the least as now Y will be focused down. Does get the stomp off, but it's not going to be good enough. Back Fada, even looking for a bit more with the rebound, but can't close the gap. So they do find 2 supports for their trouble. Be enough, they can even get started on that top tier 1 tower if they wish.
Got the damage coming through with Leslau. They managed to find some nice tasty support kills out for Sonics. So they are starting to ramp up and they're just forcing LGD to back off where they can. They they're still farming pretty damn well on LGD regardless. Ame just plays down bot. Lincoln's just lacking the recipe now. They will keep Fate Beyond up top to at least clear out the creep wave. And still a lot of damage coming out from Leslau with the full commitment. It might take a little bit longer onto the tier 1, and that's just stalling for time. As LGD, again, despite this kill lead on Sonics, LGD still has a pretty good effort lead here.
I'm gonna say, in a bit of danger, Yua's gonna show up, but Xinkyu is there with the Hex out to block the way, and now the Solar Guardian, Faith Beyond, he'll join. Still Fada, he has found the Zeus, and what a dispose. In out onto 2 as Xinkyu is gonna drop on Yua. He can just keep going now. Why? Can't make it out of this one, surely. But they do ignore him for a moment. Why? He's fine. Instead, they want the Dawnbreaker. Leslau finds the kill anyway, though. They won't find Faith Beyond, but Sonics, another 3 kills to go the way of the Radiant. 10-5 now. And what an amazing start.
Yeah, they're playing around with a relocate so well. It's kind of funny, right? When you see the Dawnbreaker, you think about that global presence of having a +1. Of course, the Ayo will bring +2. You know, the sustain coming out into that one here makes it so hard to burst down. Dawnbreaker becomes a little bit of a sitting duck, so you can't commit too hard just yet on Fate Beyond without the itemization. And LGD, they're forced to play a really slow game. They just need to keep buying space, need to keep farming up. Ame does have the full Lincolns up, but damage output is lacking, and nothing to say it's a sickening dot.
Now, nothing to say. Getting caught out as the high fives do fly out. Nothing to say, can't do much about this. Sonics putting on a performance so far that I don't think anyone was expecting against PSG.LGD. See if they can keep this one up, John, but so far, so good.
Yeah, they've got that early momentum behind them, and they're just able to run so fast. This is exactly what their lineup needs to achieve. They're super durable on a War, Hood of Defiance along with the Vanguard up and running. They clear out the top. The blink timing on Leslau, really key to enabling all of this. Just having that wave gap closing, locking in these softer targets and following through with the damage opens up a lot of possibilities for Sonics. And we talked about that from draft. They really needed Leslau to deliver the goods, and he certainly has in this game.
Why? Go for a run, but Leslau again is within range to land the stun. They'll find another. Why? Just can't make it away from Leslau. He's been setting up perfectly on this Dragon Knight thus far. So that being said, John, while all this is happening, Ame is basically free farming on the Weaver. So it looks great for Sonics, but you look at their net worth board and, well, Ame and Faith Beyond, they aren't exactly struggling for money at the moment.
Yeah, they're building up. And Lincoln's on Ame to protect from that single target hold. Maelstrom next to kind of tie into the farming speed and a little bit more damage coming through. Xinkyu though.
Let's get caught out. Relocate there. Not that they need it, but they'll take it. Quinn, he'll be the one to take the kill on the Wyvern. It's a matter of, are they concerned about Ame? Like, this is the thing. This Weaver is having a very free game. Already has the Lincolns up. Going into the Maelstrom up next. And I do wonder how Sonics intends on trying to deal with it.
Yeah, I feel like Sonics is probably just really confident in their chain stuns. Even with the Lincolns, like Dragon Tail, it's not going to work, but you can just follow up with a Rebound Dispose. You have the Curse to kind of work onto the Weaver as well, so you have a lot of options to keep Ame down. And you do have enough damage to kind of eat through him with his HP pool as it is. Down the line, though, if Ame does manage to secure, say, a full item lead, around 2 to 3, maybe 4k, that's when it starts to feel a little bit more dicey. But as it stands, Quincy Crew are in batting range, and Sonics are in the batting range. They're right next to him in net worth. They're not really lacking damage yet. They're rushing into the Ags if you war, and they're going for a smoke play out here.
We go again, nothing to say, just can't catch a break as Leslau. Quick blink in surely for a Dragon Tail stand and does find it. They love hunting down this Zeus. That'll be the 5th death of the game for nothing to say as he just cannot catch a break. And now Roshan is completely open. Sonics, they'll make their way over. Trying to force the Roshan quickly. And without the Zeus around, it's going to be hard to get the vision in that Roshan pit. The Sonics, they should be able to get away with this one pretty freely. It doesn't seem like LGD are going to even try to contest.
No, they don't have wards in the area, they don't have the information, and it's pretty dark. Instead, probably just happy enough to poke through at the spot here too, get some farm while they can. 2 lives up and Bristle does make it near impossible to handle the war here though. And he still might find more.
As well, for a bit of a chase on Faith, but he's going to be okay. Faith Beyond now with a Desolator up, so plenty of physical damage coming out on Faith Beyond, but he can't afford to do it on his own. Back his way out. Meanwhile, Arme still pushing the bottom tier 2 tower. Gets a hell of a lot of damage out onto that tier 2, but we'll back off after. Again, Arme still top of the net worth board on that Weaver. Followed by Quinn on the Winter Wyvern, but for now, LGD is still able to maintain their position 1 net worth here. It's one of those games where it just feels like you've got to put all your trust in Arme to be able to pull off this victory for the team, considering the start that they have had on LGD. But now he's off to a good time. Arme 1 death, 1 kill. Nothing really happening for him, just a CS kind of game as Fana. D-Ward not going to be there. He gets the Sentry Ward down, but he does end up paying for it with his life and loses the Sentry anyway. So LGD, a bit more value out of that Observer Ward for now, as it will be back towards the bottom tier 2 tower. Maybe just set up with the Serpent Ward if you wish, if you feel like you need it. They will drop them. No messing around. But here comes Quinn. They want to try and force the fight. Leslau is going to throw the stun out onto the Shaman. They'll at least get a support kill for themselves, but that's about all they're going to get. GD forcing 4 heroes to rotate down bottom, but they still find the tier 2 tower.
Still a big tower to take. They can take control of the outpost down the line. And they have the opportunity to do so. And despite that kill disparity, Sonic's lead again is very marginal. Less than 1k to 1k so far. But they're about to hit their item timings. Ags flying out in your war. His damage output on the Bristle is going to be huge with the sustain coming out from MSS. You have the Ags for Quinn slowly being built up as well.
Here we go again. They're going to force the fight with Arme this time around as Fana is going to try and take down Y and will do so. Arme, Lincoln's broken. Curse is there. Yawar, he'll make the jump in, and this is the big pickoff they wanted. Oh, Sonics. They'll finally find him. Tips out immediately from Fana. He'll happily trade his life away for the Weaver every single time.
And it's what we mentioned there. Like, even with the Lincolns, you have enough follow-through stuns that if you isolate the Weaver, it just melts. And it might find more.
Faith Beyond being chased down here on that Dawnbreaker. Quinn right behind. No way Faith Beyond gets out of this one. Sonics. Oh, they've got a win behind them now, John. They've got the momentum. I think they're feeling confident and they've hit all their timings. That Quinn's only 300 gold away from the full Ags up now on the Wyvern.
Yeah, that's scary. That percent-based burn, the attack range Quinn's going to have, it's going to be pretty devastating for LGD to deal with that. And their best jump is putting Ame at risk. They do not have the best way of initiating just yet. No blink on Xin Q, unless he just walks up, gets the Shackles again to tie in with the Solar Guardian. You really don't have much to play with in comparison.
Here we go again. Xin Q caught out, taken down. Leslau just all over the place in this Dragon Knight, picking up his 7th kill of the game now, and you've got to give props to him, John. This DK, he is making life so hard for LGD.
Yeah, he's just had stable lane, hits that really quick blink timing after the power treads, and they've just been running with it. They bullied Nothing to Say down mid, they pour all their resources there, they allow Ame to farm, the Lincolns doesn't pay off. Now you have to deal with that Ags of Quinn. His output's going to be amazing. His range is going to be amazing. Gap closing him is really not easy for what LGD has here. It's the 19 to 7 holds for Sonics and relocate.
Leslau all over the map. Gonna find Faith Beyond, it seems, as the Dawnbreaker cannot make it out in time. Yawar gives him the wave as he gets his way out of there. Sonics, maybe a T2 top tower to come. Oh, nothing to say. Not you two, sir. Disposes there. Fada's gonna find him again. LGD, they are just getting smothered by Sonics. Tips out again from Fada. This guy's base, John.
Certainly he is. Trying to get in the heads of LGD. And they've made certain compromises. The big issue for them right now is that there's not much play from the supports. They do have the blink on Xin Q. So they've got some hold, they've got something to tie in with their Solar Guardian much more consistently now to start these fights. But we're not really seeing the impact out from Y here as well. He's gotten a couple of good stomps off, but there's just no good follow through from the side of LGD. The investment is still pouring onto Ame. He's got a Desolator along with a Dragon Lance and he is picking up the shards now. It's going to do a lot of damage out with the Swarm and the Geminate flying out. But whether or not that's enough, it remains to be seen. He's just not participating as much. So all that investment in the win condition for LGD, we have yet to see the effects. But Sonics, we're seeing the effects of them. Take that tier 2 top. They've got the opening for the outpost. They've got really everything you could ask for. The only thing you'd want next are maybe a couple of BKBs up. LGD though, go into action with that blink smoke up here.
Here we go. Maybe they find Leslau up at top lane, or maybe not. They'll head down south. LGD through to the Radiant Triangle, desperately needing a good team fight to go their way. Not going to find anyone in that triangle though. Good map movement here from the side of Sonics. Just reading what LGD are up to as Fada. Make his way over and does get spotted, so they'll make the jump in. Is this bait though? Sonics, they are right around the corner, but they can't make it in time. Yawar is at least going to find the Shaman, but does get Serpent blocked here. The Solar Guardian is going to fight through. Maybe LGD can finally take a successful team fight, but they've lost the Shaman for now. Quinn, in the meantime, dropping rather low, and Arme just trying to chase down Leslau. Get somebody down, but nobody else dying here on Sonics. They got the IO on MSS. LGD, they'll get a 1-for-2 trade. They'll be happy with that.
They do come out on top. They managed to get out that BKB use from Yawar just to kill off the Shadow Shaman, so you're not too upset, and you are starting to stack up now on Ame. Going straight for the Ladylist. They're banking really on just this shard upgrade that we have seen occasionally. It is pretty big with the Swarm, and the bonus attacks you get with the Geminate, very easy to spread the Deso, very easy to spread the damage out. For Sonics, I mean, they're still kind of in charge here. 22-9, 3k lead remaining. Yawar is a massive beast. Quinn has not been touched since laning phase. And once this Winter Wyvern BKB comes out, I'm actually not sure how you stop Quinn. Because you have issues with Yawar, but stopping Quinn with how fast he moves around in the Arctic Burn turned on, with a rebound up, he just hits max move speed. And he hits from a mile away. You literally have no way of touching Quinn right now.
Doesn't feel that way, that's for sure. LGD still very calm though. I mean, 3k behind, not too big of a deal here for LGD. Maybe a bit of unknown territory for them for now, but we know how strong this team is, and one little mistake from Sonics could cost them this game number 1, as there is going to be a 5-man smoke. LGD, they want to fight on their own terms. Into the mid lane they go. Meanwhile, Sonics, however, they are grouping up. Maybe they have a whiff of what's going on here as they do smoke themselves now. And they don't have MSS around, but he is making his way over to his team. I'm going to say, kind of reveals his position with that Arc Lightning. LGD looking for that big jump in, but not willing to jump into that tier 1 tower. We'll go right back to the outpost instead. They will take it successfully. Though it seems like Sonics will try to do the exact same thing across the map in the Dire Jungle.
I'll take that.
This is that point where, for LGD, it feels like perhaps Sonics should be running at them, but for now, Sonics just kind of sitting back and giving themselves a little bit of time. LGD, I'm sure they'll be happy to accept the time they have too.
Yep. They're still getting that build up in your ward. They're still building up on Quinn as well. That BKB for the Wyvern inching closer. Casual play for your war to sustain through some of the Desolators coming out here from LGD and the minus armor they have on hand with Ame. Still being patient. Thank you. Not been using that point yet.
Oh, again. Quinn moving forward. Axe is up on the Wyvern, so very easy for him to get some nice vision there with the Arctic Burn. Just holding on to that high ground of the triangle. Roshan constantly being checked as well by Fada, but still a minute away from respawning. The Sonics do feel like the stronger team here to force the Roshan, but getting a little bit unlucky with the timer.
Dire are scanning.
Meanwhile, Arme still forcing out the bot lane, but is going to rejoin his team in the mid lane. Seems like they're ready to try and force another fight, but Leslau around the corner will break the smoke and does see Y. He'll make the jump into the stun. And Y will be abandoned. LGD, not the fight they wanted. They'll let Y die for this. He will be back in time for the next Roshan play though, so it's still happy days for LGD. Nothing too far lost.
They're still keeping up pace with Ame, and they're allowing a little bit of recovery for Nothing to Say, although he's still lagging behind, trying to work on the Ags now on his Zeus. A ways off yet onto that item, but that could help, especially if the high ground starts to be sieged here by Sonics. They're going to have a lot more deep push and a lot more global presence coming out. For Sonics, I mean, they're grouped up in the Roche. They know that's going to be the next thing to take. Fata giving them the vision they need, and they are going to be able to spot it out as it spawns. So they could make their move now. LGD should know that Roche is going to be the next play, and no one's showing on the map. But this Roshan does melt rather quick here.
LGD's made the decision to just try and push in the tier 3 bottom tower instead. They'll get some form of a trade for their trouble. If is forced out. Sonic still forcing Roshan. Fata, he'll go for the TP back towards the base as the Aegis is now picked up by Sonics. And the fight does begin. Leslau, he'll break the Lincolns of Arme. Fata, not within range to be able to get the dispose off, and Q gonna be just fine to TP out of the tree line. So yeah, they lose Roshan, but they do get a tier 3 tower for their trouble. It's not all lost for LGD. They are still finding value in these rather precarious situations.
Yeah, you still feel great if you're Sonics, though. This will definitely enable you to pierce into the high ground, the secondary life when you are, and with still a very long duration BKB at 8 seconds here as well. Although,
yeah, you are not afraid of anyone right now on this bristleback. Find any targets that he'd like to jump though. Sonics maintaining that 4K advantage. Full staff now out on Y. Help against the bristleback. Meanwhile, Arme about 300 gold away from that the full Daedalus now as well, so plenty of damage to come out on this Weaver. Meanwhile, Quinn is going for the Kaya Sanj build-up. Fairly standard on your core Winter Wyvern. Xiaowa take over that dire triangle and just try and deny the farm away from Arme, but he does have the full Daedalus up now. LGD still playing the avoid game, hoping Sonics does make a mistake. They do smoke up. Leslau will be spotted. Meanwhile, Quinn actually TPs towards the top side. And he goes because he's found Nothing to Say on the Zeus. Relocate is in as well. They really love hunting down this man. Nothing to Say. He will drop. Meanwhile, toward the south, Q gonna hold down Leslau, but he needs to back off as well. Think toward the south. Q, does he make it? Not quite. We'll stun him up. Y does at least make it out, but it won't matter. They found Nothing to Say, and they'll find the Shadow Shaman.
pretty nice pickoffs for Sonics. Again, doesn't quite allow them to hold high ground yet. They could try from the top, but more than likely they're going to want to gun for these tier 2s first. But they are still keeping on the aggressive. Have to watch Ame with a DD though. With a shard, if you do clump up here, it could be pretty big for Ame and just melting you down if you're not careful.
Wow, still just so confident to rush forward. We'll see Faith Beyond in just a moment, but a quick blink out from the Dawnbreaker. Gonna be enough as now Ame, or Quinn, that's a lot of damage being dealt back the way of Quinn. It's a double damage Weaver. You've got Curse up, but nothing around to really hold the Curse down. Ame will be just fine to get away with his life intact. Just TP's right back towards his team. As you saw, John, like, it only takes one mistake from Sonics. And with that kind of damage being pumped out from Ame, certainly could be a rough affair for Sonics if they do end up making said mistake. But for now, a pretty perfect game for them. Still 7k advantage.
They've been executing well.
Yeah, that they have.
They've managed to just really bully Nothing to Say. I think that's the big part of LGD slowing down so much, because Zeus has been off a really slow start.
Fata does at least get caught. Relocate was not there in time from him. It's still Leslau. Gonna try and find a trade, but Faith Beyond gonna come in and try to fight back. Yawar already deleting Y. Faith now doesn't want to be here on the Dawnbreaker. He'll BKB up and just go for a run, but Yawar's not done yet. Problem is he is out of mana. We'll have to leave it at that. Maybe go for a reset and come back later. He does still have a minute 20 on the Aegis though, so it seems like they will try to force the tier 2 mid tower in the meantime and get something out of this. Or maybe even force tier 3s.
They've got the angle for it. Respawns are fairly short on the LGD supports though. They're going to be back in time to maybe help hold that high ground. And Ami's still trying to get what he can while Sonics isn't fully committing. Just slowly shoving up top, saving up for that BKB. Weaver is getting a good job of just clearing out and does bail out, reading that Lesla would be there to try to catch him out.
Do you remember what the odds were on this game before it started? Can only
Pretty
imagine.
heavy on LGD, hell yeah. That was, yeah, it's a toughie. But, you know, Sonics are making those odds look very, very wrong. Very, very wrong right now. 27-10, 8K lead. Still on Razor's Edge. They can't afford to make mistakes, and that is slowing down this high ground siege. They're not in ways onto the objectives yet. And if they kind of stall out like this, look at LGD running down bot once more. They've got the wards. They could try to commit onto Arax or force a response out on Arax play.
Another smoke out, Sonics. So aggressive. Into that Radiant jungle they'll go. LGD, they are around. Who are they going to find first? Why? Blocking the way for Arme. Meanwhile, Quinn pops a BKB. And I suppose you can argue at least Xingqiu cannot really stop him, but it did feel like a bit of a misclick there from Quinn. Nevertheless, maybe not as Leslau now. Inbound Arme, blink forward, breaks the Lincolns. He needs backup though. Vada gonna try and make his way forward, but has no blink to play with, so Arme gonna be okay to Sakuchi his way out of this. 28-10 though. Sonic still rushing the map, trying to find more as Quinn top lane now. Has spotted out his favorite target. That's going to be nothing to say, but the turnaround is here. Quinn barely surviving. Just not enough damage coming out, and somehow nothing to say. He goes unnoticed in the tree line.
Yeah, gets out by the skin of his teeth. Finds an opportunity while Quinn's BKB was down, again from the events down bot, providing that opening for LGD. Still not quite enough, but you are seeing just how much more they can still pump out despite being very far behind. You know, you've got the 8K lead. Sonics are still playing cautiously. Like every now and again they smoke up, they're not finding the big kills they want. They've got the basher up on Yuar, so maybe some way of getting lucky onto Ame. You need a full pistol to really feel comfy here. And Ame might not care too much anymore about some of those stuns, as he will have a BKB up and running soon. So you will need something like that basher, like that Abyssal to come out. Otherwise, you will rely on mainly just that Winter's Curse here to keep Ame away.
Lane. LGD, they might just leave the area. Xingqiu, the only one left here on the Shaman. Ame already leaving the building, and now the Shaman also gone. So LGD, again, doing a great job, just pushing out those lanes. Staying away from Sonics. Now a 4-man smoker. They'll use Ame as bait in the mid lane, but Sonics nowhere nearby. Maybe LGD just commit this smoke to try and relocate themselves and find more space for Ame on this Weaver to really farm in. I have close in terms of net worth here to Yuar on that Bristleback. BD. Into that Radiant Triangle they go. They'll hold that high ground. Onyx are around the corner as they will find Arme. Lincoln is broken and now the curse. That'll lock down Arme. Do they have the damage so far? He'll be there to dispose of the 4-star. Is going to save the day for Arme for now. Why? He will drop first for LGD, but Faith Beyond, he'll rush in. Leslau, he found Xingqiu. Faith Beyond, he needs to get the hell out of here. Sonics, they're really, really thirsty for some more blood as, well, Faith, he is still going to drop. He does get the Solar Guardian off, but it wasn't enough. 3 down once again for LGD. And Sonics, what do they get out of this, John? Where do they head?
It doesn't look like they're quite committing towards mid just
Quinn.
yet, but they don't.
Quinn, kind of going nothing to say. Relocating is there. Yuar and MSS going to join as Quinn. Sun drop rather low, but does survive with the cold embraces. Now Arme, he's the big target. Last time around he got away, but this time there's no getting out. Tips out from Fada. Onto the bottom T2 tower they go. Sonics still yet to really make a big mistake here, John.
Yeah, just perfect, clean plays coming out from Sonics. We've talked about how important this match is for Sonics. We're seeing the prep work. They prepped so well for LGD, and LGD, their backs are against the wall now. 14k lead, no buyback on Ame. They need to find a way to stall out this high ground. You do not have the wards kind of hold back. You will at least have the Earth Splitter, but nothing to really line that out for you. It's gonna be just a straightforward process for them to clean up these racks.
Yeah, when your ass hitting for almost 600 damage per right click, you bet your ass it's going to be fast, John. D3 tower, not going to last very long. Ame down for 45 without buyback. This is a very precarious situation for LGD. Unknown territory throughout these group stages for LGD. Now even a Bloodthorn out for Quinn. Mega Creep should be on the way very soon as Sonics keep going, but no, they actually back off. They don't want to test the waters. There was still 30 seconds without the Weaver. To be fair, they didn't really have a creep wave for the top racks, but they still had the mid creep wave coming in. It just seems like they don't want to risk it. They'll go back for Roshan instead.
I like this from Sonics. They just play it smart. Now, with nothing to say back in, there is a little bit more they can play with. And they just go for the safer route. 3 Ags on the deck here for them to pick up as well. Wondering who will really take it. And Amises will pick it up himself for the Spirits. So a little bit more coming out from our IO now. LGD, only 1 Rax keeping them in this game now. Ame doesn't quite have buyback hold yet as well. So if he does get caught out once more, that's the end. I don't think you're going to have enough on the rest of your heroes. You've invested fully on that Weaver. Ame.
Oh, the double damage on Yawa as well. Ame, he'll run the right way to avoid this gank, but Leslau still chasing him down, and so is Fada. Weaver is okay. Still running south. Sonics, they have an idea of where Ame's gone. It's just so hard to catch the slippery hero. Ame still on the run, may not notice Sonics. They're laying a bit of a trap here. They'll make the jump in. Ame, Lincoln's broken. Time lapse away, but it's not going to be enough. Sonics reading the movement like a book. It's immediate TP's out towards the top lane they go. Quinn, he's found the Shaman. Arctic Burn took his vision very soon, but Xingqiu going to try and turn this one around. Solar Guardian is there, but do they have enough damage? Yawa, they do take down the Wyvern, but there goes Xingqiu and Faith Beyond. Still BKB'd up, still trying to run, just blink away. Fada, what a giga chat. Look at this man, John. Just man fighting Faith as they do relocate him out. Yawa, he should be able to take care of it anyway, but Faith Beyond's juked him out now. Blinking towards the right side again. In comes Leslau to cut him off on the Dragon Knight. They'll get the Orchid off, and that'll be Faith Beyond to drop. 3 down for LGD, and Sonics, they're on their way for Megas. Still no buyback on Ame here, John.
Yeah, it's a long time till he's back up. At least you do have Faith Beyond that can join back in. The Megas are lining up. The creep wave isn't quite there, so they're trying to go through back door, but the protection does break, and cleanup is there. LGD not buying back.
What do you do, John? Without Ame, is it even worth the buyback? They might just have to call it here. Sonics, against all odds, onto the tier 4 towers. That's 1 down. Ame's back in 5. They might try one last time for a team fight. Faith Beyond, he'll buy back, but Sonics, they're not risking it. They're backing off a Xingqiu. Gonna try and jump in, but LGD, they need to punish right here, right now. Nice relocate from MSS. Not gonna allow it. What do you do now? Just wait for Queen to revive, or just go back in. But now Sonics, they're gonna stick around. They've got a 31k net worth advantage. And Quinn's coming back up in 5. Never mind. It's happy defense time for LGD.
Yeah, holding here is going to be pretty damn tough. They do have wave clear at the least for the heroes on hand from LGD, but it's a naked ancient. You can't stray away from base too much here. And the scenarios for their comeback is just stark. 99% win chance for Sonics here, according to Dota Plus. So it's actually giving a 1% chance. I feel like that should be closer to 0, maybe a rounding error. And LGD gonna have to play out of their minds to somehow work this back their way. And Ame needs to find a way to protect himself. You know, feels like one of those games where you might want multiple Lincolns just to save that one hero.
Yo. Wow. Show himself up, Lislau. He'll pop that Black Dragon from him, and they go, why? Two-shot here by Yawa. He'll buy back to the Ancient. It's under attack once again. Sonics, they might ignore everyone. Just go right for the jugular, and they've got the victory, LGD. They'll be collecting their first L of the group stage here to Sonics. Who said NA is the weakest region, John? Who said that?
I have no clue. It's such an excellent performance coming out from Sonics. They bounced back here. A lot was on the line with at least finding one win. They just need at least a draw here, and they start to claw their way back up in points, going out of the danger zone. With how they played, they might even gun for that 2-0. It looks very plausible. LGD. Sonics figured something out. They figured out a way to play against them. LGD, you know, they go back for that Elder Titan. It's not something we've seen them pick up in the last 3 months, I believe. So it's something very, very different coming out from their game plan. Maybe getting a bit too relaxed. Now, Ame did manage to farm up, but nothing to say. Was completely shut out of that game. Only really Faith Beyond and Ame were kind of keeping them in it. That Zeus from behind didn't manage to snowball. You know, we didn't see the early times you tend to see. And they just kept running. Like, they had such a great lineup to get this single target control, to keep getting the jump out. The blink timing from Leslau was key. He had such a great time on his off lane, and his blink just came out, and they just kept going from there.
Well, I look forward to seeing what LGD does to switch up in game number 2 here. We are going to, of course, head off to a very short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with game 2's draft between Sonics and PSG.LGD. We'll see you then. Sorry about that. Forgot to turn my camera back on. My bad.
Radiant's bottom tower. Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's middle tower. Quincy Crew victory.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. We are going to get into our game number 2 draft here with PSG.LGD up against Sonics. John, game number 1 against all odds, Sonics ends up taking it, looking very well prepared to go up against LGD. I'll ask you the question before we switch over to the draft. On what do you think LGD need to change up to try and force a draw here against Sonics?
I'm actually not sure because it felt like they had a really decent draft. They did lose out in the lanes though. That mid lane matchup just didn't work out as well as they'd hoped. That Winter Wyvern response coming out from Sonics was just perfect. And you can see the odds. 1.2 still for LGD with 4.41 on Sonics. If anyone went to GG.bet and place anything on Sonics, they must be jumping for joy right now with that return. And I think LGD just has to watch out. Again, they tried going to the Elder Titan. It's not something they've touched very recently at all, right? They go into that. They maybe expected Winter Wyvern to be a support, gets flexed in the end and flexed out beautifully as well. The mid matchup up against the Zeus was phenomenal for Quinn. It was fairly even for Nothing to Say, but then they just stack in the supports. They punish Nothing to Say when he does overextend, and his game was just not there. Like, that was not the impact of a Zeus that you tend to see. Just kind of got run down. The only heroes or the only players that did manage to have something to play with was really Ame and Fate Beyond to an extent. And even that was enough. Like, Ame was very well farmed, but that one mistake he had running down bot opened it all up. The chain stuns come in, and there's not much one Lincolns can do to stop. So we'll see how well PSG.LGD adapt, but they already do adapt in a way. Winter Wyvern is banned out, so they take away that tool after seeing Quinn performing it in mid. And we'll see what else is left in store here. But Sonics, I'm sure they've got contingency plans laid out here, Mike, considering how well prepared they are.
Yeah, but I think LGD has also got their own plans here, Jonathan. I mean, taking their first loss of the group stage, I'm sure they're going to be coming back here with a vengeance against Sonics, and we'll see how well prepared they truly are here, John, because, well, LGD, you know, again, I agree. I think they had a very good draft last game, maybe a bit on the execution, not taking anything away from Sonics, because they did do a great job of just focusing Nothing to Say that whole game and just not allowing him to do anything. We'll see if they can repeat it. You know, fool me once, but fool me twice. It's a different story here between Sonics and LGD. So they do start with the IO once again. Which is a hero we don't get to see first phased these days in this current meta, but seems like Sonics are seeing the value in it. Obviously, props to MSS, playing a fantastic IO last game around along with Yawar. And speaking of Yawar, considering you already have the IO, would it be so bad to go right back into the Bristleback?
No, LGD banned out the Viper themselves, usually the natural break that you'd want to play into the Bristle, so you have a pretty good time. With a Bristle just coming up here, you can kind of maybe look for ways of kiting it out, look for core matchups are a little bit more awkward for Bristle, but with EI backing it up, it should still be a fairly safe pick for Sonics. LGD straight into the DP along with that tiny though. So they've got better jump now. They've got some push coming out from the DP and a little bit more sustain coming out. And, just a very strong laner to have. Bristleback laning into an offlane DP from
10
Fate
seconds
Beyond.
remaining.
It's all right, but it's also
5
not
seconds
as
remaining.
dominant. Although, considering what LGD had last time with the Shadow Shaman Dawnbreaker, I'd say that was a bit more of a stronger showing. So if you manage to play against that one, you should be fine playing against Death Prophet Tiny.
Well, the DP, one of Nothing to Say's specialty heroes, of course, going back to some real comfort heroes. And Sonics, they do go back to the Bristleback. And you are, again, fantastic game. Game number 1. Bit of a rough landing stage against Faith Beyond, but able to just catch up and make his way back up in that net worth. LGD probably have a good idea of how to deal with this,
10
considering they
seconds
just went
remaining.
against it. But Sonics, I mean, if it's not broken, you don't fix it, John. They're going to
5
go back to what they know
seconds
works here
remaining.
against LGD. Obviously, Bristleback has proven to be extremely potent in this current patch. So we'll see what LGD can get done here against the Bristleback to try and shut him down this game around. Any particular heroes you'd like to see against the Bristle, John? Like I know you already talked about the Viper being removed here by
10
LGD.
seconds remaining.
Anything else that you think that deals really well with this Bristleback?
Quincy Crew's turn to ban.
Razor could be one response. Razor could
Banned.
still fit in. First phase ban out by Sonics. You could try. It's a bit odder, but OD could be one way to kind of deal with
Oh.
Bristleback as well.
10 seconds
Yeah,
Could be
remaining.
one way. Then again, OD's just kind of dead.
5 seconds
So
remaining.
who knows if you'd want to pick it back up? You could still kind of play with a Meteor Hammer, but
I think just leave it dead,
a
John.
bit untested.
Leave it dead.
You could try, say, a support silencer in lane. Makes it more annoying for the Bristleback to spam his spells, but once he has a BKB, non-issue. Lotus Orb as well makes it a non-issue, so probably not the best to invest in that silencer. I think for LGD, just... Actually, no. You know what? A PA could work out. Just buy the shards, natural break, burst damage to deal with IO could be a pretty fun way of dealing with that combination, just jumping in and taking away the sustain on the IO, breaking the Bristleback. Good percent-based damage on those fan of knives as well. So that could be a way to respond to that, although you don't generally see PA as a Bristleback counter.
That's fair, John. PA obviously not really in the meta at the moment either. Just haven't seen it picked up whatsoever here. Final ban outs to
10
come. We'll find out very
seconds
soon
remaining.
what route they're going to go down. Last game round during the draft as well,
5
I thought
seconds
maybe
remaining.
the LGD side could have gone back to Terrorblade, right, against Bristleback. Just naturally high armor, Eye of Skadi carrier, even against the IO is quite effective. You think TB's a bad pickup here for LGD if they wanted to go down that route, or?
I think the issue with the Terrorblade in the last game was
PSG
all the single
LGD's
target
turn to
control
ban.
was still an issue, and the Weaver was a little bit less susceptible to that with its mobility. And if the Weaver was dying to that, the Terrorblade would have still melted from the chain stuns anyway. So I think the Terrorblade will have the same issue once a Blink Initiator comes out from Sonics. LGD will go into the Dazzle instead. So they've got decent enough save. That
10
could enable a
seconds
Terrorblade
remaining.
pick up much more, stalling out with a Shallow Grave and just getting a Sunder off. That
5
sounds a
seconds
lot nicer
remaining.
here for LGD to kind of secure Ame. Great way of fighting back, great way of counter-initiating when they do, if they do jump onto him on something like that Terrorblade. So I like that response from LGD. It's
Quincy
also fairly
Crew's
lane dominant.
turn
You
to
love to
pick.
point out, Mike, and Hero just kind of is hard to lane against naturally with a Poison Touch. Sonics, though, into the Void Spirit. Our Quinn hero making its appearance. And that is a really good way of jumping the back line. Like, you do want the Dazzle out of the equation ASAP. Void Spirit can take care of that fairly
10
quick.
seconds remaining.
That's a Quinn specialty right there, that Void Spirit.
5 seconds.
Speaking of, by the way, going back to the LGD draft for a moment, John, you know, the Dazzle being picked up by LGD always reminds me of that meta we had back in the
Oh,
day where you had
God.
the, you know the one I'm talking about, with
Yeah.
the Necro books and the low cooldowns. And Faith Beyond's the guy I always remember when it comes to that
Yep.
offlane Dazzle. Back at
Oh,
at
yeah.
eHome, back before LGD came along, picked him up. Oh, those were some funny
10
days.
seconds
Those were great.
remaining.
Yeah, the Necronomicon. It was also like a Midas pickup,
5
wasn't it?
seconds remaining.
Sometimes.
Sometimes, yeah, that was something that it also used to lose a lot. So I'm glad that's just
It did.
You know what? If it
It
did
did.
lose a lot, maybe you should bring back Necronomicon, Mike. Bring it back. Play that
It's
offlane
not a-
Dazzle.
It's not about the Necro this time, John. I'm just saying it was a previous meta with Dazzle. That's all
It
I'm
was.
saying. Yeah.
It was. It was fairly funny to see that in 50% cooldown, but bad juju changes kind of take out that fun. Sonics with a Weaver here, so that should be, I mean, could be a support Weaver coming out. Wouldn't mind that too much. Minus armor playing with a Bristleback is great. The hold of LGD for a Weaver isn't particularly amazing. They don't have anything like the Blink Dragontail. Blink Avalanche is still effective. Then you've got the follow-up Silence on the DP. Shard on the Dazzle can help you out. So there's enough to punish the Weaver. But at the same time, and that could still just be a pause 4 Weaver, a pause 5 Weaver coming out here for Sonics to kind of flex around. So still fairly open. They don't need to commit that onto Leslau for the offlane. And LGD, they still need like a big core to play with the Dazzle. Something that will enjoy the Shallow Grave. Considering Sonics with his draft, they are sort of lacking control. And they do pick up the Kunkka this time around with the X back. So relocate save's not going to be as big of an issue with LGD now, as the Kunkka should be able to hold one part of the equation down and is a natural Silver Edge builder as well for some break on the Bristle. Mid lane matchup against Void Spirit is fairly good here for LGD. If they will gun for that mid Kunkka, you tend to just have a great time as the Kunkka up against a Void Spirit anyway for the most part.
Oh, certainly so. Not a bad time whatsoever. If it is going to be the mid Kunkka, but certainly feels that way, that's for sure. Rather have the offlane DP in this circumstance, I think, for LGD. Final banouts, though, to come, Jonathan. It seems like both, or rather, LGD need a pause 1. Sonics, maybe more so about the offlane for Leslau, assuming it's going to be a position 1 Bristleback coming out once again for Yawar. Leslau, again, last game around doing God's work on that Dragon Knight. Any particular heroes you'd like to see Leslau pick up, and maybe even a carry for Ame, Jonathan?
Still fairly open for the carry of Ame. The Terrorblade ID you mentioned, Mike, still works out because of the Dazzle. And being held down is not going to be as much of an issue. You're going to have ample time to just sunder away. So I like the Terrorblade response there. Honestly, PA could still work if they really want to go weird. But as you mentioned, very out of meta hero. Probably not what you'd want. For Leslau on the offlane, you have a lot of options as well. You could look for a little bit more team fight, but then again, you don't have anything to tie into that team fight anyway, outside of just Bristleback spamming all of this stuff on top of you and getting a lineup for the Swarm. Could still be effective. Mars plays pretty nicely into what they have on Sonic's end if they want that. Although you would be picking a bit blind, not knowing what LGD's safe lane will be, so you might not get the best lane output here for Leslau.
Here we go, Sonics. Final pickup now. This will reveal how their draft's going to go. Do believe it is still the Leslau hero that needs to be picked up here in the offlane. Last game around, he played the Dragon Knight and certainly could go back to that if he really wants. It doesn't really feel like it particularly fits the draft this time around. Sonics, maybe a bit more team fight to come with this offlane pick. And they're going to go for the Dawnbreaker pickup. Fair enough. Even more sustained with an IO. That heal going to be pretty darn annoying to try and deal with.
I mean, you have 3 heroes that globally teleport in now, Mike. Relocate on 2, and then Solar Guardian on 1. Terrorblade does come out, as you pointed out way earlier there, Mike. And again, it's much more doable with the Dazzle, so Shallow Grave will allow Ame to sunder away.
I mean, it feels like comfort for LGD now as well with this draft, doesn't it, John? Like you've got a lot of heroes right now that we're really used to seeing LGD play.
Yeah, then go back to what used to work. I like the idea Sonics has, but I do worry about the fact that they might not have the easiest time dealing with a sustain from LGD, right? Like, you've got the boat to stall out if Ame gets jumped and nothing to say is nearby. You've got the X to hold back some Yawar if he does get relocated away, or if you manage to find Leslau trying to get the Solar Guardian in, X him, and just drag him back. It's really a solid Kunkka game overall, and I think LGD has has what it takes to kind of beat up on Sonics. But I'll be honest with you, Mike. I actually lean slightly towards Sonic's draft. I feel like,
Wow.
considering how they pulled off the last game, if they hit that same tempo, the same thing can happen. Like the Bristleback can still have a really good time, but I'd say this time around, LGD's fighting chance is a lot bigger. Like that Terrorblade hitting from a mile away, it's not going to be easy for Yor to get on top of that and just do the damage it needs to do, especially considering that base armor you mentioned earlier on.
Yeah, and it's a lot about the Eye of Skadi timing as well. Like, you're against Io, Dawnbreaker, Bristleback. All these heroes hate going against that Eye of Skadi, and, well, it's an Arme DP, an Arme TB, Jonathan. Like, it's this Terrorblade from Arme, it is not something to underestimate. Arguably one of his best heroes that we've ever seen, and let's see how this one goes. I'd say this is going to be a much harder matchup for Sonics going into game number 2, but considering how they went for game 1, yeah, that momentum, we'll see if they can ride it. Still, LGD, not to be dissuaded. One game ends up with a loss. Not a big deal for LGD. I mean, they're still top of the group stage, John. I'm sure they're not too concerned.
Yeah, I don't think that even if they lose the series, they're still in the running for number 1 anyway. So
yeah,
they have the allowances to actually just do that. Of course, they wouldn't want to. You want to prove a point here if you're LGD. You want to show just how scary you are and ensure that no one wants to ever play against you in those playoffs. Or if they want to play against you, that's just them wanting to learn. So we'll see. The comfort picks are looking strong on LGD. To be fair on Sonics as well, it feels like a lot of that momentum came from that really strong start for Quinn on the Winter Wyvern. It felt like that kit just worked out really well. Their single target control this time from Sonics isn't as amazing. In fact, their hold overall is kind of lackluster. It's only the Aether Remnant plus Starbreaker that they have to hold heroes down. So it's actually kind of scary for them to deal with this from LGD.
Leslau won't stick around too long. He's just going to back his way out. And another nice start here for LGD. 3 bounty runes to go their way. Arme, hands up, stickers down. Fada just slowly walking his Arme. Really wants to just get it in. Cute face of Xingqiu. Very, very cute man there, Xingqiu. Love to see.
Yeah, with that, we should start off with his top lane. Of course, Leslau on that Dawnbreaker, along with Fata on that Weaver, laning up against Y and Ame on the Dazzle and Terrorblade. This one, it's a bit of a weirder lane for Sonics, and you already have that level 1 Metamorphosis coming out. With a Poison Touch, you can run these heroes down. The synergy between Dawnbreaker and Weaver isn't that strong. Like, you can just Shukuchi and be annoying. There's no early sentry here from LGD to spot out Fata, at least on that further south side. They have a good ward up north. Man, they do manage to melt them down. I'm not particularly sure about what Sonics can achieve here. Like, there's just no real play. There's nothing to set up for Starbreaker. There's nothing to follow through for that. You have some synergy with the Swarm and the physical output of Dawnbreaker, but that's a little Terrorblade with a lot of armor anyway. It's not going to do as much to damage him down, especially when some stat items are up for Ame.
Absolutely. Mid lane, Quinn, nothing to say going at it already. 6-6, very even in terms of CS. There's nothing to say. Move in for the range creeper. We'll miss out. Maybe a CS lol moment there for nothing to say. This range creep's just so darn important. Quinn getting aggressive again here in the mid lane. The Kunka's going to be fine. As bot lane, Yuan MSS against Faith Beyond and Xingqiu. We haven't really talked about too much yet. So far, going decently it seems for Yuan as Faith Beyond, Xingqiu pretty chilled out here. It's all about securing their own CS. They understand they can't do too much about this Bristleback IO combination, so they probably won't even try. Just secure your own farm and do it that way. Deal with him later on. Meanwhile, mid, nothing to say again. Being harassed by Quinn, but is not going to drop. He's okay.
Is fairly low, and Quinn already has a bottle, so a top up from Watering might allow him to just look for that final push onto nothing to say, as long as he lands his remnant. He's been fairly on point. Again, the Quinn special here on Void Spirit. I can say it's going to have to be a little bit careful, though. He's going to be topped up by his own Watering. One bracer up, going to be a little bit more durable. Second bracer not too far off. And he is still keeping up in farm. Despite all the harassment from Quinn, Nothing to Say is at least finding his CS.
That he is. Again, this is a specialty pick from Quinn. I mean, that Void Spirit, he knows it like the back of his hand. Loves this hero. Nothing to say though on the Kunkka. Even more experience when it comes to the Pirate himself. Is bot lane again. You are getting a little bit low here on the Bristleback, but it's going to be okay. And you've got the IO there from MSS, plenty of regen available. But as long as Faith Beyond securing his own creeps, he's more than happy with this. He just wants his XP and his farm up. Do you think he picks up a Spirit Vessel here for the side of it? In fact, hold that thought, because top lane, why in trouble, is going to give first blood away. Leslau, Fairy Fire up, Stick Charge up, is going to walk from Arme. Espada is also going to be able to get away. Arme not able to secure either kill here top lane. And meanwhile, bottom lane, this Tiny dropping rather low, but Xingqiu going to be fine to walk out. First blood the way of Sonics. Arme.
Great start.
Arme, reflection does go down. Fada is going to be able to secure. Is that worth for Sonics though, John? It's a 2-for-1, but you found the TB.
I'd say it's all right. Yeah, you're not too upset about that trade. You are still putting a dent in Ame's farm. He's kind of struggling on this top lane just a bit, not as much as you'd expect. The off laners are definitely having a better time in this game in terms of CS. So you're doing the damage you want to do onto Ame while he's not quite geared up with the stat height. He's still very vulnerable to the minus armor from the Swarm, and you just kind of want to leverage that. And that does mean LGD though. I do have a slight level advantage from that exchange. That should allow Y to harass out a little bit more, but they are actually really geared up here on LGD. Still 2 sentries on Y, just ready to go track Fata wherever he runs.
Absolutely. Again, chasing down Y here on this Dazzle. This time Leslau couldn't break the gap on the Dawnbreaker, so Y going to be okay to survive. Definitely watch their positioning very carefully here on the side of LGD, because top lane, it's just so dangerous when you break the gap with the Celestial Hammer from Leslau. Even as the TB, you just can't really take that much damage from this Dawnbreaker. That's why. Move in a little bit, but Fada is going to be there with the Swarm and forces him back away. Mid lane, still such an even affair here between Nothing to Say and Quinn. Just 1 CS difference between the two. Very, very close matchup, and there's going to be an X out here from Nothing to Say onto Quinn, but it shouldn't really lead to much. Just a bit of a threatening X here for Quinn. Though he won't flinch, he's just fine on the Void Spirit. We'll just walk away.
Just gonna be perfectly safe. Level 6s are up on both sides, so you can get aggressive here.
I mean, Quinn seems like he wants to try and make a play. There is help incoming. MSS is going to show up. Let's go for the tether. There's Nothing to Say now. Will be jump, but got the boat out in time. Still Fada is also going to join in, and Nothing to Say will drop again as Fada immediately out with the tips onto Nothing to Say. Meanwhile, though, Leslau is going to drop top lane, so they do at least capitalize by finding the Dawnbreaker.
Yeah, they're getting something out of the side lanes with all the movement down towards mid. Unfortunately for Nothing to Say, he did try to TP out there, Mike. He's going to have to walk back towards mid. That's going to be a lot of time for Quinn to just build up. And for Nothing to Say, I mean, it's not as bad as the Zeus game, but still maybe not the start you'd want. Dropping those kills, dropping that 1 death over to Quinn. So Quinn just setting the tone of the game quite nicely, going to his Witchblade off the back of that. You are still happy enough in LGD for the space of Ame. Like, this Terrorblade is farming really damn fast, especially when you compare it to Ywar. Ywar's lane a lot slower in comparison to game 1, and he's just not able to do as much. So you're going to have to invest a little bit more on that Bristleback to hit its timings. Vanguard is up at 7 minutes. Pretty good timing still, but just doesn't feel as quick as it did in game 1.
Definitely a little bit slower, that's for sure. Faith Beyond has been doing a decent job here in the bot lane of just keeping up and actually outpacing the farm of Ywar. Still 3-3, very slight net worth lead the way of LGD. Very reminiscent of what happened in game 1, at least for the earlier stages. Just a very even matchup between the two teams. Bot lane, more rotations coming out as Y. It's going to be there on the Dazzle now as well. They might try to set up for this this tier 1 tower. Oh, Quinn
is under attack.
Gonna cop a torrent there from the Nothing to Say, but won't mind. In fact, he'll jump right back in and give way more harassment back. No care in the world here from Quinn. The bottom lane, it's gonna drop here. Faith Beyond, he's popped the Exorcism. No saving it, no defense to come.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Yeah, and that's
Radiant's bottom
what
tower
LGD needs to play around. Just use that push threat coming out from Faith Beyond, open up the map more, ensure there's room for Ame to switch farming areas if need be. And so far, no threat onto Ame though. They're not really playing on top of that Terrorblade. Although Quinn is around with the Invis here.
He is. There are 3 heroes from LGD. They're almost prepped for this. Quinn, I think he was spotted underneath that sentry ward by Xinkyu there for a moment. He bait from LGD as Ame gonna get jumped. They're waiting very patiently, ready to protect Ame whenever. Quinn, Sunder is there. Leslau, he's the one to cop it, but he'll TP right out as Quinn. He just keeps moving in. Another Astral Step charge. Solar Guardian is there. So is the Shallow Grave, but Leslau, he's back in. Ame goes down. Now the Starbreaker into the boat, but Leslau dropping low himself as Faith Beyond is going to join the team fight. A 1-for-1 so far in the favor of Sonics. LGD continue to try and pursue and punish Sonics, but it's still going to be a favorable trade their way.
Yeah, that's unfortunate for Ame. He opted the Sunder, I think, a lot earlier than they expected to, especially for Y. So he had the Shallow Grave ready, but saving play wasn't going to amount to much without the Sunder ready. And you're really happy on Sonic because he put a dent on Ame just a bit, but he's not dissuaded. Has Metamorphosis, lining up for mid, lining up for a shove.
Trying with this T1 tower. Ame. Get into it. There's Mel. Gonna stop him with the Celestial Hammer.
Gold from my chest.
There you go again. Nothing to say. Let's get caught out there for a moment. He's gonna be fine to back off. LGD, very cautious here of Sonics. Nothing to say. Will pick himself up a haste rune. Will be able to walk his way out.
Yeah. This is a lot of space Sonics is creating for Yawardo. Again, considering his slower laning start, he's got a lot of jungle to just sit in, farm up with his Vanguard to help sustain. And there's no one really stopping that from LGD anymore since after the laning phase. They've just been happy enough to leave the Bristleback alone, which can cause issues. Like, this Bristle will get super tanky. It is going to be a straight Ags rush for your war. No need for the Hood of Defiance in this game, and once that Ags is up, it's still the same story.
Yeah, Leslau gonna get caught out here, nothing to say. Nice X back into the boat. Is gonna be able to find the Dawnbreaker. Nice kill here for LGD. They have popped the Exorcism for this, so maybe they try to go onto that top tier 1 tower. They will.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Sonics,
Radiant's
they are
top
around,
tower
but
is
not
under
really in a
attack.
position to try and defend until that ulti is gone. They are waiting patiently, but doesn't seem like they're going to be able to punish. In fact, now nothing to say. He did spot out Fada. That'll be another one to go down for Sonics. It's LGD. Going for more now. Down a bot lane, Ame. He got caught out with the Shallow Grave. It's going to make it in
Radiant's
time.
top tower is under attack.
Just in the nick of time to allow the Sunder. The LGD, they'll keep going for more now. After you are with the relocate, is there from MSS to save? Oh no, it's into the triangle.
Oh.
Nothing to say was waiting the whole time. He got MSS, but now he's the one in danger. Yawar will turn right back around. Nothing to say. Trying to outsmart the side of Sonics, but you got an IO, you give your Kunkka away. It's not a good trade.
He had no backup. Faith Beyond too low on mana to play. They catch outs in queue.
Yep, they do. The Tiny gonna try to run. Silence from Faith Beyond gonna help out. No actual step charges available for Quinn at the moment, but they may not need it. Xinkyu still gonna drop here on the Tiny as now Y shows up. Trying to save the day with the Shallow Grave, but he might be another death to go the way of LGD. But no, they want his courier instead. Let's accept the easier kickoff. A 6-7. 2K advantage still held by LGD, but it feels like anyone's game.
Still really, really open. Very even across the board. Almost every core from both sides are just pretty much equal in net worth. The only outlier is Leslau, who has had to sacrifice some farm in order to make some space for his team. But even then, build up into the shard, and BKB should still be lined up for. LGD, they just need a little bit more onto Ame. You might want the Manta style here, get a lot more stats. Scotty timing you mentioned in draft is the key for the Trailblade to really get going. And once that's up and running, should be fairly comfy on that pause 1. Nothing to say as well as inching towards his BKB. Has a good stack to clear out in the Ancients. So he's going to be extra durable in the front. He's not going to be as threatened by Quinn's kit once that spell immunity is going in. That cuts a lot of the burst of Sonics. Like, they are reliant on Quinn just getting the stuns off the Remnant, getting the steps off, and getting to dissimulate. Not going to be something that Nothing to Say worries about once this full BKB is done.
Certainly not. Things are still going swimmingly here for both sides, really. Top lane Q. Nah, he's going to be alright. You are not going to try and go for the kill attempt. Mid lane, LGD group up here. Loves to try and find Quinn, and the X is going to be out into the silent and the boat. So Quinn should drop and does. Nice little bait their lane from LGD as they go for more now with the exorcism out. Onto MSS, they might just find an IO for their trouble, but a nice tether away is going to allow him to get out. So instead, it's into the mid-tier 1 tower for LGD. Be a rather easy pick off here for LGD. Nothing to stop them. No defense to come out from Sonics as they're not really ready to keep fighting yet. Still let this one go down. LGD looking much stronger than game number 1. We'll start looking for a bit more in that Radiant Triangle. You've got Yuar around. They won't make their entrance in. Yuar, by the way, getting rather close to the Ags, but again, it does feel slower than last game, that's for sure.
Yeah, and you remember last game, it was fairly quick, and he had Hood of Defiance on top of the Vanguard before the Yags. So definitely not as speedy here for Sonics. Although, Fate.
Remnant's out, Faith Beyond might just fight back with the silences there, but Leslie is there with the Solar Guardian. In the meantime, mid lane, Fada does die in the Weaver, but it's a better pick off once again for Sonics. They'll be able to try and settle that top tier 1 tower now. So LGD having a hunt around for Quinn. No blink up on the Tiny yet, so Q can't really break the gap, but Nothing to Say might find an X very soon on Quinn. But for now, they just kind of ignore each other. Quinn being a bit of a creep away from the Kunkka. Be enough for LGD.
Just trading back and forth. And what we're seeing from LGD right now is just they're playing with their tempo really well. The key thing has been when Faith Beyond shows up for a fight with the EXO, they go instantly for the push. Quinn gets caught out here though.
He does.
Yeah.
It's gonna be okay.
Yeah, not fully committing. I think they'd really want to secure that kill with the DP silence from Faith Beyond. I'm not going to be able to really fully commit. Nice double damage rune to find though. A nice pickup for Nothing to Say, and should allow them to play a little bit more aggressive. There is a ward guarding that entrance onto the high ground triangle though. So maybe not going to push their luck there, but now they could possibly get aggressive with that X here.
They may. Nothing to Say. Go for the X out onto Fada. Quinn is around. Keep in mind, Yuar just picked up the Aghanim Scepter, but isn't there in time yet. Yuar making his way over now as LGD will continue trying to fight. There's your Ags reveal now. Often Nothing to Say, but they won't make the jump in. Not going too far as the X back into the torrent is out again, and Faith Beyond has the ulti up. Yuar, has he gone too far? Relocate was there, but cancelled by the Yule Scepter as Yuar. Still trying to fight, but Nothing to Say. We'll just keep rushing forward onto the Bristleback. They have the X back, and they do commit it as Yuar will eventually go down to the Tidebringer hit as MSS still trying. In goes Quinn, trying to salvage the situation, but there's no salvaging. Leslau even coming in at the last moment. Can they get anything for their trouble? Torrent is there onto the Dawnbreaker. Nothing to Say. He'll be targeted by Quinn, but the Shallow Grave is out. Leslau still going down. Full drop. Still trying for the Kunkka. Avalanche is out. Quinn, can he get it done? Finally finds Nothing to Say, but what's it going to cost Sonics? Simulate out. Won't be enough. A huge win for LGD here in the mid lane. Sonics, they just kept trying to fight, kept throwing bodies at LGD, but it just didn't prove to be enough.
And that was LGD playing a 4 versus 5, Mike. Ame was just sticking down bot, pushing out that lane, getting a lot of damage done onto the tier 2, and just keeps farming up. LGD with a very comfy lead now, 8-14, 7k up. Around the same position we saw Sonics in the last game at around this time. But definitely finding a stronger start here for LGD, taking control of the game very early on. Ame with a full manta up is feeling a lot more safe as well. He's got the stats to just not be instantly bursted down, and might be gunning for that Scotty you mentioned earlier on. So a smooth ride up for Ame. Everything kind of lining up, and we are seeing issues with Sonics. Like for Sonics, it really just boils down to this one thing. They really lack control. Like, it's all down to Quinn. It's on him to just get an A2 Remnant and maybe bait heroes in for the Solar Guardian into the Starbreaker. But beyond that, you're not holding any of these heroes down from LGD. They will start from the Roshan. Duvar does hit fairly hard, but LGD are aware this time.
Up in, Quinn. What's nothing to say? The Kunka, BKB'd up, but copying a fair bit of damage. But what a big toss up here from the Tiny. Vada, he drops. Quinn, he'll go down as well. Fades beyond, just chasing Yawar. Relocate, barely gonna save the life of the Bristle. Roshan is open now for LGD. They'll move their way in. Ame will get right to work. They even found an IO with the relocate back. Roshan will be no contest for LGD now. They wipe out the side of Sonics. There's no way for them to try and counter this now.
Now, damage output of Ame is high enough to get the stun. And it just boils back to that again. Sonics, their control is just lacking. They couldn't kill off nothing to say. The Grave saves them in time. They turn around, they find all the kills they want, and they just keep running at you. Like, it's just so much pressure to put on to one hero to make all these plays. Like, Quinn has to land the most perfect remnants, all three has to be there, they're gonna try.
Gonna try mid lane, nothing to say. Again being targeted on the Kunka, dropping very low but the shallow grave. Why? Gonna save the day once again as Faith Beyond gonna pop the exorcism and nothing to say. He's out of there, onto the Solar Guardian. They'll at least find the Dazzle. Faith Beyond now, between a rock and a hard place. Leslau, what a Starbreaker, onto two, but Xingqiu with an avalanche out. It's not gonna be enough though. He will drop his Ame. He's a sitting duck. He has the Aegis up, but he's gonna have to man fight this. They'll buy back on the Tiny. Xingqiu trying to move his way back in and save the day. His Ame is going to be able to back off for now, but in they go again, Sonics. Not letting their foot off the pedal here is nothing to say. We'll go after the IO. MSS will drop. Leslau, he'll move in onto Ame. They've got the Terrorblade locked down again. Meanwhile, Xingqiu might die back here, but not quite. He'll walk away as Ame. Still just can't run. Has to fight back with Yawar. He goes too far. They at least find the Terrorblade as a trade. As Quinn, can he get nothing to say? It does seem like he may just, but the tier 2 tower is hitting away. They can't keep this fight going. LGD somewhat managed to fight back, but it still seems like an overall win going the way of Sonics.
They just managed to take control really well. They isolate Ame, leave him for last. They know Metamorphosis is down. Didn't manage to have any presence with his 2 lives, unfortunately, as Metamorphosis just faded from that Roche fight. And LGD just didn't have the follow. A bit staggered in the initiation, and Sonics just run down and managed to make it work. As that fight extended, of course, the nasal goo just piled on. The bristle was just constantly sustained, losing. That can say meant that he didn't have that great way of holding down the IO to take away that sustain. And LGD swing it a little bit back Sonic's way. Sonic's gonna be very pleased with themselves. No Aegis to help secure Ame. But I think the play now for LGD is just have Ame farm until the Scotty. They were forcing the issues earlier on with the Aegis, but now it's just back to farming. And if Sonics don't hunt down Ame, they're gonna have to contend with a massive spike coming out from that Terrorblade soon, as I can say we'll even find a tier 2 bot for the little room they were given out here.
Yeah. 22 minutes in, 12-20 now, but an 8k advantage the way of LGD. It hasn't been the smoothest game in the world, but it's going for LGD here, and as you can see, 86%, or rather 88% the way of LGD for now. Certainly, you'd have to agree with that. It just feels like Sonics have kind of missed their timing with this Bristleback draft. A big smoke up again here. LGD, not done. They'll rush us forward towards the top side of the map. Might run right into Quinn. They'll get the high ground advantage. Q gonna jump in. Avalanche toss is there. They've got the silence. They'll have Quinn down. MSS couldn't get the relocate in time. And now that'll mean the IO should drop as well.
Yep. Just a little bit of a freebie. Not the biggest deal in the world. Still more kills to go the way of LGD. High five out from MSS. MSS just, showing off the hand. Not going to get it reciprocated. And then LGD off the back of that, from a 6k lead, bring it back to 9k. So they kind of compensate for that earlier loss. Ame, one part away from the full Scotty here, Mike. And at that point, I really don't know if you have enough to handle Ame at that point. Like, he could just go for a BKB afterwards. That fixes pretty much all of his issues, and he's just going to be free to dance around in the middle. Going for the tier 2 top, no defense.
As now, X will catch him. Avalanche is there as well. Yuan, though, is going to show up. Boat will be thrown out by Quinn. He'll jump in as well. Onto the tiny Q. Going to be survived by the shallow grave. Yuan will keep going now, nothing to say. Trying to fight back here, but here comes Ame on that Terrorblade, and he's terrifying at the moment. You've got to run if you're Sonics. They can't force this fight. Yuan gonna get next up though, brought back by nothing to say into the loving arms of Ame, but Leslau gonna try and zone them out, and will force them back on the side of LGD.
Invisibility.
And to say, barely surviving on the Kunkka throughout that fight.
You're playing on knife's edge. Lots of back and forth. No one really losing anyone there, but it does feel like LGD committed far more. The top BKBs, they used most of their big spells. Metamorphosis is now down on Ame. Doesn't have too much time left in it. Just back to the farm game for him. Scotty will come out in the next few seconds, though, although Sonics are just going to look to push while they know some of those BKBs are down.
They can get done. Mid lane. Hex is out onto the Dawnbreaker. Q may get caught in the tiny and will eventually going down here to Sonic, so not a bad start. Keep in mind he doesn't have buyback available on the tiny, so might open them up a little bit for that mid tier 2 tower. But lines are being drawn up towards the top tier 2 tower, so they'd rather go for that, secure outpost, and maybe play for the next Roshan if you are the Radiant team. LGD, they'll just sit back and wait for their tiny to respawn back up. Sonics, it should be a free tier 2. I doubt there's a defense coming. And if there is, well, LGD might get cut off here by Leslau. Smoke. He won't move forward yet. Go now, LGD. Slowly creeping up. Metamorphosis is on cooldown for Ame, but they are going to go for the X into the boat, onto MSS to get started. A very nice pickoff. In fact, that's going to be enough because the Sonics, they're not really all there. Quinn and Leslau, they ran down towards the mid lane, and that tier 2 tower is going to remain defended.
Great defense coming out from LGD. Finding the equation that kind of carries Sonics through that. Sustain from MSS, take him out, and UR can't really hang around the area as well all by his lonesome. So LGD, hold on. 11k still up. BKB coming next for Ame. Sheepstick coming out for nothing to say afterwards as well. And once you do have that additional control, things start to line up. Fate Beyond did use his earlier BKB charge to not the biggest effect, but still has an 8-second duration on him. And Sin Q is going for the value Lotus Orb. So you will have some ways of helping your teammates out here, preventing them from just getting run down with the control. For Sonics, Quinn is inching towards his ag. Still 2,000 gold away, though. But once you have that AoE silence, it could force some preemptive BKBs to be used. And then you can just kind of go backwards here on Sonics, wait for it to fade, and re-engage. LGD, though, going for a smoke play.
They are. LGD once again. Get aggressive here. Quinn seems to be the target down the bot lane, and they should have the jump perfectly. Runs right into the tiny. He just gets blown up completely. LGD now knowing the Void Spirit is gone for another 45. We'll move on to the high ground, it seems, through the bot lane, and they have meta this time around if Ame wants to pop it. He might just wait to see if a fight is going to break out first. Ben down again without buyback like we mentioned, John, so this is going to be a free racks to go the way of LGD. But they can't really go for mid-racks because there is still the tier 2 mid-tower. But a massive win for LGD. So they will head into the mid-tier 2 tower very soon.
Yeah. Gotta have that creep wave catch up though. And EXO should fade by the time the creeps make their way down, but we'll try to rip through it. Backdoor is going to sustain. Smoke out from Sonics though.
There goes the mid tier 2. No protecting that. They are still going to try. Moving in onto Arme. Focus down the Terror Blade, but he's willing to fight back. Scotty up onto the Bristle he goes. MSS will try to keep the Bristle back alive. In the meantime though, Fada is going to drop the Weaver as they continue going. Yuwa will be able to run away, but now with the meta prop, LGD certainly going to go back into the mid tier 3 tower and probably the mid racks as well.
What?
But they do end up finding the Void Spirit. Quinn? Yuwa? How do you salvage it now? Arme, after MSS, has got the IO down. Keep in mind, Quinn still has no buyback available in this Void Spirit. So it's a very, very rough defense to come here for Sonics. Onto the mid-racks they go. LGD, suddenly 2 racks is up. Or maybe even mega creeps.
They don't have that much time left in the meta, so it'll be a bit of a slower process, but just without Quinn, Sonics just doesn't have that jump attention.
Oh, they're onto the Bristle back and they've got him. Yuwa getting caught with his pants down. Leslau, even going for a run towards the north, is going to get caught eventually. No way out of this one. No buyback available on him either. Sonics, how do you defend now? At least they've got Quinn back, but it's still a 4v5 scenario. Without their Dawnbreaker, LGD will be happy to move in. There goes CQ onto the Void Spirit Quinn. Look how fast he goes down. He just barely get up and no, nothing to say. Cleans him up. That's the GG call being made. A draw will be forced here, and LGD will take game 2 in 29 minutes in a much more convincing fashion than, say, game number 1.
They come out with stronger comfort here on LGD's end, going back to some tried and tested staples. And for Sonic's part, you know, they try to go back into that IO. They go into the Bristleback once more. And Quinn on his special Void Spirit was making some work happen, but there was enough play there from LGD. It wasn't a completely shut out lane for nothing to say. He had a lot more to bring out there. Unlike his Zeus game where he was way too far behind early on. I have to say, you really see some of the mechanical shining points of LGD in that match. Like,
Yeah.
I think that last fight on mid, we saw Quinn jump in, instantly get silenced. That was the silence from Faith Beyond. It has a projectile. He wasn't right next to Quinn either. He just knew Quinn would try to make that play, catches him. The moment he comes in, he doesn't even get to dissimulate immediately out. And they just managed to play on that edge here on LGD. Not the smoothest game. There were some openings coming out from Sonics. They did manage to work with what they have. Their draft was fairly limiting, relying mainly on the Void Spirit to get the catches out. But they managed to make it work on LGD's end. Anyway, they show us why they are probably the best team in the world right now.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, a fantastic series overall, John, and a fantastic day of Dota for us. Of course, if you are watching, don't go anywhere. There's much more Dota coming up for the group stages of the Arlington Major. For now, though, it is MLP Dota and John X Fire. We'll head off to a short break, and right after that break, we'll be back with some more great Dota. We'll see you then.
Sales, but good.
Radiant's top tower is under attack. Radiant Aster. Radiant's top tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
Welcome back to the PGL Arlington Major. We've got our last series of the night for day 3 of the group stage. It's going to be Entity taking on a Beastcoast. Denog, we ready for an exciting series between these two teams?
Oh, more than ready. I mean, these are two teams that Entity, they're a bit of the surprise packet. A lot of people had them sitting down towards the bottom of their tier lists, considering they had to play with Saberlight, not a traditional position 1, instead of Pure, but they've really shocked a lot of people, playing a very similar sort of style, just go, 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 full-on aggression. But they're going to be coming up against Beastcoast, who are carrying the flag for South America on their shoulders. Yeah, I think we can even just get straight into the draft on that note, because one thing that I want to touch on is that when they had the coin flip and the selection, Beastcoast went a little bit unorthodox. They didn't choose to go first or second pick. They chose Radiant, wanting to take away a lot of that aggressive tempo from Entity, who play off the back of that first Roshan, their strong lanes, to be able to snowball the game into a victory. So something a little bit different, but it's specifically in response to the enemy's type of playstyle. So I really like that out of them.
Dire team pick.
See what the opener is going to be. Beastcoast into the Chen. So we had the opportunity as well to get a Beastcoast series in earlier today. That was against Team Aster. They went 1-1, and in the game they were able to win. They picked up the Chen as well for Stinger.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, they picked it up for Stinger. They also, like I've been saying a few times now, you got to take away some of these really strong heroes that they're able to play on the back of from Entity. The question is, like, what do they just want? Because the Wyvern and the Tiny are both in the pool. I mean, Wyvern against the Chen, you understand why they're doing it, right? Like, it just stops a lot of that push. It, again, stops the... Like, if Beastcoast try and get the tempo kicked up a notch, then you are able to address that now.
10 seconds
It was really
remaining.
just a question of, do they want the Tiny or do they want the Winter Wyvern? They might just go for both, but instead getting the puck. So I wonder if Beastcoast now opt to go into the Tiny for themselves. They could still have that fast tempo if it's played in the mid lane.
Do you feel like they're not respecting Katomi's Wyvern? Because you picked a hero that Wyvern loves to counter, and they probably would have picked it anyway, even if the Chen wasn't there.
5 seconds.
Yeah,
remaining.
but like I said before, maybe it was just leaving the Wyvern and the Tiny in the pool, because Katomi's Tiny is very good too. So I'd be honestly a little bit shocked if Beastcoast don't go ahead and pick up that Tiny, just for the answer to the puck. Honestly, even the somewhat of an answer to the Wyvern. Katomi likes to go like that one item into the Blink Dagger, so I can certainly see that being the case for them. Also, I've talked about that fast tempo. That's really what you want with a Chen. And if you're picking a Tiny, Conker's pretty decent for the tempo as well, but what I was about to say was with the Tiny, if you play it in the mid lane, you are going to get a few more points into that tree grab, so the pushes can actually be... the team fights can be converted into pushes a lot more effectively, but completely understand the reasoning by the Conqueror as well. Just great matchup into the puck, fast tempo, quick BKB buyer. It's a good pick.
5 seconds
Yeah, and I think the
remaining.
thing with Beastcoast, opener is the fact that they're going to be incredibly sustainable through the early game. Chen with all the, the hand at God. You've got the Conquer with the run buff as well, a strength hero that's naturally going to be tanky. And for Entity, they like Puck is, you need someone else to be able to pump the damage in with that coil in the early game as well. So this is something that Entity need to address, because if it gets to the later stage of the draft and they don't have heroes that can really help out in regards to the damage, then they might just fall flat early.
They might. I mean, what's been banned out, Razor's still in the pool. That's a great combination together with a Puck. You can also set up for some static links with the Winter's Curse if you opt to go down that route. Honestly, not even the worst having like the dual ranged in the off lane. Like, Wyvern's probably one of the few that you can get away from that with, because Razor's just such a strong laner that you're not going to be punished too hard. But we'll see what they eventually end up choosing. Another option could be something like the Brewmaster, perhaps. Even Night Stalker's not terrible for Toby if you wanted to go for that, just to have a little bit of a counter towards the Chen, get right on top of him, prevent the Hand of God, go Aghanim Shard, feast on the creeps.
We'll see at the moment though, it's a lot of emphasis put on banning out some of the offlaners. For Beastcoast, they've gotten rid of the Lycan and the Death Prophet for Toby's hero pool. And TD as well, making sure that they don't get that dreaded Whisper Timbersaw, which is something that South America and Whisper in particular play incredibly well.
See what else they could look to go for. Maybe like a Bat Rider is an option. You know, just against a Wyvern, the Cold Embrace becomes suddenly a death sentence. Oh, actually, it's been panned out in the first phase by Beastcoast themselves. Of course, Storm are loving to play it too, so I understand that. What else have they got? Yeah, the Tiny is eventually removed from the pool as well. I mean, we've seen Whisper play like an amazing Rubik game from the offlane, so that is a potential option, but it's not really that tempo setter that I was talking about. Visage also removed from the pool early game. Still not 100% locked in on what exactly they want. I would... Like, Wyvern is a pretty decent response to the Kunkka and the Chen. You've got some percent damage for the Kunkka. You're relatively hard to catch. I've already mentioned the strengths against the Chen so far. But I still feel like you need something else that's able to just man up into that Kunkka and fight.
Yep.
Even something like a... We haven't seen too much of the lifesteal of this tournament, but I honestly wouldn't hate to see it all that much. You could also just look to go down the route of a Bloodseeker that's, for once, made its way through the second phase, just because there aren't too many lane counters to it. You could shove out lanes really effectively, particularly if they were to play it on Entity, and then just use that to stop a lot of the Chen push. This is one of those other heroes that Fishman likes to play for himself, the Clockwork, and it's probably that... You were talking about them needing something else that's going to be able to take advantage of the Puck's Dream Coil and use it to full effectiveness. Clockwork is probably the highest damage position 5 that they still had left in the pool available for themselves. So I don't hate this Clockwork bit.
5 seconds remaining.
It's just comfort. It does feel like they're from Entity. It feels like every time we see them in their draft so far through the major, it's just them getting multiple heroes that they're incredibly comfortable on. It's difficult to ban out all of those heroes that we've seen them thrive on in the past for 2 or 3. So Beastcoast, what's the route they're looking to go down? Of course, we were speaking about how tanky they can be with the Chen and Conquer. We'll see if they can double down on that in the second phase.
Something else that's going to catch the Puck would be nice. I was about to say Skywrath, but...
You can Shaman. Shaman, it's a clock's a bit awkward. Actually, it's really bad, but... Nice first Puck, it gives you some push as well. That's the only reason why I bring it up.
Yeah. I understand it. Ooh, this is nice, though. Able to catch out the Puck a lot more effectively. Even just things like the Clockwork Battery Assault. It's always just going to be that damage that's running. Winter Wyvern, again, lots of AoE damage too. So, yeah, I like this. A good amount of scouting as well for the rest of the team to convert onto. I really want to see a position 3 here. Most likely, that's going to be able to just instantly follow up on whatever Nyx Assassin finds. So whether that be that Night Stalker that I was talking about previously, yep, there we go. Able to get on top of the Wyvern, get on top of the Puck. Clockwork, you don't really care all that much about getting caught in the cogs as long as you've got that Dark Ascension available. I like this. It's all about converting on the find into something much more achievable.
Yeah, the only...
But now you just got to dominate the lane now, right?
Well, they can't. That's a Nyx Night Stalker. Like that. Are you saying dominate for Entity? Is that how you're...
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, with this pick in response to it.
Yeah, that's kind of the avenue I was looking down here, because Nyx and Nightstalker, I've got big issues with how these two are going to be able to play the lane. And in fact, I think you have to avoid the lane. It doesn't matter what entity pick up. It's a devastating combo where they're just not really going to be able to get much out of it. So we get the Razor, a lane dominator, can be flexed as well. So Toby can play it in the off lane if you want. Saberlight can play it as well.
And it's that thing that I was talking about, right? They needed damage into the Dream Coil, and this is damage. This is early damage. This is Puck wanting to rotate through to most likely the lane that Razor is playing, whichever one it might be. And, you know, it's not even just countering the Night Stalker. Pretty decent against the Kunkka. Good for clearing out a lot of these Chen creeps. I like it a lot.
Yeah. So Beastcoast looking for their 23rd pick in regards to the position 1. Feel like the Terrorblade's probably something they're going to be eyeing up in regards to a hero being able to take objectives. Of course, there are concerns about TB playing to the Winter Wyvern, but your other matchups in general are very solid. People like picking the TB into the Puck and the Razor.
What else has K1 really been going? It's not a Wraith King game. It's not a Troll Warlord game. TB, like you were saying, Luna perhaps, just because you've got all of these Chen creeps to be able to play off the back of. But that Brewmaster pick leads me to believe it's TB, right? Just that illusion clear with all the damage that you're able to get from the Storm Panda. It's a lot to have to deal with. So, yeah, I would be most likely saying TB. Although Wyvern's pretty good against it too, right? Like, you're almost entirely physical damage. And you've also got the Winter's Curse if you're on point to be able to set up onto that. And TB just kills himself with his illusions. Especially with Kataumi's, like I said, first, second item blink timing.
Yeah, that's my concern, but maybe they feel like the Night Stalker and Nyx Assassin can scout out the Wyvern's position. So they feel like, yes, Wyvern maybe counters our Terrorblade pick, but we have heroes that can also counter the Wyvern and maybe take him out of effect in the team fight. So if they're able to fulfill their role, then K1 could thrive on a hero like that.
It's possible, but again, you just have to remember what the Night Stalker's lane is most likely going to be, right? I don't think he's going to be in a position to feel super confident in the early games just because of how this Clockwork Razor is probably going to be bodying him.
I like that, Ben.
Again, it's a really stable position 1, right? That doesn't lose against too much, and then, of course, the Razor wants to run at you. So, good to be able to get that one out of the pool. No Rupture consideration anymore. I'm even just considering if we might even see the position 1 Night Stalker.
Yeah.
There's also the Doom. The POS 1 Doom is still in the pool. Again, against the Chen, pretty decent. It means that you can run the Razor off lane if you wanted to, even though that would give the Night Stalker a bit of an easier time. And then you've got that Infernal Blade for the percentage damage against both the Kunkka and the Night Stalker.
Yeah, I think it looks incredible, this game, actually. For my only concern is the fact that the lane versus the Night Stalker Nyx, again, I'd really prefer having a hero that's going to be able to dump them. But I think overall, in regard to the game, you've got really nice ways to lock people inside the team fight, so they won't be able to escape from the Doom. You can take the Conqueror out of full effect. Maybe it can be difficult to get the jump onto the Night Stalker, but it's obviously something that Entity, in general, when Pure is playing and Saberlight playing now as well, the Major are comfortable with. We do get... I like the Enigma banner a lot from Beastcoast as well. It was something I was considering if they look to flex the Razor to the 1 and then go your classic Toby and Fishman Clockwork lane. They don't have anywhere...
seen Toby play much of the Doom, have we? Like, it's still a good Doom game, but it just doesn't really feel like it's at the front of his wheelhouse.
Yeah, it doesn't look like he played it in 2 or 3.
They might... they can't... No, Visage is already banned. I was about to say maybe just with these really aggressive carries being removed, they want to go some kind of, like, weak early offlaner like the Visage or some melee core into this, because obviously it's most likely going to be the Winter Wyvern paired together with you, but what's really left for it? Brewmaster's gone. I mean, Viper, I suppose, is still in the pool, but it's going to be up against the Nyx Assassin, so you're going to be able to get off that Carapace for the stun every single time. We'll see. Feels like it's still a little bit up in the air, considering Entity do have that last overall pick.
Jesus. What the hell? I really wasn't expecting this because K1 likes a lot of his farming heroes, so I didn't think they would look to flex the Night Stalker. So I think you now play Razor offlane, and You go
So wait,
for...
I'm still confused.
10
Is this a
seconds
3 coddle?
remaining.
You could play Conquer
5
1,
seconds
put them...
remaining.
Actually, it could be
I
Night Stalker
I don't
mid.
want a mid coddle. I don't want a mid coddle.
Okay.
It could be a Night Stalker mid, but I don't want a mid coddle because you're against the Puck. Puck is like the hero that catches you, and you've got the Clockwork as well.
You may now select your
Like
heroes.
it a lot. So this is going to be a Razor position 3, Alchemist 1 coming through, and it does feel like, well, they're not necessarily lacking in damage, but again, it's just more of that stuff that's going to be able to stop the Chen from pushing on into you. So Night Stalker position 1. It is a little bit awkward, particularly when you're trying to keep up in farm with an Alk, but it still feels like they do have that pushing potential. Yeah, it's going to be offlane coddle. You've got the Aghanim Shard, at least, to just keep your presence up on the map. It doesn't just regenerate, give you the kill bounty. It also regenerates, I believe, 35% max HP and 25% of your mana. So it's just really effective to use even in the middle of a team fight. I think it's only like 25-30 second cooldown on it too. So
10
they're just going to be
seconds
constantly looking to
remaining.
pressure on forward. Could even maybe be an Aghanim Scepter game for the Night Stalker, considering you've got this Keeper of the Light there that's in place to be able to create a lot of additional damage coming through. I don't know. He still does need to itemize for taking towers, though. You've got the Chen, but that doesn't really help with high ground.
How are you feeling about this game 1 draft? Because Beastcoast going down a bit of a different route with K1 not being on a farm-intensive hero. We have seen them succeed in the past, though, recently, where we saw Beastcoast able to win with the Stinger Chen, but Entity back into their comfort once again.
I'm just going to go through it lane by lane. I think Chris Luck's going to win mid. I think the Chen Night Stalker should do fine enough against this Razor Winter Wyvern. It's not like devastating early on, but I don't think either side should be getting any kills. It's a really weird situation, though, with the Night Stalker. I feel like they're going to need to make a preemptive move to put the Keeper of the Light into that lane when Night Stalker needs to rotate away in Chen's jungling. Because Chen wants to jungle level 3, and he just can't into this lane. Night Stalker's just going to be an absolute sitting duck. So it feels a little bit weirder for Beast Coast, but for whatever reason, I do like their draft. I don't know what it is.
No. Mana! Really now?
Maybe the uniqueness coming out for Beast, because I'm not convinced they're able to execute a draft like this. And I
okay, never mind. I'm going Entity. He's queued up the Midas. You can't go Midas plus Aghanim Shard on Night Stalker. It's way too greedy. I think you need to pick one or the other, and Shard just is better in my eyes. You get it sooner, it's cheaper, and lets you have that constant presence moving forward. Again, you're trying to outscale an Alchemist. Not going to happen.
Is Midas really the same as Shard?
I feel like it is.
How? You don't get nearly as much gold or experience.
Yeah, but you can use it on Ancients. You can't use Midas on Ancients.
I mean, sure, that's a great point. Midas doesn't... the Shard doesn't give you as much experience, though. I feel like it's a big concern.
Ancients give more experience.
I mean... Alright.
Checkmate. Yeah,
All right.
that's right.
30 seconds to battle.
So just this Midas is straying the other way?
It is. I really feel a lot more confident when I see Night Stalkers go the Shard instead. I think it's just way too passive and it doesn't link up perfectly with your draft. It's not even like they have anything that's going to be building into, a Helm of the Dominator or anything like that you need to use the Midas onto. So I think it's just going to slow their draft too much.
And it looks like they're swapping the lanes as well.
The battle
Yep, I like it.
begins.
I was
It
saying
also
they would
looks like
need to
Entity have read
eventually do
this. So...
Yeah. Well, I like that too.
This is... Oh no, this is... I don't think this is good. Again, you kind of want the Night Stalker avoiding the Razor. They see Sableye and...
Was that a pun? Was that a pun? Avoiding?
Not really, but I mean, we're definitely reaching there. No, it was not a pun. We're chilling. Yeah, both sides have scouted it. Both sides have these deep wards they're looking to play with, so it looks like Beast Coast are comfortable to set up with an aggressive tri-lane, one that we do not see often anymore.
I mean, yeah, Whisper's going to be able to secure enough farm for himself. This isn't a kill lane. Like, Wyvern plus Alchemist has no synergy whatsoever. So, I understand the reasoning behind it, but you got to get kills onto Fishman.
A decent amount of damage. Fishman still got to sell to heal himself up afterwards. They Dire blocked the small camp. Of course, going up against a Chen, so they're not going to have the capability to be able to reset the equilibrium, which is going to be really important against this aggressive tri-lane.
I mean, as long as they see that the Nyx Assassin's there, how is this going aggressive into the tri-lane, just wanting to deny away a lot of that attack
Toby
damage
should be
coming
dead
through
here.
K1.
They got the Void back up, the right clicks as well. Yeah, Toby steps way too far forward trying to get the kill, and Beastcoast, they capitalize. Meanwhile, bottom lane though, Whisper's in some trouble. Trying to juke through the tree lives, Concoction's back up shortly, but the movement speed from the Coddle to get back to safety.
A little low on the regen though, and they actually see this courier walking on through with the boots there, so Katami should be able to get rid of it, and I mean that's gonna make his life a little bit more difficult unless the quick micro coming through. Ooh, you gotta get back to the tower. Don't get greedy, Whisper.
Oh,
Ooh, ooh. Okay. He gets it.
Oh no! All right, let's quickly take a
might
look
be
at
in trouble though.
Concoction level 2 as well. Saberlight acid spray dropped, and nice little bit of bounty picked up for the position 1 Alchemist. I do want to quickly take a look at mid real quick before the action breaks out top with this tri-lane. As
Too late.
Yeah, too late. The action's out. Toby's only got 1 point in the static link at the moment. The cogs being a bit of a nuisance for Toby to be able to close the distance onto Gojira. Fishman doesn't have too much long left on the battery assault, but he does have stick charges to be able to turn if it's required, and well, there's not the case as Entity find their second kill of the game. Bottom lane, Whisper.
Just going straight back.
Oh, he's chilling, he's chilling. Concoction now, trying not to bait the observer. Oh no, sorry.
Well, you did. And Stinger, he's getting baited a little bit as well by these creeps. Oh, will the creeps turn around? Looks like the battery assault's hitting onto him. Okay, no, he stole the Banisher. That just wasn't a creep randomly using the perch onto
Oh, look
him.
at the bounty too.
Body block Stinger. Nice. All right. Lots of cool little individual skill plays coming through here. Chris Luck as well in that mid lane. He's taken a tiny little bit of a lead. It's going to get greater though once he picks up that. Don't actually see the Soul Ring all that often on the Kunkka, more often into the double braces, and yeah, he's actually changed back up to go back into it. But yeah, level 5 onwards, you do kind of get bullied out of this lane on the puck.
Gojira bottom lane is used to spy Carapace early. He's going to be playing off the back of the stun to hold Saberlight away from the Concoction. Unfortunately, Gojira won't be able to cut his way through the tree line. They still do lose Katomi. A blast from afar is enough to secure the kill, so nice little steps coming out from Gojira.
And he's a speedy boy as well. Don't get hit by the Satyr Tormentor, Gojira. Stop it. Yeah, mid lane, level 5 achieved now by Chris Luck. Picks up the water rune, continues to farm. He'll go into the small camp just to accelerate that even further. And then as soon as he hits up onto that level 6, look to most likely make a rotation, I would say, towards bot. This is the downside of running the Alchemist in the safe lane. You're not hitting that level 6 early enough. You don't really have a ton of that movement speed and regen, so with a Coddle plus a Kunkka, you're just dead.
Secret Jira is always a support that likes to make a lot of rotations to mid, so looking to see what he wants to do over the next coming minute, because we do have those power runes spawning. Very important for Storm Swarmer to be able to control, and Coddle as well if he can get maybe haste to step into the side lane. Probably are looking to block some camps as well. He's got multiple observers and sentries at the ready to maybe move into the triangle and slow down Saberlight's farm.
Potentially, I'm hearing a boat being used in that mid lane, and well, it's a solo kill onto the puck, not something that you expect all that often, and being able to deny away that level 6 is pretty significant. Might see if there's any stacks built up as well. Doesn't seem like it. Might have seen in the in the fog, he pings it out that Wyvern is here, so will that trigger a move at all onto Saberlight? Doesn't look like it. He's farming all the way back underneath his tower. This is nice, though, for Saberlight. He's back in his lane. He's like, oh, off lane. I'm used to this.
I don't know if they can get the kill onto Whisper. As much damage as they can possibly pump out is nice to try and shove him out of the lane. Meanwhile, top side, though, under the cogs, Fishman, he's got 2 points of the battery assault to be playing with. This can help out the Toby to stack up the static link damage. Killed off the Chen. K1 does have some creeps to play with thanks to the Chen's army, and it looks like K1 should be able to come on top out in the battle, but he hasn't taken into calculations of the cogs to hold him into place. So Toby, he can reposition to the tier 1.
Very important that Fishman was able to get rid of that Stadium Mind Stealer as well. It was just doing way too much, denying away a lot of this mana pool that, of course, Clockwork needs to be able to protect the Razor early on into this game. Especially now that it's nighttime as well. In fact, the Banisher removed as well.
Whisper bottom lane's going to be a bit cautious.
Ooh, stuns himself.
Ooh. If he got the concoction off, probably would have been a kill with 3-point spray, and Katomi as well, being able to step in with the combo. But overall, I must say I was not expecting the lanes to go how they have so far for Beastcoast. Chris Lock, top of the net worth. That's the lane that we were definitely expecting to do incredibly well. I mean, solo kill is 1,000 gold advantage over the Puck, but really K1, he's having a pretty good time as well. More net worth than the Razor.
Yeah, certainly wasn't expecting that. I mean, they did end up getting... Did they get the kill first? Yeah, it was onto Toby, right? That first blood went K1's way. So I think that's the real difference maker, right? Just getting a little bit too cocky, too confident with the Clockwork not in the perfect position to be able to back him up. So the turnaround was just way too devastating. Gojira again invading the jungle, trying to scout out, prevent the Alchemists from being able to farm. You'll see, alright, no creeps there. As that even... Oh, it even picks up on the Observer Ward, maybe? Oh, I didn't see it. That would have been a really valuable pickup.
Whisper again. He's going to get the TP coming through from C Smile. They won't be able to catch up the Saberlight, but they will run into Katami, at least into the tree line. So rotation out the Conquer, just securing them a kill onto a support. Nothing crazy.
Luckily enough that C-Smile did make that rotation, though. Whisper, with the initial burst through, didn't have enough mana to even use the Chakra Magic. Sorry, it didn't have the cooldown to use the Chakra Magic on himself.
Top lane, they're going to be eyeing up K1. See if he's going to be able to get out of the cogs fast enough. Toby, awkward positioning as well. K1 still trying to juke to the northern side. Plasma Field's back up shortly, but instead he's going to run to Stinger's location just to help him escape out of the aggression maneuver that we see coming out from the lads on Entity.
I mean, it's K1. He's going to go the Midas, right? Like, this is what we come to expect all the way back from his Wraith King days. It's just a pretty standard item for him. And it is, to be fair, like...
On the river?
I'm hearing a Dream Coil.
Yeah, Storm is going to make sure he doesn't get clipped by the Torrent. Instead, the Spike Carapace is what connects, but he's out of mana on the Puck. So he's going to need a rotation to come out. It'll be Fishman moving over towards the river. They've got the boat as well. A nice use of the phase shift, and now he's got enough mana to jaunt away. See, Smile, the straight torrent. It's going to land. Don't need a right click, and he should be able to get it after the phase shift. Oh my lord. See, Smile is on point to start this game one. They're going to drag back Fishman as well. The combo will be off the mark, unfortunately. But the tower, is that enough to stop the Conqueror? Yeah, looks like it is.
Not perfect, but effective, you know. Beastcoast having a fantastic day so far. Able to claim some unexpected wins, and well, K1 just continuing to pick up the pace on this top side. Still, he's not keeping up with Saberlight, but that's to be expected. A few more points now into the Grieval's Greed after just the one, excuse me, in the Unstable Concoction. And it's really only once you hit that Midas timing, to be honest, on K1 that he really wants to start making some aggression happen. This Puck is... I don't want to say the Puck has the potential to get out of control, because Kunkka obviously has his number, but... Oh, nice little stun coming through there from the Spike Carapace. But it is always something to be concerned about, right? The ability to be able to catch this core Keeper of the Light, to be able to stop the Chen army from pushing on forward. That's what Puck's really stopping.
And you see Puck is trying to work towards the Witchblade back in the jungle. One thing, though, I've always been impressed from Beastcoast, and we saw in their earlier series today versus Aster, is just the consistent basis that they are always looking to block up camps. Again, they've done it. Observe Ward inside the jungle, another sentry dropped as well to really slow down the farm that NT are able to find.
And that Witchblade is going to be really important as well. Like, he's gone the road with the Magi because obviously he needs to... It's going to accelerate his farm. I really don't want to see him wait for the Blitz Knuckles. You need that chainmail when you're up against a Night Stalker and a Kunkka that are just starting to run at you.
Stinger with his micro has been perfect against Fishman. That tornado to drag him out of the cogs, and our K1 just flies in, secures the kill. Of course, you're happy with that, getting in closer to his item timing down by the bottom outpost. Stormer, he's not going to have the damage required as well, so Gojira also steps out of harm's way. Beastcoast, they're off to a flying start. 4,000 net worth lead. We just see the levels. A big issue for Entity at the moment. Clockwork level 4. I just got 6 thanks to the tome, so maybe they can think about defending top, and Fishman's going to lead in. First hook shot of the game. Toby's nearby with the Eye of the Storm as well, so you'll take whatever kill you can get when you are this far behind.
Okay, able to get a little bit there, but this is what we were talking about before with Gojira, right? Liking to invade, and C-Smile even just dropping this boat onto the Ancient stack. Love that from him. So taking a lot of that net worth away. I mean, this is a level 12 Kunkka.
Yeah.
Like, he is crazy farmed right now relative to Stormer level 9. Alchemist, level 9. It's got to, of course, pick up once he gets the Sacred Relic for himself, and he's only a few hundred gold away, but for right now, all of Beast Coast's movements are just based around this Kunkka. Speaking of him, 300 away from that BKB, so absolutely no concerns for the puck once he gets to that stage.
Yeah, once you get BKB and mech, this T1 tower is going to go down. I don't see what Entity can do to protect it. They're probably going to be requiring ultimates to keep it alive, and in particular that Winter's Curse as well. So we're going to see one ultimate come out from Fishman down bottom. Targeting down Gojira. If the damage required to kill off the Nyx Assassin again, man, just being able to scurry away. He's going to run onto the sentry. Stormer. Does it predict with the orb? No way. Oh my lord, if he didn't hand it, God, Gojira would have gone down.
See if anyone actually wants to connect through onto this. I mean, Gojira's kind of playing on his own, so the Spike Carapace not going to be effective enough to catch it. Look at Coddle. Whisper's starting to make that movement through. Well, look at this. Carapace in front of the creep wave, perhaps. Seeing if he could catch him on the escape. No, in the wrong spot. Oh, very, very quick fingers coming through there. You appreciate the attempt, but just not able to land it.
Stinger should be able to use the Wild Wing Ripper to push himself away. And got the little piggy pole as well for good measure. Even Puck's trying to use it to close the distance, but unfortunately not the case. So, man, Beast Coast really was not expecting them to have a start that they're having at the moment. Again, we just see them constantly looking to invade the jungle. Saberlight parked himself at the triangle, very close towards this Radiance.
I told you there was something I liked about this Beast Coast lineup. I couldn't put it into words, but it was there. I suppose one of the advantages, of course, of going this hand of Midas, I'm going to try and justify it a little bit here, against my own better judgment, is that it does get you to that level 15 very quickly. And Midas gives you that 40 attack speed. It's very efficient attack speed items, so the damage component that you're missing gets recovered once you hit that earlier timing with the Dark Ascension damage.
Do see it's going to be all eyes, though, on how Entity can defend this T1 tower. This is a must defend tower for them. You need to keep the jungle alive. Radiant's completed on the Elk, but Saberlight's still going to need a lot more time for him to find his items. So all eyes on how they utilize their next ultimates. And I think whenever it's the Dark Ascension for top lane, Toby is going to be playing around with the static link. K1 can break it, but he's not going to go back in. So that's an ultimate wasted, and that's 2 minutes. Honestly, that's really big. That's 2 minutes now where you don't have Dark Ascension to pressure this T1 tower.
At least it'll still be nighttime, though, once he breaks out of it.
Well, they saw TP bottom. Gojira, look at the backstab coming up for the Nyx Assassin. Great positioning once again. They're going to start to rotate some supports down. Everyone's coming down from Entity. They want to take this team fight. C-Smile is not the easiest kill. The run buff along with the BKB to be playing with. They're starting to dwindle him down. Half health. He's able to get the ultimate off.
Nice
the curse to leash them all inside the middle. They'll kill off the Clockwork, but Entity, if they need to reposition, you don't have the damage now to go up against Beast Coast.
Yeah, just a few seconds left of daytime. Everyone gets healed up, and then K1's right there, ready again to start pumping this damage into the tower. It's not the greatest in terms of like being able to deny away the Ancients from Alchemist, but it's still pretty effective, right? They're going to start sweeping across towards the mid lane after they shove this lane out one more time. They're not worried at all. No static link, no hook shot.
Sorry, Gojira's got a Midas queued up. What is going on?
We're seeing it all across the board, man. I don't personally like it, but, you know, if you want to scale, this is the item to do it.
3 heroes on top of you. It's going to slow down you, being able to pick up that Midas. Come on, hate to see it. Gojira's like, guys, I want my items. I want to be able to act like a claw. So not going to be the case. Fishman will be forced to hook shot defensively. K1. Stormstormer's going to be in some trouble for the moment. Cold Embrace. Give him some health back. But it sets himself in a position for the blast to connect, and our K1 can easily dive under the tower.
Still another 10 seconds left on that Winter's Curse. They have no turnaround potential, and the lane shove is basically only coming from the puck. Nice use of the torrent as well by Chris Luck, being able to catch Fishman on the retreat. Again, this is the tower that they had to defend the entire time. Gojira even just going looking for more. Dark Ascension in a few seconds time, so they might be able to get this, plus another kill on top of it. Alchemist.
And it's a great curse as well from Katomi, targeting down Whisper and C-Smart. They need a little bit more damage to get the kill, and they will in the end. Toby's the one that gets the claim. Meanwhile, Saberlight, he's going to charge into the middle. Stormstormer on the respawn as well. Good luck killing C-Smart. Yeah, that's not going to happen, and Saberlight, he doesn't have a concoction target.
I don't think you can kill Saberlight, though. Ooh,
I don't think you can see Smile as well.
Yeah. These two cores aren't dying for a little bit. Alchemist still needs his time to be able to sit back and farm. You're really lacking in damage on anyone right now. Probably Toby is the one that needs to get in on top of the Kunker in particular. It's Nightstalker that's just going to be pretty free to have a free game. We'll end up going into that Aghanim Shard next before the Basher. Minus already starting to pay off. Level 13 on Nightstalker right now.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Toby, I think, just caught a glimpse of Gojira with that plasma field, so Whisper won't be able to TP down to try and kill off the Razor. So what do we need to see come out?
Sorry, I'm hearing cogs down on the bottom side. Gojira find out the clockwork, and it looks like C-Smile will be able to pick up another freebie. You just had to take this mid-tier 1 tower, though, right? Like, they were getting very greedy, very hungry for kills. Feels like that objective would have been so influential. You've got the Radiant side. You've got the potential to go into Roshan. You want to take away as much of Alchemist's free jungling space as you can. Stormstormer having to make the decision to not stick around for that Invis rune.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Speaking of Alchemist and K1, up onto the top side goes the Nightstalker, but he'll be able to get on his merry way.
Almost BKB on Saberlight. Bottom lane, Fishman. He's going to be able to hook shot onto Whisper. Right next to the tier 1 tower as well, so K1's going to be able to TP down. He thought Toby would be able to enter the fight. That's not the case, and now Gojira's also stalking out Toby's location. Mid lane, the Stormstormer's going to be able to intercept C-Smart, but he just runs straight through the puck, pops the BKB, no cares in the world, but you do have to have some threat of Katomi with the Winter's Curse. It sets up for a beautiful coil as well, as Saberlight's able to enter the fight, but the damage is lacking once again. They don't have a way to deal with the sustain coming out from the Chen, and now with the chain control, as K1 flies into the river, offers the silence to lock the Stormstormer puck into place, and there'll be no escape from Entity.
Yeah, really nicely done once again from Beastcoast. It's just finding the ideal target. Chris Luck, he was a little apprehensive there because, you know, you were up against the Winter's Curse, but he was BKB, so eventually realizing that he could just walk in, finish off the target, and, well, he got caught out by the Dream Call at the end, but it doesn't matter. You've also reached up onto level 16 now on Hector, so he is having that Dark Ascension damage. He's got the Aghanim Shard as well, so he's just going to be able to accelerate his farm at a pretty damn rapid rate. I was worried. Like, this is all on the back of the rest of the Beastcoast lineup for being so active on the map, right? 11 kill involvements so far from this Keeper of the Light, going into an Orchid build. I like it a lot.
Do we have to see something creative come out from Toby and Stormstormer because of how far behind they are in this game?
Sometimes it's not about being creative. Sometimes it's just about, you hook shot in onto the Keeper of the Light. You got to have someone following you. Maybe if Razor is there in the puck, they actually get that kill, and that entire team fight doesn't happen.
See, they have such a gigantic lead on Beastcoast, and hold that thought, because no, Whisper unable to get in with the Orchid. They've got such a huge lead, and they're going to scale decently with the Midases now. Like, K1's got his, Gojira just completed his Midas as well, so his next item's going to come out a lot faster than what they would be expecting.
Tommy's been spending a lot of time just in the jungle, farming on his own with that Wraith Band on the Winter Wyvern.
I'll see the Nyx Assassin. Level 10 Nyx, and Saberlight's going to jump and he... What just happened there? Did he just... The Spike Carapace stun them all? It looked like Saberlight stunned himself as well with a concoction, but regardless, they get the kill. You'll take whatever you get, especially if you can lead this into a tier 1 tower.
In most pubs, what just happened there on the bottom side after that team fight would result in Alchemist destroying his items, because why are you taking my farm Razor? But so important for Toby to get this BKB. Once he gets to that stage, there is nothing that's actually going to stop him from just running straight at you. 0 BKB disables, and he's the one that needs to prevent the influence of Chris Luck from continuing. Right now he's playing a flawless game, 5-0 and 5. If he's able to do that, then maybe the Alchemist and hell, even the Puck have a way to go into these team fights with a lot more confidence. Going for the Ghost Scepter on Stormstormer ahead of the Blink Dagger. That's the sort of situation that we're in right now. Will he get landed onto by the Carapace? I don't think there's the follow-up. Maybe there is.
The slow as well coming out. Fishman might have the cogs to hold them back.
It's a good cogs.
Be able to get the clockwork instead. He's going to hookshot to get some distance away. K1's also in pursuit. Going to try and catch up the Stormstormer, but the orb out to safety. I don't think Entity are going to have the damage for quite some time to be able to stop the push. You've got the sustain coming out from the Illuminate. Nightstalker's not easy to kill. The Conquer with the run buff, like we mentioned. Chen, Mech, Hand of God. This should be a couple of easy towers going down. Oh no.
Potentially. I mean, it depends who they catch, right? Like, what's the vision looking like? Right now, all of Dire's vision is on their own side of the map. So, sorry, on the other side of the map. So it's not really achieving much against what Beastcoast want to do right now, which is just continue to run at you. They've got this advantage. I suppose the glyph is available, but they're going to go for this group movement coming through with Saberlight with the Blink Dagger.
He's not dying.
Popping the BKB early is good. Yeah, but that's fine. I think popping the Blink Dagger on its own is pretty good. Toby maybe a little bit late to that team fight.
Shot to the back. Instant use of the Orchid. Fishman won't be able to play with the cogs. The Centaur Conqueror along with the Torrent's going to hold them in place, but Katomi jumps in, but the Curse doesn't do much. They'll kill off the Nyx Assassin, but the rest of Beastcoast have successfully retreated back to the tier 1 tower. They're still going to try and target down Stinger at the moment to get the Hand of God off before the last little bit of damage to secure the kill. And now Saberlight forced to BKB TPR. That is a victory though from Entity. You get 2 kills and comes at no cost.
It was messy, for sure, but at least it was something. They get some of this net worth lead back towards them. Stormstormer, ideally so, being the one to secure that kill, bringing him closer to the Blink Dagger. You get a buyback as well out of the Nyx Assassin. So even though it wasn't any cause, it's just these little things, bringing the puck closer towards the Blink Dagger. In an ideal world, Toby's there much sooner. He needed to be there to be able to lock in onto the Kunkka. Again, there's nothing Kunkka could do to stop him if he does that. And then maybe you actually feel a bit more confident about going in for a longer time onto the Alchemist, because you're not going to have as much damage coming back your way.
Being the expert Winter Wyvern player that you are, Mr. Gonad, what are we expecting? Just kind of the stock standard out of Katomi? Like, he likes his Blink into Shard and maybe Shadow Blade, but are you wanting maybe a different item for the Wyvern in particular in a game like this?
Nothing really you can get, honestly. Maybe he needs a Ghost Scepter, just in case the Night Stalker's able to get in on top of him, but I think K1's already preempting that a little bit, having the Nullifier queued up after his Lincoln Sphere and Blink Dagger, so yeah, I think he's just going to need to adjust on the fly to whatever we see K1 looking to itemize for first.
And he has that Lincoln's queued up beforehand on K1, so He's incredibly farmed. Second in net worth, of course, the man on top is going to be Sableye on the Alchemist. It's often expected, though, with a hero like this. The Beastcoast have to be incredibly happy with the start they've had. 8,000 net worth lead against an Alchemist lineup that is usually the ones in head.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
What's the Chen army looking like at the moment?
Dire's structures
Doesn't
are
seem like he has too much to play with on Stinger.
I was going to say, he's been having a... Oh, Katomi? Oh, no, the creep's nice micro.
Radiant's
Stinger.
middle tower is under
I'm
attack.
going to be brought down. That's curse on cooldown as well, so this tier 2 tower should be for free. Do you think about going high ground?
I think you just try and bait TPs back. I think you're happy enough if you're able to do that, and then just opens up the map. You can see Stormstormers kind of preempting that a little bit, saying, look, if we back up and you have to back up as well, then at least you're not going to get too much extra. And they're just going to full on commit. No curse, I suppose. They're just like, all right, let the death ball go.
Ah, Fishman. Oh, my lord. Oh, he almost goes down. They can't deal with the summons, it looks like. And this barracks, I think they
No
just
curse,
sort of
that's what
puck-
happens.
Oh, no. Gojira caught a glimpse of puck TPing and they were going to charge up the Impale. Not the case. Barracks gone down and really no threat for Beastcoast.
He's gone into the Yule Scepter on the Nyx Assassin, and I'm kind of okay with it. I mean, it's going to allow you to avoid a lot of this damage if the backline gets jumped onto, but what I kind of want to see out of him is a Blink Dagger. Like, yeah, it's going to allow you to get that quick burst again onto Park or Winter Wyvern, but even just being able to blink into range of...
Aegis just expired. They TP'd down bottom as well, but they don't have answers to the BKB. Big issues from Entity. Curse being on cooldown.
Toby-
They're still going to
Toby
chase.
just needs to be there, man.
The hook shots at the ready. Still no one else is looking to connect to the Conquer. This should be a kill they're able to pick up. The Handed God's available, but it will not matter. It doesn't come out. And meanwhile, Stormstormer. He's also ran into the Stinger's Chen. Whisper's going to try and move to his location just to offer some assistance if required. Handed God next to the tier 2 tower. Puck's going to be a little bit cautious with his mana pool and positioning. Gojira's going to try and step in. The stun is out, but the curse is well buying some time as K1 is going to charge into the middle though.
Good positioning by
Healing
Toby,
down
though.
with the Winter Wyvern. He's going to turn now to think about the clockwork, but the static link proving to be an issue. But meanwhile, up to the northern side, Whisper gets the finishing blow, snags the gem, but Sableye, he says, give me that back. You're not getting away with this one, but it looks like you'll easily dodge out to the left, and K1, he's not done with his food just yet. Once again, but the Dark Ascension, free mobility, means that the Night Stalker can easily dance around in these fights, and they'll finish it with another kill as K1 up to an unstoppable streak.
It was a really good use of the static link there. If we can get a replay of that, that would be fantastic, because it means that the rest of the team just clumped up into one small position. They know that there was no AoE damage because you were able to take the Kunkka out of the equation super early on. And it means that you just can't focus in onto all of these heroes with all of that HP being, sorry, the attack damage being drained away. So it's a good use of the Orchid, pushing him away. As soon as the Night Stalker joins, this is what I'm looking out for. Just instantly coming in. There's the static link being used onto K1. There they are, but there's not too many people alive, so I don't think too much will happen. Maybe it will. Let's have a look back live. Stuff's happening.
Fishman. Got a hook shot. Oh, he makes it out. The Spirit Vessel is doing a lot of damage. The blast from downtown, and Fishman's got to tick out. Has not been the easiest game for the Clockwork. Toby, you'd hate to force a BKB in a position like this. Oh no, they cursed the Lincoln. Sableye's going to be in. The call as well, holding them together. They got the BKBs, but Sableye with the damage along with Toby, trying to push back C-Smile, but as soon as the BKBs expire from Entity, they need to escape the area.
Just things aren't seeming to link up all that effectively for Entity right now. You know, when the Razor's going in, the Chemical Rage is wearing off. And so it really felt like they had the potential to go in there and clean up C-Smile, get another really valuable kill onto the Kunkka, but by that time, Chemical Rage was gone.
Whisper's going to be in as well. The Orchid. The Blast, is it going to connect? Oh, beautiful spell casting. Sableye will get revenge, but that's your puck getting traded for a support.
I mean, name a more iconic duo, right? Beastcoast and Pick these unorthodox offlaners. Not as unorthodox this one, of course. It's something that's done across the Chinese region. Zai likes to play the off-lane Keeper of the Light as well, but he's making it work for him in a big way. That lane switch up, doing them wonders from the draft.
He's had such an incredible game on Whisper. 10-2-7. Really, everyone on Beastcoast has done their role to put themselves in a commanding position in this game 1.
He's nearly level 25, man. No need for a Midas.
Such a big series as well. Beastcoast tied 6th place with EG with a 4-6 map count, and they're going up against the 2nd place team in Entity. So if you can take some maps off the higher place teams, it's going to give them, 1, a lot of confidence, and just 2, help them not get eliminated out of the group stages here for the PGL Arlington Major, and they're in a prime position.
It's so close that even the team sitting in 2nd right now could reasonably be forced into tiebreakers, maybe, to go down out of the tournament in this group stage. Like, there's enough games left to play. This is one of the closest majors I've ever seen. Probably the only outlier is LGD. Like, they are basically secured into the upper bracket, but beyond that, everyone else is fair game.
Yeah, we're really just seeing how competitive it is. Bunch of 1-1s, bunch of 2-0s, and going the way you'd expect, and then sometimes the way you wouldn't expect, and just feels like, though, in Beastcoast, in regards to them in this game, they're continuing to find all the items they need. And, man, look at this as well. Stinger, he's playing around in his little army. He's got the Hill Troll Priest as well, so extra amplification coming. That is, oh god, this is stupid
Extra
stuff.
15%, you'll love it.
They're roshing. Okay.
They had to go for something kind of crazy. The Mud Golem's going to scout it out. Deny it. Deny it.
That is...
Okay.
You gotta get out. Run as fast as you can with the components and just look to keep some numbers alive. Saberlight? Oh no, they didn't have detection. Concoction's gonna pop to the northern side. K1 is trying to target down Toby at the moment. A BKB is gonna allow him to escape. Meanwhile, Stormstormer combined with the Winter Wyvern as well. K1 still chasing Toby. Avoid the 4-staff as well. So Toby's actually going to be able to make it away. Meanwhile, back inside the lane, Saberlight, they'll be able to deal with the first life on the Alchemist, and he doesn't have the Chemical Rage for the second. He does have the BKB at the Rebbe and the Blink as well to reposition Katomi. It needs to be an incredible curse potentially to turn this one around, but it looks like Beastcoast, they're going to respect the buyback. Oh no, they got this. Oh no, they got the silence. And Katomi's nowhere to be seen to jump in to protect Stormstormer. And now Fishman as well is going to be in trouble, as Beastcoast just have their number in this game 1.
What a disaster.
Oh,
they're just layering
Toby as
Lincolns
well.
on top of Lincolns as well. Yeah, Toby, he's going to be food. They're just
Saberlight
dropping one by one.
He's going to try and turn it on Gojira, but... Oh, they're all... Dude, they're playing incredible, man. Beastcoast, what a game 1. There's just no signs of life. There's nothing Entity can do. This might be the last fight. They got a couple of buybacks, but Saberlight is surrounded. What a draft. What a performance. I was hesitant if they were going to be able to execute it, but Beastcoast show they've got multiple tools in the wheelhouse to be playing with. Beyond godlike on Whisper. Triple kill for the offlane Keeper of the Light. He might be able to stand his ground and get the puck as well. Look at Whisper playing with his food. The spell casting is incredible. And the G's are dropped. He wants to rampage before this one ends, and unfortunately he will not get it.
Feels bad, but feels great if you are a South American Dota fan. Beastcoast on an absolute rampage today. Able to take some games against pretty well-placed opponents so far throughout this major, and I mean, if they keep up this style of Dota, they're having a bit of a resurgence as well. One of their other compatriots down towards the bottom end of the table, EG, they're also having another really good day. So, well, anything can happen. Like I said, teams up there can't feel too comfortable in just having their bracket slot secured. Beastcoast, EG, everyone's coming. This is the day of revenge.
Without a doubt. Again, I mentioned it kind of towards the end of that game. I was hesitant if Beastcoast were going to be able to execute a lineup like this, because we do often see K1 on a more farm-intensive carry where they look to play with him in the later stages. But very impressed for Beastcoast, and I think this gives them a lot of room to work with the later group stages if they make it into the playoffs as well, which is you now have the threat of going for like a faster tempo draft where they really look to play off the back of the Chen. That Stinger plays incredibly well, and you could then maybe have a hero for K1 that can secure the late game, or a hero that can look to get involved early, and when they saw the Night Stalker do just that.
Yeah, the one thing that Entity need to work on their cohesion a little bit, because like I was saying during the game, there were times where it really felt like Toby needed to be there for the static link onto the Kunkka. Wasn't really. There were times where he went in and Alchemist's ulti was wearing off. Not ideal. And the thing that's honestly the most, I guess, damning is the word that I can say, is that this is a game that should not be free for a Keeper of the Light. Maybe the laning stage should. You know, he was able to get away with being solo down there for a really long time, only dying the once. But you're up against a Puck, a Clockwork, and an Alchemist with a Blink Dagger, and you don't have BKB. I don't see any kind of universe where he should only be dying twice, because Coddle is squishy as hell if you're able to get in on top of him. A Chen heal is not going to be enough to be able to keep him alive. So I think Entity have a lot of things to discuss in how they're going to perhaps make something a little bit easier to execute come through in game number 2, but they got to get it working fast because every win is so precious.
Yeah, without a doubt. We're going to need to see the adaptation coming out for Entity in this upcoming game, because it did also feel like just some of the damage issues were really prevalent in a game like that, where the sustain was just way too difficult for them to deal with. So Beastcoast able to take out game 1 here of the 4th series, the final series of the night as well. We got one more game to go to close out day 3 of the PGL Arlington Major. We'll see you all after the break.
Dire's middle tower is under attack. Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Triple kill. Monster kill. They're lively now. Your admiral is on board. Blow with the boom.
Power can be found in any number of places. Scientists will tell you that it comes in newtons. Gamers will say that it can be found in silky skills. We will say that the power lies in real thrills. In the play with perfect ping. In the runes and crystals. In every frag and gank. In your personal winnings. Lock and load for PGL Arlington.
And we are back with our last game of the night here for the PGL Arlington Major, day 3 of the group stages. We've got Entity taking on a Beastcoast. Denok, we saw Beastcoast was a incredible game 1 performance from them, but do we feel like they can replicate that in the second game?
Absolutely. Never in doubt. I didn't think that Midas was going to backfire in a big way. Again, it was like it was a cool draft that made me a little bit more leaning towards Beastcoast side, but again, it just comes down to the execution. There were a number of times where they just were not on the same page, and maybe that came down to the fact that the early game was shuffled up a little bit, like they were forced to try and change up these lanes so that you were matching the movement coming through. You wanted the Razor into the melee matchup. It didn't work out. You actually gave away the first blood. I think Toby in particular would want a redo of that game if he could, but he's got that second game to be able to come back into this as we do head on into the draft. And I'm expecting to see some very similar bans coming through from Beastcoast, just taking away a lot of that early push potential and really, it feels like perhaps targeting Toby.
Do you remember what the other ban was?
Batrider.
There we go.
And they're doing it again.
And
Jen
I
this
like
time.
that. I like that a lot. Could it be you could always consider picking up for yourselves, but Beastcoast, of course, do have the first pick to be playing with. So let's see what they're looking to consider to play for the side of Radiant. Tiny is still in the pool if they want to snag that one up. Clockwork as well. Of course, we've seen first phase multiple times from them, even if they want to value the snap fire because they have so much flex with it.
You know they're going to Wyvern, basically, on Entity, but Beastcoast could try and disrupt that a little bit. Ooh,
jeez.
Is this our first Dawnbreaker? I think it is.
I think it is too. I've got no idea why it's getting first phased a couple times, like banned, but yeah, I'm quite surprised we haven't casted any Dawnbreaker games.
Now, this is mostly a Chris Luck Dawnbreaker that he likes to go, although you occasionally see Gojira go down that route, but I'm a little surprised that they've gone into it, considering the fact that there's this Winter Wyvern there, with the Winter's Curse there to set up. You know how comfortable Katami is playing the hero, so a little bit surprising to me.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, I was feeling the same when they first picked their Chen, and I'm like, you're picking it, and they're going to just answer with the Wyvern, but...
It wasn't really on Katami that game, I don't think.
Yeah. Back into the puck they go, so there is the potential to be able to counter it in regards to Chris Luck's hero early if they want to, but of course it will reveal the flex of the Dawnbreaker though.
I mean, it could still just be a Dawn mid, right? Lots of physical damage, you could crush the puck, and then there's the other factor of you just get an early Aghanim shard and then you just get rid of the Dream Coil. You don't even need to wait for a BKB on the Dawn. You could just go like Blink Dagger, Aghanim shard, and then suddenly you're in onto the backlines and there's not too much that Entity can do about it. I want a little bit more of that backline dive, though, from Beastcoast. Like, this would be a pretty decent Earth Spirit game, for example, but I don't know if you want to reveal the fact that it's a mid Dawnbreaker just yet, so maybe they're going to go down a different route.
Yeah, they haven't showed the capability to play the Dawnbreaker as a 3, and I like this pick a lot. I wasn't sure if they were going to Night Stalker at the 8th, but it's incredible versus the opener from Entity, and we are starting to really see the rise of this hero with a lot of the backline supports. So, yeah, I really like the pick from Beastcoast, and they have shown now that they can flex it into the position 1.
Yeah, and I also like the fact that even though Night Stalker's pretty good against the Lycan just because of being able to get the Aghanim Shard, it's something that they don't want to have to worry about. They don't want to have to deal with this split push. It's just annoying. So they just want to try and play a head-to-head style of Dota, and they feel like they've got the execution to outplay Entity.
Beastcoast's turn to ban.
So we're going to be looking towards Fishman's hero at the 15th pick. Are we expecting them to go back into the Clockwork because it is something they are very comfortable with, or are we wanting them to go down a bit of a different route?
I think they don't even necessarily need to pick the Fishman hero here. I think they could get away with Bloodseekering right now. And it's going to be a good enough lane. It's good against both the Dawn and the Night Stalker as long as you just land the Rupture onto it. I think it gives them a lot of flexibility. It might reveal the fact if they do get rid of some of, I was about to say the counters to it, but I guess just people that are able to trade farm, which kind of does feel like the counter in someone like the Keeper of the Light. Of course, some of it is also just giving respect over to Whisper.
I'd really like that as well. I like the call with the synergy that comes out from the Wyve and the Puck as well. The Curse to be able to set up, so... We do see Beastcoast, though, continuing to respect Toby's hero. Have yet to... Trying to remember if we've actually seen Entity play the new game so far. We've had a couple games, but again, all the days are kind of blending together. So it is something they're very comfortable on. It was Toby's most played hero into a 3, so they won't have that one in the arsenal, nor will they again have Saberlight's Bristleback to fall back on.
Makes sense, right? You got these heroes that want to run at you, so just say, all right, guys, clump up around me. They don't have great AoE, so they're just going to start taking damage. So I like it. I like the ban coming through. It's the same sort of mentality with the Razor, right? Which, by the way, it's still in the pool. So I think you could still certainly look to get away with this. It just takes... it changes where you want to fight. You know, you don't want to fight it along these side lanes where there's plenty of tree lines to play around. You want those big open spaces like next to the outpost where, you know, you can actually have the rest of your team come up next to you.
I'm all down for this Bloodseeker 15th, honestly. I'm kind of surprised they didn't get rid of it, because regardless if the Night Stalker's a 3 or a 1, he's going to counter him, so...
Even the Dawn.
Yeah, very, very good point. That's a hero that wants to be mobile throughout the fights. There is a little bit of flex. We don't see offlane Bloodseeker anymore, but theoretically, I suppose you...
Amar tried it against Fnatic, didn't work out.
Okay, there you go.
Beastcoast's turn to
What do we got? It is... Alright, so...
It's fine, you know. It's not that high damage, though. This is literally the exact same opening that they had from the last game, and it didn't feel like they came out of that laning phase in a solid spot. So something that I'm a little more hesitant about, I suppose, for them to go into it again, especially considering... I mean, let me have a quick look, actually. I want to see more damage paired together with this Puck. They just don't have it. That's my main concern. So... I mean, even Bloodseeker is one of those heroes that needs, like, 2 items before he can do something. He needs the... I mean, again, it's almost identical. Literally, the only difference is that Dawnbreaker. So Beastcoast are like, we beat you with it once, try and do it again.
Go conquer, man.
Yeah. Why not? Sets up really well.
I guess the only issue if they go conquer is that it does reveal the flex, but I feel like you just said, like, the Dawnbreaker is going to be very similar to... You said Dawnbreaker very similar to Shen, or am I just hearing things? Well, the way I'm looking at it is that Beast Coast are just going to play off the back of the sustain again. The Solar Guardian, you got the Night Stalker who's incredibly tanky. If you go Conquer once again, which has a very good matchup versus the Puck, and we saw C-Smile have an incredible game in game 1. So my only concern if they want to go back down that route is it shows where the Dawnbreaker is going early on. So they're going to have to reveal something eventually.
Yeah, I think you can get away with it. Like, it's not the greatest position for Dawnbreaker game. I honestly feel a lot more confident with it being the core, because if it's the position 2, you want to be at the start of a lot of these team fights. You don't give that setup for the Winter's Curse after the Solar Guardian. You kind of want to be the one going in first alongside the Night Stalker. And now with the Death Prophet as well, you got 3 heroes that are wanting to run in, assuming that these are the 3 cores. The Blightseeker is still pretty damn good here, though, man.
Yeah.
Like, 3 heroes running at you? I know what I'd want to be playing.
I think Entity might even... You could consider a Doom here as well, because DP is very spellcasting reliant. If you're able to get that ultimate off before the Death Prophet is able to kind of respond with her own ultimate or Spirit Siphon. Again, you've got heroes to really play. So I think this route's taking Doe down. And yeah, again, we were calling the Bloodseeker, so I'm more than happy with this as well. But it's going to take a bit to come online. You mentioned 2 items, that Maelstrom BKB, and that is a pretty slow spike. Like you're going to lose maybe a safe lane tower, and you could lose mid as well if Beast Coast are solid with their early rotations.
Depends how well the laning stage goes as well. Like, where is this Bloodseeker going? Is this another a game where Kataomi needs to be playing alongside him as well? Because Clockwork, you're just feeding damage into the Death Prophet, assuming it is going to be a position 3, right? Spirit Siphon onto a Strength hero, you're very happy with that. So I feel like Entity, with their position 3, again, it needs to be high damage. And honestly, outside of... Razor's still in the pool, it is a good amount of damage, but you just need to be playing a lot more around the team. I don't think we saw that rotation coming through with the Dream Coal, pairing it together with the Razor, Plasma Field, Eye of the Storm in that early game, and that's really what you need to have happen.
5 seconds remaining.
So they are looking towards it being a Stinger hero at the last. Is this something you're expecting as well for Beast Coast to pick up the 23rd at position 5?
Yeah, I would say so. I think it's a Night Stalker 1, Dawn 2, Death Prophet 3, Nyx 4, and then, yeah, Stinger's hero to finish up with. So we're assuming it's probably going to be a position 5. What is going to be good in that regard?
A little bit of heal, I think.
Something that heals, maybe... I mean, he's made Elder Titan work. It's not terrible. Elder Titan game. You've got good amounts of setup for with slows, with stuns. It just feels like pretty beastly, but against the Clockwork it's not that great. What else could you go? Not really great Shadow Demon game. Could this be the Grimstroke game? Wouldn't hate it. I'd just be an Ench as well, unless that's banned. I mean, Ench is totally fine, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think you do have to be worried about maybe the hook shot. So a hero that's potentially able to build 4 staff or has some way to be able to get out, which it's a bit difficult for the 5s. Like I was thinking Oracle at first because Oracle Death Prophet's incredibly strong. But maybe you'd consider that more if you're like a Liquid team, for example. So I was going down like the Warlock route for a little bit extra team fight, which could be really nice. And your sustain in general, they've got a lot of AoE damage with Fatal Bonds as well. But then again, you could also have difficulties with the Clockwork and Puck getting on top of you. So I think whatever 5 they go, it's definitely not going to be the easiest game, but maybe that's where the Night Stalker and DP can come into play, because they are heroes that like to be on the front. Good Ench call.
Yeah, they do ban the Ench, nice. I think for Entity, the Wyvern and the Puck have both been answered with this draft. Yep. So Bloodseeker is basically the only hero that's going to have a good impact. So that's where they need to look at rounding out the draft. What's going to give these guys a little bit of an easier time? And it's going to be, in my opinion, heroes that deal with the Nyx and the Night Stalker. So what does that? Maybe... I'm honestly at a bit of a loss, to be honest.
If you just said you're pretty much the Bloodseeker is the one they look to answer, are you trying to deal in regards to a hero that has like a BKB piercing control?
Could be nice. Even just... Could it be a Bane? I wouldn't hate a Bane this game. Oh, Viper instead.
Oh, the classic South American Viper where you've got absolutely no idea where it's going.
Probably 5, but
Yeah.
yeah,
Yeah, but
it still feels pretty good, right? Just being able to bully whatever. Like, surely they just Razor into this, right? It's a lot of physical damage.
is that a fun lane though?
I mean, the Razor's going into the Night Stalker, isn't it?
Oh boy.
Okay. Is this a...
That is a
Phoenix? Offlane
incredible.
Clockwork?
Apart from going against a Nyx Assassin, that is an incredible Phoenix pick.
Sure, but who makes the plays and does damage early?
Okay, Sunray does a lot of damage.
You need levels.
Sure. You're gonna get.
It is Toby playing it.
Yeah, I love this pick. I also love that Beastcoast pick up the Whisper Viper. I think they had to go for the Viper as a core now because he needs Dragonlance and actually like damage items and like core items to be able to have attack speed to kill the egg because they have no one else that does. When you pop Supernova, it turns to daytime. That just really takes away a lot of effectiveness from the Night Stalker. Death Prophet doesn't have a lot of attack speed as well, so this is a incredible pick. I think Entity have a big advantage in regard to their team fight. The only issue is that they are cooldown reliant, so we could just see Beastcoast once again just run over the early game.
I think it's cooldown and damage, to be honest, right? Like, I get what you're saying with regards to the Supernova and, you know, Whisper's going to need to be able to be the one dealing with it. But Dark Ascension, even though it's going to be daytime, you're going to have that free pathing. You're going to be able to get in onto the backlines with, let's say, K1 goes a Hand of Midas again. That gives you decent enough attack speed. Maybe this game he goes into an AC instead, just to be able to assist a little bit with that high ground siege and a little bit more damage against... to survive like a Bloodseeker hitting you or for the extra attack speed needed for the egg. But I appreciate the Phoenix pick. I understand why you think it might be good. I'm really feeling like the first 20 minutes could be so Beast Coast favored that it's not going to matter.
I'm also in agreement with that. That is my big issue with Entity's lineup, that I do not think they have answers to the early game from Beast Coast. And we saw prior Beast Coast, I doubted their capability to play a lineup like this because it's something I haven't particularly seen from them. And they pulled it off in game 1. And so should I be doubting them in game 2? Because it's very similar. Entity, I don't think they have the answers to Beast Coast in the early game. So they pulled it off last game. If we're going off by that, they should be able to pull it off again. I really don't think anything changes here with a Bloodseeker and Phoenix that is different from game 1. So, look, I'm just going to go Entity because I like this Phoenix. But again, everything you said, I'm 100% in agreement with. I don't know if it's going to get to the stage where really the team fight is a concern and where they have the damage. You need 20 plus minutes, like you said. So, we'll see if they can get there.
The Bloodseeker's better, in my opinion, than what they had last game. Although the Alk wasn't necessarily the weak point. It's really just going to be, again, on the back of Toby. They're putting a lot of faith into him here after a bit of a lackluster performance in the previous game. They're looking to try and get that early kill onto Stinger. Just first blood would be a nice way to start things off. Body blocks.
Oh, no.
30 seconds to
Balanced Sun Lady.
What are you saying, dude? What's wrong with her? We haven't seen the Dawnbreaker. Obviously, that means she's doesn't need a nerf.
Stinger already going out there. I mean, you know that they have vision, brother. You got to just stay underneath the tower, get a lot of that regen. Extra 3 from the tier 2s.
Look at
that. He does try and contest it a little bit.
the battle begins.
Give the solo experience over to C Smile. So and they're gonna lose both. Dude.
He didn't claim the bounty route first. Oh, did Stinger get it?
Yeah, they were baiting Stinger. They wanted him to get the bounty so they could potentially get first blood, but a Void's gonna slow down Fishman, so Stinger's probably gonna make a trip. I was gonna say back to base. He's toying with Fishman.
He's got wand. It's fine.
So, Entity lost both their wards they started the game with, and it was a 3-for-1 in regards to the bounty as well. C-Smile also got all the experience mid from the observer, so he's going to have a little bit faster of a level 2 timing.
Fishman being blocked from getting into the lane by Gojira up on that top side of the map. Not sure if this is all that easy for Toby as well. I mean, Viper's someone that's always available to do damage and harass, right? No cooldown at all on the poison attack, and Toby, he's just used his last of the fiery spirits, and he doesn't have another use for another 30 seconds, so he basically needs to back off entirely out of this lane, and in the meantime, you got Fishman just zoning out Gojira, so I really don't expect Phoenix to get anything at all out of this. They're even bringing up Stinger to try and, I was about to say convert this into a kill. I'm not sure if you'll be able to dive the tower, but seems like that's the idea.
Oh, just got 2. Should tick out. Oh, he's not going to.
Nice. He had the tango going. That's what I love. That's what I want to see people doing a whole lot more. As soon as you see the aggression coming in onto you, pop the tango and then run.
She instantly...
Still, though, not going to get him a lot of farm.
They're hunting Toby. Oh, no. They're going to block off the path. And they will not see him in this little nook, but you probably just drag the creeps and continue the dive with the next wave that connects.
Comes back into this lane. How many last hits does he have? 1. 1 versus the 7 and 3 denies that Whisper's got right now. And this is the other thing with the Viper as well, right? It's an orb attack. So you could just left click it and then click on the Phoenix, and then the tower's not going to hit you. So you can get a lot of harass going out that way.
Take a look at some of the other lanes real quick before the action continues up top. See Smile, 11-2 compared to the 7-2 on Stormer. So he's off to a pretty good time versus the Park.
Saberlight laning up against his respective carry as well. Doing pretty well as you would expect. Topping the net worth right now. Not too many counters to that Bloodseeker. Has to be a little bit careful though as Gojira starts to make his move down towards the bottom side. And Kataomi, in the meantime, has been able to make a pull happen.
K1 gonna be in a bit of trouble here. He's able to sidestep out of the Blood Riot. Nice little bit of damage putting onto the Night Stalker. Do you feel like Beastcoast are happy with that? A couple minutes of tri lane they had up top. Did they get enough done?
No, they wanted the first blood. Absolutely. I mean, they made that big rotation through. Toby was able to hit up to that level 2.
They're gonna get
the
first
Empress
blood down
dive and
bottom.
get away.
Oh, Saberlight gets the Blood Riot. I think there was the last little second of slow from Katomi that was able to help out there to keep him inside the AoE silence.
Yeah, Carapace was only about a second or 2 away from being usable as well by Gojira. So that's a big deal, being able to secure that first blood onto the Winter Wyvern. Again, we know that Kataomi with his build likes to go into that, I don't want to call it greedy or aggressive style, but he needs that Blink Dagger to have the true impact.
Night Stalker's getting worked on down bottom. Saberlight's going to go for the dive. On more right click. Yo. Good.
That tower armor preventing him from dying once again. And that's the other benefit. Saberlight knows exactly where it is because of the thirst. So he's just going to feel completely comfortable. Also enables Kataomi to make this rotation through. He'll steal away the bounty rune. Won't be able to be there to block up the water rune from going away, but that's fine. It's a 1-for-1 trade.
Those look like top lane Fishman. Little bit of damage into Stinger once Whisper was trying to deal with the creeps. They might actually turn it back around on the clockwork. 2 points
wait for the battery
in
assault.
The poison attack. It's going to be plenty of extra damage. Of course, the Viper gets a big spike every odd level in the lane.
Even just trying to
He might
force
dive
Toby into using that
yeah.
Icarus dive. Yep. It's a long cooldown, and that's, again, a long time where you just cannot come back into this lane. He's sitting below Kataomi on net worth right now.
Maybe, I don't know what you're going to look to do then. Maybe if Puck has a decent time, can look to rotate with some of the power runes. And give the lane over to the Phoenix, but a support kind of wants that lane as well. K1 going to consider about going onto the tower. So yeah, they're going to need to somehow bring this Toby Phoenix into the game.
A little bit aggressive here, without many usages of spells, so that means the magic stick doesn't have too much built up into it. You might be able to secure the return kill here on Whisper, but I feel like you wanted a much more of a freebie coming through. Actually pops the tango, but it's a little bit too late. Didn't have that running the entire time, so not only dying, but wasting a little bit more of that lane regen.
You are going to be pretty happy though for Entity. You get the kill onto Phoenix, a little bit of gold given over. Like you mentioned though, he's still struggling in net worth, so anything you can funnel to him, he'll take. Bottom lane though, Saberlight, 3 heroes down bottom. Death means that Stinger.
Tactical death from Stinger.
Yep. Love to see it. Oh. G-Small's going to pop an Exo to try and chase down Katomi, but he's going to go up to the north instead of repositioning towards the mid lane. So C-Small was anticipating to run down the stairs. Fishman, that's a lot of damage from Exo, brother. At least they're able to pump out as well with the follow-up from Stormstormer and Saberlight. So it's a worthwhile sacrifice from the Clockwork.
Great bait, mate. That's all he's saying right now.
What's he rated?
8 out of 8.
Yeah, there we go. Oh, my lord. Oh, the dynamic
I don't know the
duo.
memes.
Well, you said it literally is. Oh, I don't think it could have been cleaner. Rajira should be able to get another kill as well. Entity, a much better start we're seeing from them in the second game. Saberlight though, getting worked on a little bit down bottom. Dude, Katomi's level 5.
Having a very good start. Also on that top side, now that Toby's up to level 5, it does feel a little bit better for him, right? The cooldown, much less of a factor for the Phoenix. 20 seconds, it's still a lot when you compare it to what Whisper's able to dish out onto you, but certainly, like, you can already see, right? Just down to 10 seconds, he's going to have that Fiery Spirits up and usable again very shortly. And I wonder when he's actually going to look to go into the Supernova. If it's something that they want to take advantage of immediately. Maybe it is. Dream Coil's coming up in 3 seconds.
They need to kill the creep. There we go. They got rid of the creep. They have the Supernova to play with, along with the rotation out from Stormstormer. This is a beautiful play from Entity, rotating at the perfect timing. As soon as Toby gets that level 6 and bottom lane as well, K1, he's getting chased down. Another ultimate coming at the ready of Entity at the perfect timing, secures some kills across the board.
Much better coming through. This is the synergy that I was wanting to see in game number 1. They immediately make use out of their abilities before they're even able to react on Beastcoast's side. Great TP coming in just as the Dream Coil's coming off cooldown. Like you said, getting that last hit on the creep, bringing Phoenix up to level 6. Immediately, he's level 7. Even lower cooldown now on the Fiery Spirits.
Now, do we want to see Beastcoast look to make a play with this next Exo, knowing that a couple of the ultimates are on cooldown?
Potentially. I mean, you've got the Arcane Rune as well, right? So that just it gives you even more impetus to want to make this happen. Also, a little bit more nighttime, so K1's just going to park himself up here. Toby, just be a little bit careful, but he should be able to get away quickly enough. Silence not leveled up just yet, but does he even... Okay, he does end up popping the Exo.
Not again. This time you don't have heroes playing behind to be able to capitalize on you making a window to kill off the Death Prophet. So a freebie for C-Smile and also the tower going down.
There's a fine line between space creation and just straight up feeding, and unfortunately I think that was the latter. Giving up your life to try and maybe defend the tower, just didn't have the tools or the skill set, not the skill set, that's a bit flamey, the tools to be able to.
Whisper bottom lane. Oh, alright. Are you more on the latter side as well, just the feeding instead of the space making?
I think, me personally in my games?
Yeah.
Depends what hero I'm playing. Wyvern, never. But,
what about Katomi
CM,
right now?
I am a creep.
Space making or a little bit of feeding?
Curse? Oh, look at that. Stinger even walking away from the neutral camp.
They got Viper TPing in. Oh, Fishman's like, alright, well, as long as everyone else can make it out, they're actually wanting to go back in. Toby's nearby if they require the ultimate for that extra little bit of damage onto Whisper, but Saberlight is speedy enough to close the distance with ease, and now they're going to dive on forward to Gojira, because they got the puck nearby as well to pump in the damage as Toby gets the double kill, some much needed gold given over to the offlane of Entity, and they got the Rupture back up, so the Dark Ascension, it's going to be used here for K1, but that's a big ultimate. 150 seconds just used to TP out.
He just wants to make sure he continues to scale. Once again, going this Midas build, feeling like he's going to be able to outscale with all of those levels, but it's very different now. You haven't dominated the laning stage. You've gotten out of it in a decent enough spot. The Puck having a much better game versus what was happening with the Kunkka and Saberlight. He's approaching that first of 2 items that we would keep talking about. Maelstrom going to accelerate his farm, and then it's going to be straight into the BKB after that.
Oh, Gojira just picked up his ultimate.
And he's got the Midas queued.
Yep, I saw. Yeah, yeah. I was just about to ask you. Midas again from Mr. Gojira. All right. They got another sentry. Fishman does. He's gonna pop it down. Recognize this instantly.
Run away.
Is under attack. Radiant structures are fortified.
Back towards the other sentry as well. Gojira? What's just here, my friend? Storm's gonna be in some trouble. He's forced to use the call defensively. Gojira's still nearby as well to intercept the retreat. A beautiful stun onto two, but the curse will taunt multiple heroes together, and Toby's going to position in the middle just so he get a really good ultimate off if it's required. Stinger brought down with ease, and now they're going to turn to Whisper afterwards as well, as Saberlight's going to rock up to the party, and the poor old Viper will not have any way to be able to escape, as even Gojira's got to go down as well. As Denok, we were concerned about the early game from Entity, but they are proving us wrong.
They're on the same page. That's the big difference here. And honestly, it's on the back of Saberlight. He came out of that laning stage even better than I expected a Bloodseeker to. And it's also on the back of some of these movements coming out from Stormstormer. He's really picked things up as long as he doesn't have that hard counter in the mid lane to have to go up against. Proving why he was one of the top-ranked individual players for such a long time before being picked up by a pro team. Now it just feels like it's a little bit more about giving Katalmi that farm. You've got the Witchblade coming up soon for Stormstormer. Going to give him the potential to go for some of these pickoffs, and already about halfway towards that Blink Dagger on your Winter Wyvern. Not sure how great I feel about this smoke, though. Yeah, you've got the double damage.
Toby
You've got a
bottom
Clockwork
lane's in a
with
lot
pressure
of trouble. A bit too greedy positioning out of the Phoenix. Meanwhile, across the map, Entity, they are smoking. A hookshot from Fishman along with the double damage from Stormstormer is all they would require to help kill off C Smile. So a couple of cores going down across the map.
Let's look at Saberlight. He's booking it towards that Ancient stack. He wants to make sure that he's able to take it really quickly. The Maelstrom just on the courier behind him, about to be finished up.
Stinger?
Pure damage from the Blood Right's not going to be able to do too much, but I feel like well worth using the Rupture onto the position 5.
Oh no.
This is good by Entity, just stealing away all of this farm that you were needing to not necessarily catch up, but still have a good time and accelerate that pace that you were going for. I mean, you've gone for a Viper position 3. It's all about winning the early game. You've gone for a Dawnbreaker draft. Again, lane dominator.
Yeah, this is really scary enough, Entity. Let's go Gojira. Once again, it's Entity running towards Beastcoast in the jungle. Should be another kill picked up. Rocket Flare from Fishman with a finishing blow. And meanwhile, Saberlight, his mind's onto the objectives. This tier 1 tower is going to be able to open up the map. But I think more importantly, just make the map a little bit safer so Entity can work towards that second item timing that we were really speaking about for them.
Mm-hmm. Even just having a simple Ogre Axe or Mithril Hammer impacts your team fight by so much. Like, it's not like you're worried about stuns to any big extent as the Bloodseeker, right?
What's going on? We got a Midas on Whisper now. So, okay. So, we're obviously seeing something develop in the major in regards to the meta. From what I was seeing before the major, I wasn't seeing a lot of Juggernauts go down this Midas route, and now it's really over like 50% of games I'm seeing. So hold that thought, Fishman. Another easy pickoff. Just playing around their wards is perfect from Entity, making sure there is no opportunity for Beastcoast to get inside their jungle and look to get control back. And again, they're even considering about diving Whisper onto the tower. They've got the wraparound as Fishman's considering it, so Whisper, be cautious here.
See, to me, the Juggernaut one does make sense, though, right? Omni Slash uses the attack speed. You want to hit those key timings with the talents to make the magic damage build work a little bit stronger. Have that bit of an earlier timing. Nyx Assassin, not so much. Like, the levels don't do a ton for you. I do understand the Viper, and I even understand the Night Stalker this game, because like we were saying, they will have Phoenix Supernova issues eventually. So that is a little bit of the attitude towards it. But yeah, just Nyx not so confident.
Yeah, I'll hold that. continuation of the topic is K1. Oh, no way. Smoke's gonna pop, but he just evades. They have the ward at the triangle, so they'll see him eventually. Let's see if they can continue to move back towards the triangle. They're gonna need the coil, which they will have at the ready. Fishman's gonna start with the hook shot as well. How can they react on the side of Beastcoast? And it looks like with all the ultimates committed, they're going to be in trouble at keeping him alive. A Solar Guardian gets the health, and that actually might be enough. Oh, the dive from Toby, along with the Spirit Vessel, secures the kill, and now they'll turn to Stinger as well. A Tier 2 tower will not stop the onslaught.
Nicely done, nicely done. At least at the same time, you've got Whisper pushing out this bottom side of the map, making sure to potentially bring some attention down here. Siege creep hitting into it as well, so that'll open up the map a little bit for them. It's just a question of, will it be able to do enough?
Fishman's even on the high ground as well. Scouts out Smee Smile. They're actually going to look to stand their ground though. Beastcoast, see Smile popping the Exo with the stun on the backline as well from Gojira. Entity need to scramble, but meanwhile Saberlight, he wants to run directly into the middle. He's not playing around with the BKB for the moment, so Saberlight's got to be cautious, but Katomi jumps in, finds the curse onto 2. The Viper's taken out of the equation, and now it's all on C-Smile to pump in the damage. Even K1, he's wanting to show up to the fight as well, but the control is something they're lacking, so they can't keep up with the puck. They'll turn to the Wyvern instead.
Could have been much worse if not for that Winter's Curse, right? You just get an extra couple of kills. It costs you, of course, your own life, but I think it is well worth it. And, well, Toby just going a little bit too deep that time around, playing on the aggressive side of the map. Ends up costing him a little bit. Now, I'm just having a look. What's Stinger looking to optimize into? Looks like this might be a...
That's the thing he's hoping not to go into.
Well, you can hope all you want. Looks like probably a Holy Locket that he's going to look to go into, right? Magic Wand already complete. Can just look to disassemble the Arcane Boots once he picks it up.
Again, oh boy, Saberlight finding Gojira. It's going to make it the 9th death. This Midas continuing to be slowed down. And meanwhile, Katomi and Toby, they're going to go for the other flying member of this game. Whisper's going to try and turn it around. You might be forced to use the egg, and that will be the case. Solik, no, Stinger?
Is he gonna get stunned?
He will indeed, and Stormstorm is nearby as well. Coil's gonna hold them back, and Seasmile wants nothing to do with this skirmish. They've got the curse as well, but the creeps nearby, they won't even need it. Just night and day difference coming up from Entity in this second game. They're continuing to TP in, but K1, he doesn't have the damage to go through the cold embrace, so he's going to turn to try and deal with the puck, but the curse, Katomi held it to the last second. Saberlight's going to look to enter as well with the blood right. It is just beautiful from the side of Entity.
East Coast are also kind of suffering from what Entity had, whatever was going on with them in game number 1. They are all disjointed. A little bit slow on the use of the Solar Guardian, not linking up together for a lot of these push attempts. I mean, you've got a Death Prophet and a Night Stalker with Dark Ascension available most of the time, and you haven't taken more than one tower. That's a big issue in my mind. It just frees up so much space for Entity to be able to make these aggressive plays, particularly around the puck and Clockwork combo.
It just really feels like Entity, whatever's going on in the comms, they're seeing these Midases and they're just saying, guys, just run at them. Like, what are they doing? They're going, just run at them. And we were saying, like, Entity are going to struggle maybe in the early stages, but if they go Midas to not put pressure on, then we're going to be able to just get our items, and they didn't have to wait for 20 minutes. So it's a little bit confusing here for me.
Yeah, but now what was like a late game ensuring Midas has become a catch-up Midas, so it's okay.
Oh, right.
Midas is okay at all stages of the game.
One thing I want to highlight is just a vision game from Entity so far this game. They were playing around this ward on the cliff, is scouting out C-Smile. They see K1 as well, so it's just... And meanwhile, mid lane at the remnants of the tier 1 tower.
2 seconds on Supernova, by the way.
Oh... K1 wants nothing to do with this. He needs one more component for BKB, and C-Smile is also working on BKB, so I think you probably just look to stun up Stormstormer and sacrifice Whisper's life.
You have to sacrifice Whisper. Yeah. I mean, it's daytime. 44 seconds on the Dark Ascension. He's in no place to want to be fighting right now on the Bloodseeker. Sorry, against the Bloodseeker.
Bye-bye, Whisper. It was good knowing you, friend. I'll be able to punch some damage into Stormstormer, just annoy the puck. Again, they see K1 under the ward. And Katoma's got the curse as well at the ready to make sure K1 will not escape. So we'll just slow him down. Needs to get out of range. And there we go. It does just that. A curse, though, to stop any attempt at making it all the way back to base. And that will continue to slow down the BKB.
Vision look like right now? Does anyone have a gem already? It kind of feels like Entity do with just how much of the map they've been able to control. But, I mean, I know they've got a lot protecting Hector's farm. Look at the map. Like, their entire jungle was warded. They've just gotten rid of one of them on Katomi now, but do they need to just try and take away some of Entity's vision? It's kind of lacking a little bit. I was thinking maybe a gem is a bit of a desperation purchase. Quick, Kajira, you've got the Midas gold. While you can, please.
He's darting now. Do I go the recipe?
Maybe save him for the Blink Dagger instead.
Yeah, that's a good point, actually.
Probably the
Good
better
positioning.
item.
Really good position from Gojira, but it's not going to be far enough to the right side. So Whisper, they will still run into the Viper. Solar Guardian's going to come down. They're going to try and turn to deal with the Winter Wyvern first, but the Claw from Stormstormer leashing two heroes together, and he might be able to turn around. Of course, he still has the Aegis to play with. Onto the puck, and even blinks out to the left side. Beautiful use of the spell casting from Stormstormer. And meanwhile, in the mid lane, we see C-Smile go down. Saberlight had to pop the BKB to help secure the kill. He will be able to reposition Fishman, considering about going towards Gojira, but K1 acting as that bodyguard.
He's not in a position to. They just didn't have anything else that was going to be able to catch. So right now, again, it's another use of the Dark Ascension that isn't completely ideal. At least now it's gotten him up to his level 14. So he's going to have that little bit of extra Dark Ascension damage when the next fights break out. But it's really just the race for this BKB on Night Stalker right now. Even just on the Viper as well. Like, how much of the map will you lose before this is truly a factor?
Do we feel like Entity with this Aegis are going to be able to claim some towers with it?
Maybe one more, but I'm not feeling too confident after that. Okay. You don't have the Aghanim Shard yet on Toby, and I get that you're going into a lot of physical damage, so the Shiva's Guard is going to do a lot, even negates that Midas to somewhat of an extent. So it is an important one, but even against the Nyx Assassin, right, it's really important to have that Aghanim Shard just so that you can use the Sunray, immediately pop the Supernova, so that even like a Blink Dagger into the Spike Carapace isn't going to kill.
Playing with his food, Gojira's going to reveal the Blink. They'll get the first kill. The rest of Entity is trying to beeline to top. Are they going to be fast enough, though? Should be able to get the Blink away. He's actually going to go in aggressively and look at the backstab Entity. They're ready for the fight. C-Smile's going to try and charge up the Exo, but instead they're going to go towards the jungle in the tree line. Bye-bye, Night Stalker. C-Smile hold into place as well with a Rupture. Oh, there's Death Prophet. Again, just not getting any breathing room to walk towards that BKB that he ever desires to potentially take these team fights, and they're just playing with their food, guiding the Death Prophet into oblivion. It looks like he'll tick out afterwards to the Witchblade damage.
Eventually going down with the use of that Spirit Vessel as well. He nearly ended up killing Saberlight, so you can see that there is the avenue for them to be able to make their way into a lot of these engagements. Love the fact that he's gone the Rupture cast range as well. I mean, Saberlight's just getting so much farm, so many levels that you're eventually going to have that level 25, two of them.
Katomi's everywhere, man. God doesn't know how to stop. Stormstorm is even going to follow up as well. Coil in a couple seconds. Beautiful stun. They're going to get the kill. Ooh. Stun a little bit too late from Gojira, but he's able to blink on forward. Okay. Gojira with this blink has been incredible. Oh, he didn't pick the... What? What's going on? He re-got the gem.
Runaway.
Gojira? Finds a stun. Curse at the ready. They don't have the T1 tower. Toby denies the tower. They won't be able to TP down if required, but it looks like Fishman's just gonna pull them away instead. Like, take
He handed the gem off to his courier as well.
Oh,
he handed the gem off.
Wait, Puck
thinks that it didn't. Puck thinks that he didn't, but he's like, bro, I got
He's like,
this.
well
I'm picking
played.
it out right now. And there's the well played coming through. Oh, man. Yeah, the courier went right over the Nix assassin there.
It's fine.
Would you say that this is one of the highest kills per minute games we've had this entire tournament? It really does feel like it. You know, Entity, they've had to do it. They've had to punish these this Midas. I don't want to say greed coming out of Whisper as well as K1. If they went into the next assassin, yeah, you could call it greed, but we just saw the immediate value that he got out of that Blink Dagger, right? Being able to get right on in onto the puck. You've also got that Spike Carapace impact too.
Might be able to see Radiant take a fight around this triangle. They have decent vision in the neighborhood as well, but they can park themselves up nearby. They are starting to get these items. They got double BKBs. Nah, still need that recipe on Death Prophet.
Dire are scanning.
They know exactly where the wards are right now from Entity's side. So they're playing to the left-hand side of this cliff. Unfortunately, no ranged heroes up there as for right now. Back on off. Gojira using the Spike Carapace. I wonder if that'll even give them the impetus to want to go on forward, but would have been a little bit too deep. And yeah, instantly being pinged out by Stinger saying, stay the hell away.
Stormstormer sees K1. BKB's on cooldown prior as well. They're starting to TP to the tier 2 tower. Will take some time to connect to Stormstormer. They're even moving from mid as well. He's only got Gojira behind him to protect, and Gojira's going to look to enter, but a beautiful phase shift dodge, and they'll even get the leash onto the Nyx Assassin as well, so all set up from Stormstormer working with that power rune.
Yeah, doing his best as well on Katami to make sure that this wave stays pushed out. That's one of the benefits of the Wyvern Shard, of course. Able to just secure a lot of that. You can even just farm some jungle camps as well, right? Some of the times where the lane is pushing, the Splinter Blast radius, once you hit level 15, is big enough that you could just get away. Hero hook shot.
What a beautiful hookshot onto their tier 2 tower. A defensive BKB. They're going to try and turn to bring down the egg. Does Whisper have the right clicks? Oh no! One more right click was all they needed, but unfortunately Whisper doesn't have the attack speed, and Entity show up to clean up the fight.
All on team wipe coming through, and well, this is looking pretty bad. Mid and bottom lane pretty pushed in. They'll be able to do some decent chunks of damage onto those tier 2 towers. And yeah, you can just hear Katami keeping the lane pushed in, doing the damage himself. Always likes to play that aggressive style, although Saberlight doesn't have the BKB available. Not really in a position to run at them just yet, though, on K1 with that Rupture coming back off cooldown.
I've been really impressed with Stormstormer and how he's been performing on the park. Of course, had a pretty difficult game 1, but 10-1 and 22 in this second game. He's really just been inside the Beastcoast jungle and looking to take away a lot of the farm that Beastcoast can play with, and that gives more of the defensive farm for some of the supports on Entity and even Phoenix as well at the early stage. So really impressed from Park.
Feel ready to go right now, Katami. He's got the Blink Dagger available and uses it to get away, being able to pop that smoke that was on Stinger previously. I'm a little surprised that K1's still playing around this, considering he's so close to hitting level 18.
Fishman, in and out he goes. A quick and easy assassination of the Dawnbreaker, and now K1 Rupture completely stops the Night Stalker in his tracks, and they're going to make sure they don't group up, because the curse for Katobi, meanwhile on the right side though, K1's doing a decent amount of damage, but the Sunray along with the Cold Embrace just negates all of the damage, all of the work that we're doing to bring down the puck. They'll kill off Fishman. See, Smiles even charging on forward deep under the tier 1 tower. They need to respect Entity. Even though they're low on the resources, they are so far ahead that they can turn this one back around even after the start of the fight. As they get rid of Toby. Meanwhile, the River as well. Whisper's going to find another one to add to the tally. Meanwhile, see Smile. So they got about a quarter duration left to work with in regards to the EXO. They will push back Entity.
You can tell Gojira wants more. He blinked forward to try and get that kill onto Katami, but no exorcism means that you're never going to be in a position to be able to secure it for yourselves. Still, though, I'd say that's a fairly good fight coming through. 2 support buybacks coming through from Beastcoast, but it enables you to secure some valuable kills, as well as that kill streak that the Phoenix had previously being given over to C-Smile.
A dieback on the Clockwork, a dieback on the Dawnbreaker as well, so yeah, C-Smile gets 1,200 gold after that fight. He's up to 2,500 now. What do we feel like he's going to look to spend the gold on for his next item? I'll hold that thought, though, because top lane K1 again. Dude, he chucks Rupture out, and a third of his health is just gone. Like, this goddamn Rupture, man. It's a big reason why we're even seeing the Bloodseeker banned in, like, second phase, even into some heroes where, like, yes, the counters you're worried about, you want to get rid of the Bloodseeker, but even some other matchups where you wouldn't expect it, just people are really starting to respect this hero.
It doesn't really feel like it has that many counters, you know? Like, maybe a Viper in the lane is the only one, and they were able to dodge that one out with how they set themselves up.
We'll go Giro.
Also got level 25 on the puck, so good luck catching out this and using your BKBs to full effectiveness. They know that this full-length Roshan is finally respawned, and when you know it, Saberlight's going to start to scale even more. Aghanim Shard on the menu for him. There's no way that they can look to contest it. It really does feel like it's on the back of Vajira and his next assassin. He's going into a Dagon. They just want to try and kill anything at this stage.
Yeah.
Look, if he gets 2 mana burns off in a fight, which is definitely a possibility with a 5-second cooldown, he's also got that 15 Talon as well. It's a crap load of damage on the puck. It's at least a third of his health just gone right there. So
you got the Aeon disc ready though on puck, so it's like, well, should really put that recipe in the backpack and use one of the stat giving items though, but it's just nitpicking.
I wonder how easy their siege is honestly going to be at the high ground with like Nether Toxin laid down, the spam from Quit Swarm, Celestial Hammer as well.
Oh, do we find it? Nobody?
No, he's just running. I must have seen Fishman, which I imagine was the case, and saw the clock where he's like, oh crap, someone else is going to be behind more than likely. So, well, that is your 117-second cooldown ultimate.
Mm-hmm. You know what the high ground siege is going to be resolved by?
I'm looking to see what item we have coming out.
Good old Winter Wyvern Aghanim Scepter. That's what.
Mid lane Stormstormer. Why not drop the coil onto one? The next assassin, a quick and easy kill. Dominating streak. He's had an incredible game. 12, 1, and 27 on the puck. And this T2 tower should fall next as well. Toby's almost got a refresher to play with. He also has that level 20, so extra max health damage coming out from the Sunray.
Loving it. But yeah, I mean, you've got the clockwork, right? All you need is vision up onto that high ground once Wyvern has Ags, even if you need to get to that stage.
Oh, Jesus, Fishman! They don't give a damn about this high ground. A supernova even laid down as well, but it's not in the greatest position with no one to protect it as well. The
Probably. Oh. He got chain bash.
Probably the wrong word. It doesn't even come out. Saberlight. Well, the bashes, like you mentioned, protects the egg. I thought they weren't going to be there fast enough, and while Saberlight can zoom into the middle to keep him steady.
That is so unfortunate, man. That would have been an enormous kill if they were able to get that onto the Phoenix Egg. Then suddenly, all of these strength heroes feel so much more confident in being able to go in and take the fight, but instead, buyback being used, another core on the deck, your base being sieged.
Oh, Toby. Toby should die to the Viper Strike. Alright.
Little King.
Who's deep into the back line as well? It's going to be K1. He's got the Dark Ascension. Oh, the right clicks as well. Gets rid of Fishman. 2 heroes without a buyback. Don't think they'll get anything out of it. Yeah, no, that's a great question. What did just happen?
I swear he used the Void onto the clockwork and his TP was still going, right?
Yeah, it was daytime. It only mini stuns at night.
Okay.
Analyst, kick W.
You know, sometimes I don't notice the difference between day. I'm on Australia time casting some American tournament, bro.
Yeah, excuses. It's okay. Oh, you're gonna try and use your colorblind to somehow.
I would never fall back on that crutch.
I've never. Stormstorm, who's he run into? A measly Dawnbreaker. No way. He's got a shit tick out of the Witchblade. I was gonna say. No chance. Stormstorm, when do you consider the Revenant's Brooch? Brooch?
Broach.
Brooch? Okay.
I say Broach.
Yeah, when are we considering that? If you're 14, 1, and 28, why not have a little bit of fun?
Do they have any Ghost Scepters where you need to do it? Do they have any Agi heroes building a ton of Agi?
Dude,
Not
he's
really.
he's 14-1 and 28. He's a little bit slot dependent, surely. Surely, not now.
Yeah,
surely.
but you end up doing 0 damage into BKBs though. That's the issue.
Screw you. Haha. He queues it up. Oh. Good call. I'll pat myself on the back for that. Thank you.
When they lose the next fight because he does 0 damage into BKBs, I'm going to turn around and laugh right back. But it's not going to happen. 21k lead right now. Did get the stun in onto good old Bloodseeker, but he's still got 30 seconds left on that Aegis timer.
Dire's top tower.
They got double Lincolns for the Night Stalker and the Death Prophet as well, so they're going to have to keep that into consideration. They are trying to set up on K1 toppers. There we go. Storm's in. I think it's going to get popped. Double Rupture, though. Oh, what a beautiful tower this double Rupture is. And Saberlight, he's more than happy to take the duel. And now they're going to turn to the Dawnbreaker as well. Get a little bit of extra gold, extra experience to TP out, and he cancel. There is not.
Okay, never mind, actually. There's the Ghost Scepter. I forgot about the E-Blade that Stormer has. So, okay, it actually has value.
Oh, all right. Oh, Fishman. Look at this guy with the he's even toying with getting... No way, Fishman.
Running circles around him.
Running circles. Doesn't even get the kill. He's like, all right, Puck can finish the job. I'll give it to my core, like a good support. And I'll look to get the outpost back as well before he dies.
Now, I don't want to gloat, but he is going into the Octarine core instead of that terrible Revenant approach item.
God. Such a shame.
He's just going to have an Aeon Disc recipe in his backpack because he's like, well, I'm not dying. Who cares?
Do you reckon he'll activate it this game?
Oh, I thought you were about to say, do you think he's going to keep it there available for himself? But, game might end before it gets to that stage.
So, one of the heroes that Entity thrived on throughout 2 or 3, I should say. Stormer. 10 puck games, 50% win rate on it, and I mean, we're seeing a big reason why they would always pick him in the first phase. 14, 1, and 30, man. He's been involved of 44 out of the 55 kills that Entity have. It's been a incredible performance from him.
And he's got a nice haste stream for himself if he decides that he wants to go up into... He's done it again. Why hold the recipe there, man? Don't you want an extra 250 health?
Looks better with the recipe. It's a little bit of BM.
Sure. Let's go with that.
This is...
Alright, 5-man smoke.
Great
Gojira's going to pop it, though.
Yeah, really good position from Gojira. They won't even run into the Nyx Assassin. Or will they? Yeah, Stormers. There we go. We got the gem onto Katomi. So Nyx is gone. 50 seconds, got a buyback. They're on the opposite side of the map, though. It does look like Entity have read this. Saberlight's trying to TP back, and they're even beelining to the neighborhood. Rest of Dire starting to move down bottom, but...
No, the Penta-Edge Sword Stinger to cancel his TP. Really wanted to maintain that for his team. Who even wants that, though? Looks like Nightstalker wants to hold
Whisper
on to the
might get solo kill top. Katomi, he's got the Scepter, and it looks like he was not even going to need the Curse as well as the rest of Entity. Moving to his location. There's a Solar Guardian out to buy some time, but it sets up for a multi-man coil. It looks like K1 is going to try and charge to the right side. Targeting down the Winter Wyvern, but he won't be able to secure with a kill. And Dawnbreaker's going to be in trouble in the tree line as well. Meanwhile, back towards the Night Stalker. The Rupture's out. There's going to be no escape for K1. The carry from Beastcoast killed off for the last time this game. And C-Smile as well. He's going to be in a little bit of trouble if they want to move up the higher ground. They've got another round of the Supernova if they require it. And there's going to be no way to kill off the egg as Entity. A night and day difference in this second game. And so we'll be able to take it in pretty goddamn convincing fashion.
In classic SA style, they're not going to be calling GG until the very end. It's like, let's see if they actually hit our tier 4s. They don't know that we don't have buyback, and Well, I mean, every game is so important, so I understand it this time around, but they're just going to go for a further kill here onto Chris Luck. He doesn't have any spell immunity remaining. He's able to get off a few of those Spirit Siphons, though, but with the Spirit Vessel, that's going to be more than enough.
Come on!
Radiant's top
You
barracks.
could do it!
Radiant's top barracks are
Power of the
under
Midas,
attack.
man, gives them endless ways to be able to come back into this game. They're like, but we haven't gotten the value out of them yet.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
What's the comms like right now for Beastcoast?
Radiant's middle tower
Gah!
has fallen. Radiant's middle barracks
Oh, not like this.
has fallen.
Mega Creep comeback! I believe.
Radiant's bottom barracks are
Alright, you see the Battle Fury soon to be queued up on the Night Stalker?
Actually.
No, not yet, but I mean, if you're gonna defend it, you have to. So he's gonna swap it eventually.
Radiant's bottom barracks has fallen. The dire
Well,
I think you call it.
but I thought you'd call it a while ago, but yeah, there we go. So, yeah, all right, and Fishman. Beautifully done. Entity able to take the last game of the night here to be able to close out day 3 of the group stages to the Arlington Major. It was an interesting game too.
Interesting. Wow, I feel like that's a loaded answer to how that one was, but no, Entity just completely changed tact. They said, "Look, you can take away the side that we prefer to go. You can, pick these stuff that's pretty good in the laning phase, the Viper, the Dawnbreaker, hell, even the Death Prophet to a lesser extent, but we are just going to push the tempo, run at you." It might mean that Fishman feeds a little bit, but if he's making space for Stormstormer to have a great game, for Saberlight to pop off, and for Toby to come back from a disastrous start to the game, it really was all on the back of, we knew that Entity were on when they made that initial move with the Dream Coil up towards the top side when they had the Supernova, right? Double kill for Toby. He's right back in the game, equal in net worth to any other core that wasn't on his team. And then from there, it really did feel like it was just the Stormstormer, Saberlight, and Toby's show. They were able to just dish out way too much damage that Beastcoast draft couldn't handle.
Yeah, without a doubt, 100% in Greenson. We'll take a look at all the results that we had today over on Stream C. Of course, it was another beautiful day of Dota action, but we had RNG with a 2-0 over Talon, Boom also 2-0 Na'Vi, and then a couple 1-1s. Wouldn't be expecting it, but Sonic's the first team to be able to defeat the undefeated in PSG.LGD, and then of course our last series with Beastcoast up against Entity 1-1. So then that's 3 days now done of group stage action, but we've got 2 more, a lot more action coming up.
Of just group stage as well. There's even the bracket beyond that. But yeah, I wonder if... I don't even think people are going to be able to look into that LGD Sonics draft and be like, what did Sonics do to beat them? Because honestly, it was a horrendous draft coming through from LGD. Nothing about it made sense. No one wanted to go in first. It felt like they were really experimenting, going hard with it, considering Sonics at the time were sitting at the bottom of the table. It was a very valuable win for them to be able to claim, but I don't expect LGD to give up anything like that again anytime soon. But... well, there's a lot of Dota being played across the other channels. Cover your ears if you don't want spoilers, but another one of those teams of the day, EG, are able to pick up their second win against Na'Vi. I think Na'Vi have gone 0-4 today, so one of those teams really dropping down the list. EG, Beastcoast moving on up. Boom as well took game 1 against Team Spirit. Game 2 is still going on. And then Aster got the 2-0 over against Tundra. So not the greatest day for Tundra. And I believe we're going to be seeing them tomorrow on this stream as well. So if you want to follow their fate, as well as a couple of other series, it's only 3 series tomorrow, but they are going to be some real quality.
Yeah, it's a bit of a shorter day tomorrow for the day 4 of the PGL Arlington Major. We will be starting at the same time, though. That is the main thing. 4 channels running for everyone's enjoyment here of some Dota action. So we will be back tomorrow for some more Dota action for the PGL Arlington Major.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.